Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was Demi-God from Olympus? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. I got this idea from Naruto, the Born of Fire, inspired by the Dragon Slayer from Fairy Tail. I mixed elements with his divine blood, focusing on his journey to the Olympic world and the companions he meets along the way. I received the green light to proceed with it. Naruto, the Demi-Deity. Chapter 1. Almost a year had passed since the end of the Fourth Shinobi War, and the nations had enjoyed a period of relative peace. Naruto still held the bijou within him, not against their will. They wished to remain with him to ensure that no one could misuse their power again and to protect themselves from being sealed once more. He even restored them to their full strength by absorbing the Jubi and redistributing its power among them. He cherished their company. Shikaku was like a younger brother, always joking and getting into playful squabbles with the others. Matatabi acted as an older sister, ensuring everyone got along while showering him with affection, often smothering him with hugs. Isabu was calm and preferred silence, but he was kind when he spoke. Son Goku, a peaceful older brother, mostly joked around but could be serious when the situation called for it. Kokuo treated him like a son, adoring him and worrying about his safety, scolding him whenever he skipped meals or indulged in too much ramen. Saiken spoke softly, shy but strangely protective, always alert to their surroundings. Chome was hyperactive and like a little sister, eager to play and hang out, which Naruto was more than happy to do. Chome was determined to be called Lucky 7 Chome, and he found it hard to refuse her, not that he minded. Yuki was calm, almost like a father figure, trying to keep everyone in line, though he often failed. He also took care of Naruto, despite him being 18. Finally, there was Kurama, who was like an older brother, frequently engaging in friendly banter and arguments, but they always ended up laughing together afterward. Over the past year, Naruto had learned to use his abilities, though he never felt entirely comfortable doing so. It felt to him like he was abusing their power, despite their reassurances that he was not. Naruto's blonde hair had grown to shoulder length. He wore his red sage cloak adorned with black flames over a long-sleeved orange shirt, black cargo pants, and black shinobi sandals. He had his headband wrapped around his forearm, allowing his hair to fall over his forehead. He smiled as he made his way to Tsunade's room in the Hokage mansion. She had summoned him through ANBU, so it must have been important. Upon entering, he found her with a sad expression that puzzled him. He asked, concerned for his maternal figure, what was wrong. Tsunade had a furrowed brow but sighed in resignation. No matter how many times she tried to get him to stop, he would not stop calling her that, though it was better than when he called her Grandma. Naruto learned that she had received a very important letter for him from someone he thought was dead. She handed him the letter, and though confused, he took it and examined the envelope. It was bronze with a peacock feather design on the back. He shrugged and opened it, reading something utterly shocking. The letter began with a heartfelt message from his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, who revealed that her true name was Hera, the Queen of Olympus. She explained that she had initially come to escape her unfaithful husband, taking on a mortal form and falling in love with his father. She expressed pride in him for bringing peace and saving many lives, calling him a true hero. Kushina shared her love for him, wishing she could have raised him herself. She mentioned that he might be engaged to her husband's daughter, Artemis, who had helped with his birth and cared for him when she could not. She invited him to her kingdom, where she could care for him and where he could help bring peace. At the bottom of the letter was a seal, which he could activate with his blood when ready to depart. She warned him to keep this information to himself, as others might want to stop him due to his connection with the bijou. Only Minato and Tsunade knew of her divine side, and she had made them promise never to disclose it. Naruto stared at the letter, speechless, just like the bijou around him. They all thought that his divine blood allowed him to hold them without harm. Tears streamed down his face as he realized his mother was alive, filling him with joy. Tsunade smiled and embraced him tightly, comforting him as he expressed his excitement about the possibility of seeing her again. She had anticipated his reaction and had arranged for ANBU to seal everything he needed in a scroll. He asked if everything was included, and she confirmed, smiling as she assured him that she had also provided some additional scrolls he might need for his journey. Your mother told me about your other relatives and what abilities will manifest, so you can expect some surprises, she said with a smile. He beamed with excitement and hugged Tsunade again, grateful for all her help. She returned the embrace warmly. Now, don't forget to keep in touch through the frogs. I set up a summoning seal so they can reach me when you send them. Also, place a Heretian marker so you can visit me from time to time, she added, still smiling. He nodded and placed a paper version of the marker on his desk, channeling chakra to burn it, making it invisible. She handed him 3 more markers, saying, just in case you break the desk, which earned him a playful tap on the back of the head. He laughed before smiling and hugging Tsunade one last time. As he wiped a bit of blood from the seal on the letter, it vanished in a flash of bronze, leaving Tsunade with teary eyes but a happy smile. In the Olympic realm, Naruto looked around to find himself in a forest. He scanned the surroundings and thought about the path that probably led to the camp his mother mentioned before setting off. Are you excited, kid? Kurama asked with a grin. Naruto nodded, feeling a rush of anticipation. His mother was alive, and he was the only shinobi in this realm. It would be fun to see what awaited him. Just be careful, Naruto dear. There may be challenges ahead. It's best to stay cautious, Kokuo advised in a maternal tone. Yes, Naruto, don't be reckless or arrogant. You need to be aware of your surroundings, Saiken added with concern. He nodded again, humming, I know. I'm a shinobi, my training won't go to waste, as he approached a hill. At the top of the hill stood a massive pine tree. He felt something stirring within him but shrugged it off. As he reached the hill, he saw an arching path that read, Camp Half-Blood. He smiled, thinking he was in the right place, and walked in to find a man with the lower half of a horse and the upper body of a man. Welcome, Demi-God, to Camp Half-Blood. It's rare to see one at this age, but I'm glad you've made it this far, he said kindly. My name is Chiron. What is your name, Demi-God? He asked as other children gathered, surprised to see one of their kind at such a young age. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I come from the elemental nations in the land of fire, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. Chiron appeared puzzled. Not many gods have been there. Only a select few are allowed due to the Shinto god's desire to keep them separate. Now, I must ask if you know your divine parent, he inquired, stroking his beard. Naruto nodded. My father is my mother. She brought me here after I completed something in my home realm, he explained, and 5 symbols appeared above his head, astonishing everyone with the number of claims and their identities. Above his head floated a large holographic pink peacock feather, beneath which was a bronze and fire home, a green vine wrapped around a tree, and a dark brown hammer striking an anvil. Above the peacock feather was a silver crescent moon surrounded by a laurel of flowers. Chiron gasped, Hail, Naruto Uzumaki! Son of Hera, goddess of marriage, grandson of Hestia, goddess of family and home, great-grandson of Demeter, goddess of harvest and agriculture, and great-great-grandson of Hephaestus, god of forge and fire, and betrothed to Artemis, goddess of the moon and childbirth. His exclamation surprised everyone, including Naruto and the Bijou. Wow, Naruto-chan is powerful, Matatabi purred with a smile. Shikaka grinned, heck yeah. I'm glad we chose to stay with him. He's practically a god with all those relatives, he said as the others nodded in agreement. Naruto gazed at the glowing symbols. Who knew there were so many, he remarked with a smile. He looked around to see the reactions when he felt someone radiating pure rage. He spotted a boy around 14 years old, with straight pale blonde hair and a scar beneath his right eye. He wore a calm expression, but the hatred directed at Naruto was palpable. Be careful of that boy, Naruto, Yuki warned. He has an ancient aura about him, as if he made a deal with something, Son Goku noted cautiously. Naruto nodded, deciding to remain silent. He turned to Chiron. So, where will I stay? He asked with a smile. In Olympus, Hera sat on her throne, smiling because her son had arrived at the camp, but she winced at her husband's protests. How dare you have a child, Hera? Zeus shouted. She looked at him firmly. I did not deceive you. I became mortal and lived a life as Kushina Uzumaki, giving birth to my son Naruto. When my mortal form died, I regained all my divine memories. I do not regret for a second having my son. He saved his realm from two beings stronger than Typhon and endured a difficult childhood, yet he still became a hero, she stated, her tone making Zeus shrink back in fear. He cleared his throat. Fine, but Hestia still broke her vow, he said, glancing at Hestia, who was tending to the hearth. She shook her head. Brother, you are mistaken. I am still a virgin. My son Minato was born of mixed blood, though I did not know he had such a significant demigod lineage, she explained, looking at the others. Demeter and Hephaestus shrugged. There are no rules stating we cannot have children with other demigods, Hephaestus remarked, fiddling with an invention. Demeter nodded in agreement. Yes, though I am surprised by the betrothal to Artemis, she said, glancing at her. Yes, sister. Why are you engaged to him? Apollo asked, confused that his sister found someone and never mentioned it. Artemis nodded. I helped Hera conceive while she was mortal. She had a beast sealed within her that made her infertile, so I blessed her to become fertile with one condition, that he would be betrothed to me, she explained wholeheartedly. I must say, he is a great man with a pure heart. Throughout his life, he has risked his life to save others and understands that women are equal if not superior to men in many ways, she said with a warm smile, having truly fallen for him as she watched his life unfold. He had a strong will throughout all his challenges. Zeus glared fiercely, declaring that Artemis could not marry the humble demigod. Artemis and Hera fixed their intense gazes on him, calmly questioning why not, which made him sweat nervously. Poseidon teased his brother, pointing out that the young man had approximately 93.7% divine blood in his veins. With a blessing or two from a god, he could easily ascend to full godhood. Even if he were to perish, he would simply become a god from all that divine blood. Poseidon glanced at Hera and Artemis, who nodded in agreement. He continued, noting the young man's loyalty, as his mother had brought him there, indicating she believed in him. Hera responded with a playful jab at Zeus, saying that at least Poseidon was smart compared to her paranoid husband, which made Zeus flush with anger, only to pale at the threatening look from his wife. Aphrodite exclaimed with excitement, thrilled that Artemis had found love, and she was eager to know more about the young man who had captured Artemis's heart. Hera smiled and snapped her fingers, revealing a real-time image of her son. The only noticeable difference was the bronze streaks in his hair and the copper and silver flecks in his eyes, resembling a pool of water with coins at the bottom. Aphrodite gushed, calling him a heartthrob, but was quickly silenced by Hera and Artemis, who insisted that no one would touch her fiancé. Curious, Hera asked Artemis how her hunters had reacted to him. Artemis explained that they had accepted him after she shared memories of caring for him. They respected his strength and will, trusting him for his selfless protection of others. This made Hera smile with pride. Artemis then mentioned that she needed to leave if the meeting was over, as she had things to give her fiancé before he left the camp. Hermes, confused, asked why the young man would leave the camp. Artemis explained that he was a shinobi and wouldn't enjoy being confined there, as he could easily defend himself against any minor monsters that might attack. Ares raised an eyebrow, inquiring if a shinobi was like a ninja. Hera confirmed this, adding that he preferred the title of shinobi because he could use a combination of physical and spiritual energy in the form of chakra, allowing him to wield all elements, along with her incredible strength, surpassing even Hercules. Zeus mockingly warned that he would be watching over his son, and if any of his minions were sent after him, Hera threatened to take drastic measures, her tone making Zeus gulp in fear. Turning to Artemis, Hera asked her to tell her son that she loved him and would see him soon, urging her to keep him safe. Artemis smiled and nodded before heading to her hunters to explain everything before going to the camp. 2 days later at Camp Half-Blood, the young man expressed his frustration at not knowing where he would stay. For the past 2 days, he had been in the big house, as others called it, due to the confusion surrounding his heritage. He couldn't stay in his mother's cabin, which had a sign featuring a chibi version of Kushina that read, "I'm renovating for my darling," making him chuckle. Chiron sighed, informing him that he had just received a letter from Lady Artemis instructing him to stay in her cabin. He suggested saying a prayer for permission, as it was known that she could be protective of her space. The young man nodded and walked away, feeling indifferent about having a fiancée. In a way, it made him happy that someone wanted to marry him, but he wanted to meet her first before proceeding, as he didn't want a loveless marriage. As he approached the cabin, he noticed campers watching him again. Since his claim, they had been wary of him, considering his 93% divine heritage. They had started giving him nicknames like the Prince of Demigods, the Demi-Deidad, the Near-God, and even the Male Hunter. While he didn't mind the names, he disliked the stares. He arrived at the silver cabin, which looked beautiful. Placing his hands on the door, he silently prayed for permission to enter and use it as a place to rest. As he finished, the doors opened, and flowers bloomed near the entrance. He chuckled to himself, thinking it was a clear sign of approval, and bowed slightly before stepping inside, unsure of the customs but hoping he wouldn't offend anyone. Inside, he was amazed by the cabin's beauty. It smelled fresh and outdoorsy. The floor resembled grass, the walls were olive green adorned with silver vines, and names were etched into them, presumably belonging to her hunters. The beds had olive green blankets with silver sheets, and there was a bathroom at the end with showers. As he looked around, he noticed a door with his mother's symbol above it. Approaching it, he saw a note pinned to the door. "Dear Naruto, I hope you enjoy my cabin. You are the first man to enter. As the claim states, you are my fiancé. I have watched your life to see if you are worthy, and I must say you are the only man deserving of me. You care more for your precious people than for yourself. You have achieved something no one else has. Peace. The only rules I have are to respect my hunters when they are here and to be careful when entering and exiting the cabin. Do not disturb the beds outside your room. I cannot wait to meet you in person. I need to give you some gifts. Enjoy my cabin and be respectful, although I know you will be. With love, your fiancée, Artemis." Kurama smiled at the letter, pleased that Naruto finally had someone who wanted to be with him. Naruto nodded as he entered his room, which was similar to the other one, except that the bed was larger and there was a desk with a picture of his mother, both in her form as Kushina and her more divine appearance. She had bronze hair and warm eyes, wearing a cream-colored dress that made her look charming. He smiled and hung his sage cloak on the back of the chair, leaving his storage scroll on the desk. He felt a sense of happiness in his room and stepped outside, smiling as he thought, "Thank you, Artemis." A melodious voice responded from behind him, causing him to jump in surprise. He turned to see a girl about his age with reddish-brown hair cascading down her back, bangs slightly covering her cheeks, and bright silver eyes. Her lips were a light pink, full and curved in a smile. She wore an olive green top with a silver parka and olive green jeans. A silver tiara adorned her forehead, and a silver bow and quiver rested on her back. He stared at her in awe. She was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. Her laughter was enchanting, and she teased him about the effect she had on him, her cheeks slightly flushed beneath her hair. He shook off his surprise and stammered, unsure if he should address her formally. She smiled happily and turned around, pleased that he recognized her so easily. As he gazed at her, he thought to himself how lucky he was to have such a stunning fiancée. Kurama commented on his good fortune with a smile. Naruto shook his thoughts away and bowed slightly to Artemis, apologizing for not realizing it was her. She placed a hand on his shoulder, expressing that he didn't need to bow, as he was to be her husband, and encouraged him to call her Artemis. He stood up, rubbing the back of his neck, and asked her what brought her to visit. She laughed, explaining that she wanted to give him some gifts before he likely left the camp. He chuckled, guessing that his mother had noticed. She nodded and presented him with a compass the size of his fist. She explained that it would lead him to 4 different locations. The silver arrow pointed to her, the blue arrow to her Lieutenant Zoe, the green arrow to her hunters, and the golden arrow indicated a god or a sacred area, warning him to be cautious in those places. All he had to do was hold the compass and think of the arrow he desired. As she demonstrated, the arrow turned blue, displaying Zoe Nightshade 2,188 miles west of Yellowstone National Park. She further explained that if he ever lost it, he could simply say, "I wish to be directed to my dear," and it would return to his pocket. However, she cautioned that if he arrived at her hunt while she was there, it would indicate he was ready to marry her. With a slight blush, she added one last thing. Taking his left hand, she kissed his ring finger, and a pure silver ring appeared on it. She explained that it was a token of their commitment, granting him great skill with a bow and arrow and the ability to communicate with animals like her. It would also prevent him from becoming infatuated with any other woman except her. She emphasized that only they could remove it, wishing he would keep it on always, and turned away, hiding her deep blush, feeling embarrassed for having kissed him. He smiled as he inspected the gifts she had given him, expressing his gratitude for the lovely tokens. He assured her that he would keep them close, which made her blush even more, as she had never received such appreciation from a man before, and being the first made it all the more embarrassing. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and told him that his mother wanted him to know she loved him, urging him to stay safe and that she would see him soon. As she walked past him, he turned around only to find she had vanished. He smiled and kissed the ring, promising Artemis that he wouldn't make her wait too long to marry him. The next day, he sat with his legs dangling off the dock, wearing black shorts and a dark orange short-sleeve shirt, along with the necklace Tsunade had given him. Oddly, the contact with the water bothered him slightly, possibly due to the fact that two of his divine relatives were closely tied to fire. He sighed, looking up at the sky, which seemed to be stormy around the borders. He recalled how a boy had appeared the day before after defeating the Minotaur. The camp felt dull, and he was ready to leave, though he wanted to explore a bit more. He turned when he heard someone approaching. It was a girl with wavy blonde hair and gray eyes, seemingly trying to understand him. She greeted him with a smile as she sat beside him and introduced herself as Annabeth Chase. He nodded in acknowledgement, stating his name, Naruto Uzumaki, even though she likely already knew. He glanced at the lake, noticing two girls waving at him, raising an eyebrow but not caring much. She remarked that his name sounded Japanese, jotting something down in a small notebook. He sighed, looking at her, unsure of what she meant by Japanese. He pointed out that her name was also unusual, which made her frown slightly, but she quickly dismissed it. "Well, I suppose I am the daughter of Athena," she said. He nodded, noting that she had her mother's eyes, which piqued her curiosity. "The blessing of my mother?" he confirmed. "Yes, apparently if I see something related to a god or goddess, I can gain knowledge about them from it," he explained, causing Annabeth's mind to race with ideas. "Well, how do you like the camp?" she asked, hoping he had enjoyed it. He groaned, expressing his boredom. "It's so dull. I'm definitely leaving later today," he said as he stood up. You can't leave," she replied, concern evident in her voice. He shook his head. "Yes, I can. I already have permission from my mother and my fiancée. I was planning to leave before I was told I could. I've always been one to travel," he said, stretching as he began to walk away. "That's not a wise decision," she remarked, following him. He chuckled at her wordplay. "Well, it's certainly not a heated one," he replied with a smirk, feeling the warmth from Hestia and Hephaestus within him. She wiped the sweat from her brow, trying to regain focus. "Well, why don't you decide after joining my team to capture this?" she started, but he interrupted her by turning around. "No, I'm not one to play with children. I'm a warrior who has fought in battle. I would end up killing too much and getting bored," he said as he walked toward his cabin. Annabeth sighed, realizing he was a demigod from a powerful house who could have helped her win and possibly secure a mission. She needed to find Grover. He had a knack for befriending stubborn demigods. That boy Percy was proof enough, as he had returned with him just yesterday. Chapter 2. Naruto smiled in his room, currently wearing his sage cloak, which had somehow been altered to display the symbols of his mother and his fiancée around the collar. He had his storage scroll sealed inside and was dressed in a long-sleeved orange shirt and charcoal black jeans, with the senju necklace around his neck. He picked up his compass and noted the reading: Artemis, 2,831 miles northwest of Washington. Below it, there was a green and blue, which he assumed indicated he was in the same area as Zoe and the hunters. He wondered when he would marry Artemis. He felt a strong attraction to her. She was truly beautiful and seemed sweet. Perhaps he would find some gods to learn more about Artemis. He had also sealed away all the clothes his mother and Artemis had left here in other seals within the storage scrolls inside his cloak. He stepped outside to see Annabeth arguing with Chiron and Mr. D, who gestured for him to come closer to the hill. He took a sip of his Diet Coke and asked if he was leaving today. Naruto nodded, expressing his desire to explore and learn more about Artemis before their wedding. He respectfully inquired if Mr. D had any information about Lord Dionysus. Mr. D smiled, mentioning that Artemis kept to herself but was wise, loved to hunt, and adored the forests, which suited Naruto well. Naruto looked confused, and Mr. D continued, suggesting that when he had time to open his scroll, there should be something there that would interest him, according to his mother. He advised Naruto to take care, noting that he seemed better than most heroes before walking away. Dionysus, be cautious of Castellan. He has something dark within him, like the spirit of something very sinister. Keep an eye on him, Mr. D said, receiving a subtle nod from Naruto as he walked away. Naruto sighed, relieved to have warned Dionysus. He dusted off his pants and left the camp. Suddenly he heard a young girl's voice calling out to him before feeling someone bump against his back, which didn't affect him at all. He turned around to see a girl around 8 or 9 years old. She had dark brown hair and mocha skin, with bright blue eyes that seemed mismatched. She wore dark brown jeans and a cream long-sleeved shirt. He asked her who she was, confused. She stood up and smiled, revealing a gap where a baby tooth had likely fallen out. My name is Alison Divor, daughter of Hephaestus, and I want to go with you, she said, tucking her long hair behind her ears. Raising an eyebrow, he asked if she was sure, warning her that she would need to pull her own weight. He inquired about her skills. She nodded vigorously, claiming she was good with a war hammer and throwing knives, showing off a small bracelet with a hammer amulet that transformed into a slightly larger mace, especially at the hammer's end. He nodded in approval, deciding they should leave before Annabeth came to bother him more. About joining her team. The girl agreed and followed him. As they reached the street, Alison asked how they would travel. Naruto took a thoughtful pose, admitting he hadn't considered that. Before he could respond, a crack in the ground opened up, revealing flames. When the fire subsided, it unveiled a low-riding Harley-Davidson motorcycle with a sidecar, painted in dazzling bronze. He smiled, pointing it out and saying someone was looking out for them while showing her a note. He opened the note and read it aloud. Dear Sochi, I asked my son Hephaestus to create this for you. He was more than happy to do so, sensing that his daughter Alison would join you. You will never run out of gas, and as long as you have the key, which is enchanted to return to your pocket, the motorcycle will always reappear in perfect condition. Additionally, mist will conceal you from mortals, so you won't have to worry about speed limits. But be careful. Inside the sidecar is a stronger war hammer for Alison, which she will need to train to wield fully. It will also transform into a headband for her, along with a set of 12 throwing knives that convert into a necklace. I also know you are looking for gods to learn about Artemis. If I were you, I would first head to Florida and then to Las Vegas. Poseidon and Apollo would be your best options for conversation. Please stay safe, my son, and be cautious of monsters or possibly my other son, Ares. Hera and Hephaestus. He smiled, telling Alison that her dad sounded like a great guy as he handed her the necklace and headband. She put them on, and the headband swept her long hair away from her face, revealing dark freckles on her cheeks. He tossed her a helmet and put one on himself. Grabbing the key, he asked if she was ready to go. She nodded and climbed into the sidecar, asking if he knew how to drive one of these. He smiled and started the engine, glancing at the compass, which pointed to Poseidon, 1,206 miles southwest of Florida. He looked at her, shouting in excitement before speeding off down the road in the direction indicated by the compass. Naruto laughed heartily as Alison screamed. For his first time driving, he felt he was doing quite well, or at least he thought so. He checked the speedometer, which read 110 miles per hour. At this speed, they should reach Florida in about 10 hours, barring any interruptions, and he could always go faster if needed. After 2 hours of laughter and excitement, which Naruto found amusing, Allison had fallen asleep. The road continued peacefully until he spotted a massive lion charging toward them from behind, roaring fiercely. He created a clone to drive and marked a Hieration on the seat, wanting to protect Allison from harm, sensing that this beast was formidable. As it leaped toward him, he channeled a Rasengan and struck it in the face, sending it skidding but causing minimal damage. He noticed that his Rasengan had taken on a golden hue. He shrugged at the sight of his blood. Naruto was warned by Isabu to be cautious, as the lioness seemed capable of taking a beating. He needed to use the new kunai his mother had given him. Nodding, Naruto opened 2 bronze kunai just in time to see the lioness leap towards him. He threw 1 kunai, which effortlessly bounced off her. Matatabi noted that her fur resembled Isabu's shell or Komiai's scales, advising Naruto to strike a soft spot like her eyes or mouth. Naruto summoned 2 clones, sending them forward with 2 Odama Rasengans. They struck the beast in the belly after dodging a blow, sending it flying through the air with the added force. Channeling chakra into his legs, he jumped after it. As it roared in midair, he seized his chance, launching a kunai into its mouth. The kunai pierced the roof of its mouth, resulting in a painful roar before the explosive note detonated, transforming the beast into a shower of golden dust. Naruto remarked to himself that it had been easier than he expected as he picked up the lioness's pelt, sealing it in his pouch. He shifted towards the marker he had left just as he dismissed the clone. Noticing that Allison was still asleep, he smiled, draped the pelt over her like a blanket, and continued on his journey. Meanwhile, Artemis smiled as she sketched the image of the Nemean lion on her ring. She reflected on how her fiancé had easily defeated the beast, indicating that he must be a great warrior. When her lieutenant Zoe entered, she expressed her curiosity about the situation. Artemis shook her head, explaining that her fiancé had surpassed the Nemean lion with ease. Zoe was surprised and asked how he had managed to defeat it. Artemis explained that it seemed he had caused it to explode in some manner, showing Zoe the representation on her ring. Zoe's eyes widened in awe, expressing her anticipation to meet Naruto and possibly train with him. Artemis affirmed that he would love to train, having done so with others in his homeland before the war. Zoe then inquired about their destination, and Artemis gestured to Naruto just as he placed the Nemean lion's pelt over the sleeping girl in his sidecar, which made her smile even more. She could see her compass indicating that he was heading towards Florida with a son of Hephaestus, whom Hera had mentioned was looking after her during her travels. Artemis hoped that when they eventually met, they could recruit her as a hunter. 5 hours later, Naruto and Allison had enjoyed their journey to Florida, even making a pit stop for food and a well-deserved break despite having to deal with some hellhounds. He was surprised to have defeated the Nemean lion, which was said to be very difficult to kill, but he brushed it off. They parked outside the docks and dismounted from the motorcycle. Allison nervously asked if Poseidon was nearby, eager to approach one of the 3 greats. Naruto nodded, storing the key and grabbing his compass, which pointed straight ahead. He confirmed that Poseidon should be able to help him, as he needed information about Artemis. As they walked along the dock, they encountered a man in khaki shorts and a Hawaiian shirt, sporting a nice tan, tousled long hair, and a wide beard. He exuded an aura of pure power along with the scent of the ocean. The man was fishing until he noticed them and turned with a smile, greeting Naruto as the son of his sister. Naruto acknowledged him with a bow, addressing him as Lord Poseidon. The god laughed heartily, telling Naruto to relax and to just call him Uncle P or something similar. Naruto nodded, stating he had a request. Poseidon indicated that he knew Naruto wanted to learn more about his niece Artemis and asked what he wished to know while casting his line, keeping an eye on them. Naruto smiled and asked about her likes and dislikes. Poseidon responded that she loved her hunters as if they were her own children, had a fondness for wolves and deer, and enjoyed steak from hunted animals. He noted that she was not fond of her brother to some extent, nor of those who flirted with her hunters or acted poorly towards women. He added that she seemed to like Naruto a lot, blushing every time she was mentioned. As Poseidon pulled up a large fish and released it, he shifted into a serious demeanor, warning Naruto that if he ever harmed Artemis, he would face dire consequences, god or not. Allison grew nervous, but Naruto bowed deeply, promising that he would treat Artemis as the most important person in his life. Poseidon chuckled, expressing his approval of Naruto and patting his back. He assured Naruto that he would do well with Artemis, who had chosen a good guy. As Poseidon returned his trident to a fishing rod, Allison visibly relaxed. He mentioned that Naruto was heading to Las Vegas next and advised him to keep an eye out for his son Percy, describing him as having green eyes and black hair, making him easy to spot. Percy watched as Naruto nodded in acknowledgement, mentioning that he had arrived at the camp a few days after him and would certainly keep an eye out. Poseidon smiled and snapped his fingers, causing a blue glow to envelop both Naruto and Allison. He blessed them for their journey across the seas, reminding them not to abuse his gift. Naruto and Allison bowed respectfully, expressing their gratitude before stating that it was best to leave for Las Vegas. Poseidon wished them luck, advising Naruto not to keep Artemis waiting. As they approached the motorcycle, Allison climbed on, still trembling from the encounter. She remarked that Poseidon was much more relaxed than she had expected, despite his power. Naruto agreed, reminiscing about the old Hokage with a nostalgic smile. He pulled out his compass, focused on their destination, and declared that they were heading to Las Vegas, 2,346 miles northwest. After putting on his helmet and starting the motorcycle, he assured Allison they would find a hotel along the way. She nodded, smiling, enjoying the road trip. Meanwhile, Hera smiled as she watched her son depart. She appreciated how kind Poseidon had been to him, especially considering the importance of treating Artemis well. Her son had responded with respect and confidence, even taking care of Allison, keeping her warm during the night and protecting her from danger. Zeus, on the other hand, was displeased with how easily he had defeated a beast, claiming it was too dangerous, which resulted in a noticeable bump on his head. He knew he would eventually encounter Percy Jackson and his quest to retrieve his husband's lightning bolt, and he wondered what that would be like, deciding he would keep a watchful eye. Naruto and Allison had stopped at a charming little hotel in Texas. Allison was asleep, wrapped in the skin of the Nemean lion, which she had initially resisted until Naruto playfully insisted it was for her safety. She smiled and embraced him, and he returned the hug before settling down for the night. Naruto meditated on the hotel room floor, attempting to absorb the energy of nature, though he found it challenging due to the less dense forests compared to his realm. It took him twice as long to enter Sage mode. After releasing the energy and returning to normal, he retrieved the storage scroll Tsunade had given him, eager to see its contents. He opened it to find the summoning contract for toads along with other scrolls. One was a summoning contract for lions, peacocks, and hawks, accompanied by a note that read, "Don't worry, my son. The toads approved your signature on numerous contracts, and these animals are connected to my sacred creatures. Be respectful as I know you will. With love, your mother." He smiled, deciding to sign them later. Among the scrolls, he also found jutsu for fire, wind, earth, water, and lightning. Since he had begun to HRSS the bijou, his elemental abilities had expanded, allowing him to use them with ease, along with magnetism, lava, acid, ink, blue fire, and steam. He could summon wings from Chomei, which were more practical than donning a full cloak just for flying. One scroll puzzled him greatly, Mokutan, or would release. He picked up the note and read, "Dear son, I know this confuses you, but don't worry. Your connection with Demeter has granted you Mokutan. I personally asked Tsunade to include the scrolls of the first Hokage, and she gladly obliged. She has given you her necklace, and now you possess the power of the Senjus. Contact the Hawks if you encounter any issues, as their last summoner was Hashirama Senju. I wish you the best in your training. I know you will excel. Love, your mother." Feeling happy, Naruto reflected on how much his mother had helped him since arriving in this realm, providing gifts and support with Artemis. He longed to meet her in person, to embrace her as he had in his mental landscape, but he understood she was busy as the Queen of Olympus, making him anticipate their meeting even more. Stepping outside, he summoned hundreds of clones and instructed them to create copies of the scrolls. He organized them into groups, directing 500 to split into 5 groups of 100 to practice each element while 200 focused on Mokuton. Once completed, he planned for them to disperse into smaller groups to avoid overwhelming himself, as he needed rest before continuing their journey. The next morning, he awoke refreshed, pleased to see that the clones had made significant progress with the techniques from the scrolls. He intended to sign the contracts upon reaching Las Vegas or shortly after. Allison expressed her gratitude for the food and was pleasantly surprised when Naruto asked her to create gauntlets to enhance her strength. She appreciated the opportunity, feeling like the youngest and smallest in her cabin back home, often treated as the weak link. Although she wasn't like her brothers, she enjoyed tinkering with inventions. As they prepared to leave for Las Vegas, they mounted the motorcycle and set off. Allison, wrapped in the lion's skin, played with metal, occasionally asking Naruto for fire, which he readily provided. The journey was smooth, interrupted only by a few Stymphalian birds that Allison easily dispatched with flaming throwing knives, melting through their metallic skin. She collected the numerous metal feathers they left behind to assist with her gauntlets, determined to make her first major creation impressive, especially since her friend would be using them. The road was going well until something collided with their side. Naruto reacted swiftly, using his shinobi reflexes to grab Allison, preventing her from falling off the motorcycle as they continued on their path. Fortunately, his sage cloak was sealed on his wrist since it was too hot for him to wear it. He looked at Allison and asked if she was okay. She nodded, gripping tightly to the gauntlet she was working on in a moment of shock. He placed her gently on the ground and wrapped her in lion skin before turning to see what had struck them: a giant bronze bull with bright red eyes and pure silver horns. He thought to himself that it was a Colchian bull, likely driven mad since Hephaestus was its creator. As the bull stared at him, it scraped the ground, signaling a charge. The bull lunged at him, aiming its horns. Naruto focused chakra into his feet while extending his hands to grab the horns, stopping the charge. The bull shook its head, trying to break free. Naruto released one hand and concentrated all his strength into a single punch, striking the bull on the forehead and sending it flying backward, leaving a massive dent and destroying one of its eyes. The bull got back up and charged again, only to be met with another powerful blow that knocked it sideways after another stumble. Naruto formed hand signs and slammed his hands against the ground, unleashing a massive water geyser that erupted beneath the bull, turning it into a shower of golden dust. As the water receded, he saw the bull's head intact, its horns still shining silver, along with scattered pieces of its body. He collected the fragments and sealed them while opening an orange button to replace his damaged shirt. He approached Allison, who was still trembling as he held her close. He reassured her that there was no need to be afraid, as he would always be there to protect her. Allison hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face, the fear from the encounter still overwhelming her. After a few minutes, he called for his bike and repaired it while handing Allison pieces of the bull and its head. She was excited to use the parts, knowing they could help make the gauntlets fire-resistant. They continued on to Las Vegas without further interruptions. Artemis smiled again upon seeing the representation of a crushed bull engraved on her ring. Her fiancé had defeated a Colchian bull with his bare hands. She watched a recording while Hera ensured she saw everything. She noted how he prevented the girl from getting hurt and made sure she was safe before engaging in battle. He truly cared for others before himself. She thought to herself that he would be an incredible husband. They arrived in Las Vegas ahead of schedule, finding the concealment through the mist very useful. He glanced at his compass, which pointed toward the Lotus Hotel. He created a clone, impacting Allison with his presence. He explained that he had a bad feeling about the casino and instructed her to stay put, assuring her that his clone possessed all his powers but would disappear with a single blow. He advised her to stab a marker into the ground if she needed anything. She nodded, continuing her work while keeping the skin tightly wrapped around her, still shaken from the encounter. As Naruto entered the casino, he heard a voice that did not belong to the bijou speaking in his mind, warning him to be careful and not to eat anything there. The voice, resembling his mother's, reassured him that the bijou would protect him. He nodded and silently thanked his mother. Kurama explained that the place was projecting a giant illusion over everyone. Kokuo expressed concern for him. He calmed them, promising to be cautious. Following his compass, he spotted a man with sandy blonde hair, wearing tight jeans and a cinnamon-colored shirt. The man greeted him warmly, introducing himself as the fiancé of his sister and expressing relief that he hadn't brought Hephaestus's daughter into the casino. He noted that Naruto's divine blood and his mother's blessing kept him safe from the place's effects. Naruto nodded and followed the man, who introduced himself as Apollo, to a terrace overlooking the city. Apollo expressed deep concern for his sister, revealing that she was all he had since their mother was imprisoned and rarely seen. He warned Naruto that if he ever harmed his sister in any way, he and his uncle would make him suffer, regardless of Hera's feelings. He shared a past incident where he had to protect her from Orion, who had tried to harm her and her hunters. Apollo looked Naruto in the eyes, demanding that he treat his sister with the respect she deserved. Naruto nodded and bowed, assuring Apollo that he would never harm her, preferring death over hurting someone close to him. Apollo smiled, his serious demeanor fading, and expressed his belief that Naruto would be great for her. He advised Naruto to travel a bit more and perhaps visit the hunters while he kept his sister away from the camp for a while. He handed Naruto a golden shell, instructing him to break it before approaching so he could summon her. Naruto sealed the shell, prompting Apollo to whistle in approval. Apollo inquired if this was a luxury shinobi ability, and Naruto confirmed it. Apollo smiled, suggesting he might teach Naruto some skills in the future. He then asked what Naruto wanted to know about his sister. Naruto smiled, expressing that he simply wanted to know how she was, not wanting to step on any toes. Apollo smiled back, revealing that she loved challenges and was very protective of her hunters, willing to do anything to keep them safe. He reminisced about their childhood, recalling how she always looked out for him and their mother. His favorite colors were silver and green, so if anyone had a gift idea, they should keep that in mind. With a smile, he stood up and walked away, disappearing around the corner. Naruto smiled as he moved forward, soon encountering a boy with black hair, a girl with blonde hair, and what appeared to be a satyr. He recognized the girl as Annabeth and the boy as Percy. He greeted Percy with a smile, mentioning that his father had asked him to keep an eye on him, knowing he would literally run into him. He helped Percy to his feet and introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki, son of Hera, cautioning Percy not to ask how long that story was. He explained that he was supposed to help Percy a bit in exchange for information about his fiancée, gesturing to his ring. Percy looked confused, turning to Annabeth, who appeared upset, while Grover seemed on the verge of fainting. The term fiancée puzzled him. Naruto confirmed that it was indeed Artemis, the goddess of the moon, and reiterated that he didn't want to delve into the details. He urged them to leave quickly, as time flowed differently in that place, and he had a friend waiting outside. Annabeth, clearly annoyed, questioned why he had left the camp. Naruto sighed, explaining that he wasn't one to stay in a boring camp and had gone to visit some gods for information. He mentioned having seen Poseidon and Apollo, which brought a smile to his face but made Annabeth fume with anger. Grover was astonished, asking if that was true. Naruto confirmed it, sharing that both gods had threatened him not to harm Artemis, assuring Grover that he would never do such a thing, which made Grover smile and nod in relief. As they stepped outside, they found Allison frowning, exclaiming that he had been gone for 5 hours. Naruto laughed, explaining that time passed differently there, and surprised everyone by dismissing his clone. He turned to the group, informing them that they needed to leave since the solstice was in 1 day, handing them a newspaper. Annabeth looked worried and asked if he could take them with him. Naruto shook his head, explaining that there were only 2 seats, and Allison would be taking one for the foreseeable future. He playfully ruffled her hair while she pouted. Annabeth suggested they take a taxi instead, calling one for them. She smiled at Percy, wishing him to stay safe as she entered the vehicle and drove away. Turning to Allison, he asked if anything interesting had happened while he was gone. She shook her head, and he inquired about their next destination. Shrugging, he mentioned that Artemis had said he would have to marry her if he went to the camp while she was there. Since she would be leaving for the solstice, he thought he might be able to speak with the hunters. Looking at his compass, he noted that it pointed to Zoe Nightshade, indicating she was 774 miles northwest in Oregon, with a green dot beneath her name. He thought of Silver and realized she was already in Olympus. Deciding they should head to the hunter's camp in Oregon, he put on Allison's helmet as she focused on her creation. With a smile, he started the car, hoping the hunters would like him. End of chapter. There was plenty of action in this chapter, including encounters with the Nemean lion and the Colchian bull. Naruto also met Poseidon and Apollo, who both issued threats. Annabeth was acting this way because she wanted the mission, but she would calm down later in the story. She would also meet the hunters soon, which promised to be fun. Remember to stay tuned for the next chapter. Chapter 3. Naruto and Allison drove toward Oregon, eager to learn more about Artemis. Allison held the golden shell that Apollo had given him. The solstice was approaching, and they were no more than an hour away from Zoe, but it seemed that Artemis was still far from the camp. He parked the motorcycle and said to Allison that they were close, but she should remain alert since he was entering their camp. He took out his compass, and Allison followed him, still wrapped in her skin as she finished putting on a glove. Naruto grasped the shell and sent a silent prayer, asking Apollo to keep Artemis occupied for a while as he visited the camp and the hunters, as he wasn't ready for marriage yet. He stepped on the shell, and when it broke, a golden flash appeared before fading away. He looked down to see the words written in the ground, "You have 6 hours until she returns." He smiled, interpreting it as a sign from Apollo, and headed toward the hunter's camp, only to dodge 3 silver arrows. A voice shouted, demanding to know who dared to enter the camp of Artemis's immortal hunters. Naruto bowed and introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki, son of Hera, legacy of Hestia, Hephaestus, and Demeter, as well as the betrothed of Lady Artemis. He expressed his desire to enter the camp to speak with Lieutenant Zoe Nightshade and the hunters in a respectful tone. Gasps of astonishment filled the clearing as he looked up to see several girls in similar attire bowing to him. Confused, he asked why they were all bowing. One hunter, with olive skin and dark hair adorned with a silver circlet, explained that it was because he was the betrothed of Lady Artemis, and they hadn't realized it was him. He noticed his compass was pointing directly at her and asked if she was Zoe Nightshade. She looked surprised and nodded, bowing again. Naruto sighed, requesting that they refrain from bowing or calling him Lord, saying that just Naruto would be fine, which caused some hunters to appear concerned. Zoe asked if he was sure, and he nodded in affirmation. He then inquired about Artemis, hoping to get some archery tips, feeling that she wanted him to excel in that skill. Zoe agreed to help him and smiled, explaining that Lady Artemis had watched over him throughout his life to ensure he was worthy and was very impressed, just like the rest of the hunters. It was an honor to train him. Naruto nodded and turned to Allison, asking what she wanted to do while he trained. She shrugged, saying she would work on his gauntlets if he could leave her a clone. He nodded and created a clone for her as they settled near the fire. He smiled at Zoe, ready for her guidance, and she led him to the archery range. As they walked, he asked how Artemis was with her and the hunters. He noticed some hunters gathering around his clone, engaging in conversation, while others followed him and Zoe. Zoe smiled, explaining that Artemis was like a mother and sister to them, protecting and caring for them while teaching them to defend themselves. She had been with Lady Artemis for over 2,000 years and welcomed mortals and demigods to her hunt. Naruto nodded, expressing that it sounded very nurturing and devoted. He was glad that she provided the girls with a home and cared for all of them. Zoe nodded as they arrived at the archery range. She trained him for an hour or two, complimenting him on how well he wielded a bow for someone who had never used one before. Naruto thanked her for her help, returning the bow she had lent him. She shook her head, explaining that Lady Artemis had given her that bow to pass on to him if he ever visited. It was enchanted, and so was the quiver. The fired arrows would eventually return. Naruto smiled, slightly bowing, and sent a silent prayer of gratitude to Artemis. He wished for the items to transform, and the bow became a silver bracelet adorned with a silver moon, while the quiver turned into a wolf head amulet. He smiled and turned to Zoe, expressing his desire to give something to everyone and asked her to call the hunters to the main area. Zoe looked confused but nodded, running to gather her fellow hunters. knowing that the betrothed of Lady Artemis was offering a gift, which surely would be significant. She gathered them and led them to the campfire, where Naruto was seated with those who had been there earlier. He turned to her, asking if everyone was present. The hunters nodded, and one asked what he wished to give them. Naruto chuckled, reminding them not to call him Lord. He explained that in his world, everyone was born with chakra, but it seemed no one here had it. Fortunately, he could share his chakra with others using the mark on his right hand and his own chakra, which was nearly infinite, especially since he could convert bijou chakra into his own. Even with so many hunters, he wouldn't exhaust himself or any of the bijou, as all he needed to do was activate his network, which would flourish in Artemis's presence. He also mentioned that he would provide copies of his scrolls, including some he had written for various elements, as well as the Rasengan and Shadow Clone techniques. He requested that they not share this chakra with anyone else. If they gained more hunters, once Artemis received the chakra, the new hunter would also gain it, but if they left the hunt, it should disappear as well. The hunters nodded in understanding. He placed his hands in a familiar sign and summoned as many clones as there were hunters. He explained that he would leave chakra test papers. They only needed to channel their chakra through the paper, and it would reveal their elemental affinities. He pointed to a large storage scroll filled with copies of scrolls and notes for other elemental combinations. The bijou were capable of using all elemental combinations, except for wood release, which they created for others in case they ever needed to teach after the war. Chapter 4. Naruto and Allison had spent a month in a surprisingly clean junkyard. Naruto was training her to use her chakra and increase her reserves. Now, she had high-level genin reserves, and her elements were fire and earth, resulting in lava, which Son Goku was helping her learn to control. Allison had a natural talent for enhancing her strength, making it easier to wield her warhammer. Currently, she was training with a clone while Naruto practiced with his new gauntlets. She discovered she could perform something similar to the flying swallow technique, sending chakra claws that unleashed blades with each strike. This also helped her strength become more manageable and powerful. The claws reminded her of when she first tapped into Kurama's chakra, causing her to grow claws, so she instinctively knew how to fight with them. The lion form was quite destructive but challenging to control at first. She learned to make the lion head smaller with a mental command and could even enlarge them mid-flight. She also found a way to fire a Rasengan from the mouths of the lions, but she was working on stabilizing it before launching to ensure its power. She named it Lion's Roar, Rasengan Cannon, which unleashed a great flame Rasengan with a burst of wind chakra, making the flames even more potent. The bull form was incredibly powerful since she was already skilled in using iron sand and lightning chakra. She enjoyed creating 6 spider-like appendages that attached to her back while channeling lightning through her gauntlets and legs to create a combination of Rasengan and Chidori, which she called Rasendenki. This technique used the iron sand and magnetic pulses to launch like a slingshot. When she tested it by firing it into the sky, she saw a massive dome of electricity form around it, nearly 3 times the size of the Rasen Shuriken explosive dome. She would need to tone it down to use it without destroying a city in the process. In addition to that, she discovered many combinations and attacks to use with the 3 forms of the gauntlets. Naruto smiled as he watched Allison struggle with the second step of the Rasengan. He could see she was close, so all he had to do was encourage her. He asked her where she wanted to go after their training. Taking a break, she looked at him thoughtfully, expressing her desire to return to the camp or perhaps join the hunters, appearing a bit nervous. Naruto responded positively, advising her to keep her abilities hidden if she returned to the camp. He mentioned that if she joined the hunters, they could help her with her chakra, and being near Artemis would enhance her growth even more since she was a full goddess with a network of chakras. He handed her a plate of food, having recently discovered he could conjure food and clean clothes due to being Hestia's son. While this helped him greatly, he sometimes felt the urge to hunt. Allison accepted the plate, looking shocked and asking if he was upset about her wanting to leave. Naruto shook his head, sensing she wouldn't want to stay with him forever. He admitted that traveling with her had been fun and that she had given him the amazing gauntlets he was now wearing. Allison smiled and hugged him, expressing her wish to join the hunters so she could see him again later. He nodded, saying they could head to the hunters soon, but he still had places he wanted to visit, contemplating a trip to the camp to help or find other interesting locations. As they finished their meal and packed their belongings, Naruto thanked Hephaestus for allowing them to stay as they departed. They traveled a mile from the hunter's camp, where Naruto embraced Allison, wishing her safety and encouraging her to train hard, promising they would meet again someday. He wrapped her in the Nemean lion's cloak, which confused her, but he reassured her it was for protection and a farewell gift. He handed her a scroll containing one of the 7 swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, named Kubotawari or Helmet Splitter. He explained that he received the 7 swords from a friend who wanted to keep them safe and had left notes about the fighting style for her to find with pride. He also mentioned he wouldn't keep Artemis waiting much longer. Allison hugged him tightly, promising to make him proud as she waved goodbye. He smiled back, returning her wave until she disappeared from sight, feeling a mix of sadness and happiness for her safety. He hopped on his bike and headed toward the camp to see how things were going. Artemis was training her campers in chakra, as she had been for some time. The campers had a variety of elemental affinities. Some had burns, while others were boiling, but most lacked a secondary affinity. According to Naruto's scrolls, Zoe and Artemis had the rarest affinities. Zoe had ice, while Artemis had wood, making their training challenging. Fortunately, Naruto had left scrolls for both of them. Suddenly, Artemis sensed a presence entering her camp. She approached to find Hephaestus's daughter wearing the lion's skin, looking confused. She asked what Allison was doing there and if Naruto was with her. Allison shook her head, explaining that she had decided to leave Naruto to train with them and become a hunter, mentioning that he wouldn't keep them waiting much longer. Artemis nodded, curious about why he would let her keep the skin. Allison explained that he said it was to keep her safe and to remember him. Feeling proud that Naruto was still looking out for her, Artemis invited Allison to follow her to receive her gear and fulfill her promise. Now, there aren't many daughters of Hephaestus around, but Allison was asked if she wanted to use a bow and arrow. She nodded, expressing her proficiency with throwing knives, but she intended to use them primarily. As she opened the scroll Naruto had given her, a cloud of smoke enveloped her, revealing a large axe and a hefty mace connected by a chain at their grips. The axe and mace were a blend of celestial bronze and mortal steel. Artemis raised an eyebrow, curious about the origins of such a powerful weapon. Allison smiled as she admired the weapons, explaining that Naruto had given them to her as part of a set of 7. She was determined to master them and make him proud. Artemis smiled and nodded, sensing that Allison would enjoy her time there, and led her to her tent. Naruto sighed as he arrived at the camp, contemplating a visit to Dionysus. He planned to spend some time in his cabin, practice archery, and take advantage of the fully equipped training grounds. He dismounted his bike, which was now missing the sidecar. It seemed he could come and go as he pleased, a fact he discovered after receiving a note from Hephaestus thanking him for keeping Allison safe. Walking towards the big house, he ignored the curious glances from the campers. He knocked on the door, revealing Dionysus, who looked confused and asked why Naruto had returned. He gestured for him to follow. Naruto shrugged, explaining that everyone had training fields and an arena for him to practice without worrying too much about being noticed. He also wanted to check if his mother's cabin was ready for him. Sitting at the ping-pong table, he felt at ease. Dionysus nodded, encouraging Naruto to feel free to do as he pleased and not to worry about scaring off some campers, as there were only a few who stayed year-round. He assured Naruto that his mother's cabin was indeed ready, prompting a respectful bow from Naruto, which Dionysus found unnecessary but appreciated. Naruto laughed, acknowledging Dionysus before heading to his mother's cabin. Upon entering, he was greeted by an interior adorned with marble and shades of violet. A peacock stood in one corner, surrounded by grass. The only furniture was a massive bed with a canopy designed to resemble peacock feathers. He noticed an olive green door to the right and opened it, revealing the room he would have in Artemis's cabin. He was glad he could easily move between cabins. Returning to his mother's side, he approached the peacock to pet and feed it, discovering a letter tied around its neck. He carefully removed the letter and opened it. "Dear Sochi, I'm glad you're using my cabin, which means you've returned to camp. I suspect you'll be training, as I know you well enough from watching you. I hope you enjoy my cabin, as I modified it just for you. Please take care of the bird, it can deliver messages between us. Also, remember not to keep Artemis waiting too long, she's eager to marry you, and I would love to have grandchildren. Naruto blushed deeply, causing most of the bijou to chuckle. Be cautious on the road, as I have a bad feeling about what's to come, and I fear you might get caught up in it all. But that's not important. I love you and hope you find happiness. Love, your mom. Naruto composed himself, smiling at the letter. He opened his sage cloak and hung it up, pulling out his main scroll and placing it on the bed before leaving for the training arena. He decided to practice with his bow, hoping to learn how to infuse chakra into his arrows. He had many ideas to experiment with, and thanks to Kami for his regenerative abilities, he felt confident that if things went awry, he would be fine. Hours later, he stood panting in front of a charred and slightly flaming target. He had charged an arrow with so much lightning chakra that it sent a small bolt of lightning into the target, causing it to explode upon impact. He had intended to shoot directly through the target, but progress was progress. Turning around, he noticed Chiron watching him in shock and confusion. Apologizing, Naruto offered to fix the target. Chiron shook his head, expressing that he had never seen anyone with so many elemental powers and such creativity. Naruto nodded, explaining that fighting in a war and gaining new powers helped him discover new attacks. He transformed his bow into a necklace, as his wrists were occupied. Chiron agreed, relieved that not many campers were around, as Naruto's training was quite dangerous. Naruto shrugged and walked past him when he heard the dinner horn. While he might not have participated in all the camp activities, free food was still free food, especially when it didn't cost him any energy. 2 weeks later, Naruto reflected on why he had originally stayed there. It had become quite boring, and he had no idea why he had lingered for so long. All he could really do was train, which he had done extensively. He perfected his lightning shot and even created a wind version he called Streamline Shot, allowing arrows to pierce through the wind without resistance for a perfect shot. He was preparing fire arrows that could cut through metal like butter, an earth arrow capable of piercing metal, and a water arrow that would act like a torpedo. However, he was currently being challenged by a daughter of Ares. If he remembered correctly, her name was Clarice. She had entered the arena determined to test her strength against him. Summoning the spear he received from his mother, he looked at her, questioning if she was sure she wanted to proceed. Naruto spoke about his past victories, mentioning how he had easily defeated a Nemean lion and a Colchian bull, gesturing to the representations of his spear. He was using this as a reference since Clarice also fought with a spear. Clarice nodded, a smile on her face, and expressed her desire to see if he was truly as skilled as he claimed. Naruto sighed and motioned for her to come closer. She accused him of pushing his spear forward too aggressively, allowing him to dodge by pivoting on his left foot. He struck her wrist with the end of his spear, causing her to drop it. He then held both spears near her throat, explaining that she had rushed too quickly, leaving her grip too loose and applying too much power, which resulted in a long delay between her move and her retraction. After returning her spear, he encouraged her to try again. Clarice frowned, questioning if he was calling her weak. Naruto shook his head, assuring her that she was quite skilled, but she was facing someone who had fought against beings beyond her imagination. He advised her to attack with more strategy and encouraged her to keep practicing. After 2 hours of training, Clarice collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Naruto complimented her progress, urging her to continue training and to remember his advice before he prepared to leave. When she asked where he was going, he sighed and explained that he would be departing again, uncertain of when he would return. He mentioned the possibility of marrying Artemis, expressing that it could be enjoyable and that he could still look after the hunters and spend time with Allison, who felt like a little sister to him. Clarice, still on the ground, wished him well, her tone tired, which made Naruto chuckle as he walked toward the great house. Upon arriving, he found Dionysus raising an eyebrow at him. Naruto mentioned his plans to marry Artemis, citing his boredom at the camp. Dionysus laughed, wishing him well and joking about the joys of marriage, leaving Naruto slightly confused but amused. He packed his belongings and summoned Gametori, the daughter of Gamakichi. She was a small green toad with purple markings, shy around Naruto, whom he found adorable. He asked her to inform Artemis that he would be visiting her camp soon and that he was ready. Gamatori stammered her agreement, reminiscent of Hinata, and Naruto thanked her before she hopped away. He chuckled as he sealed his scroll, deciding to wear his sage cloak. He fed the peacock and wrote a letter to his mother about his plans. Leaving the camp without hesitation, he called for his bike. Glancing at the compass that pointed to Artemis, North Carolina, 715 miles southwest, he smiled as he started the bike. Kurama teased him, asking if he had finally made a decision. Naruto nodded, explaining that he didn't want to keep her waiting. Even though Artemis was immortal, he understood that her patience was not infinite. Matatabi playfully commented on his situation, causing him to blush again. Kokuo scolded Matatabi, reminding her that Naruto was too young for such matters. Yuki questioned why Naruto could defeat powerful foes but struggled with adult relationships, only to receive a stern look from Kokuo. Shikaku advised everyone to let Naruto focus on the road, prompting silence among them. Grateful for Shikaku's support, Naruto concentrated on driving. At the Artemis camp, Artemis was flustered and running around, ensuring everything was perfect for Naruto's arrival. Zoe followed her, trying to calm her down, assuring her that Naruto wouldn't mind the camp's appearance. All he needed was a tent, as he could summon clean clothes and food, and his clones could help around the camp. Artemis worried about whether he would like everything, but Zoe reassured her that he would be happy no matter what. Artemis finally calmed down and asked Zoe to take Naruto to her tent upon his arrival, a slight blush on her cheeks. Zoe was excited to have Naruto back, knowing he was an immensely strong and intelligent fighter. Meanwhile, Allison was making good progress with her training, despite having just started. She missed Naruto greatly, but the news of his return filled her with excitement. She had felt the need to let him go, but now she was eager to see him again, especially since she knew he would be marrying Artemis. Naruto parked his bike and took a deep breath. He had faced powerful beings, but the thought of marriage made him nervous. He had never been good with women. Sakura often hit him, Hinata fainted around him, and Cheyenne always seemed to be trying to get him to settle down. Artemis was new to this kind of relationship, so he anticipated some awkward moments, but he was determined to make her comfortable. He had a gift for her, hoping it would help. With the assistance of the frogs and lions, he had found a summoning contract for wolves. He had to defeat the chief summoning, which was as large as Gamabunta, but he was allowed to use Sage Mode, which helped him succeed. The wolf chief agreed to let all the hunters and Artemis sign the contract. With the contract secured, he headed to the camp, where he found Zoe smiling at him. She asked if he had finally decided to marry Lady Artemis, and he nodded, explaining that he had a gift for everyone in the form of a summoning contract. Entering the camp, he was greeted by smiling hunters and a blushing Artemis. He smiled back and presented the large scroll, instructing her to have all the hunters sign it with their blood. This was the wolf summoning contract, and he would send a clone to explain how to summon them. Artemis smiled and nodded, signing it with her golden thumbprint, and the hunters were excited to add their names. Naruto laughed as he summoned a clone to instruct the hunters, leaving him alone with Artemis after she bid farewell to Zoe. He sent Allison a glance that conveyed he would talk to her later. Turning to Artemis, he expressed his readiness to be her husband, requesting only to be treated as an equal and to have the choice of whom to give his swords. Artemis nodded in agreement, stating that the swords belonged to him, and all she desired was his respect and understanding that the hunters were under her command. He could train them, but they would listen to her first. Naruto assured her that he would never take command from her or Zoe, who was her lieutenant. He preferred to think of himself as a sensei for the shinobi arts and promised to treat her with the utmost respect, acknowledging her immense power. Artemis blushed and confirmed that the ceremony would take place in 2 months. Until then, he would have his own tent and assist in the camp with his clones. Naruto agreed, expressing his eagerness to follow her orders and help as much as he could, but he also noted that he wouldn't do everything, as he didn't want the hunters to become lazy. Artemis then mentioned she needed to go to Olympus to inform them about the upcoming ceremony. Naruto nodded, stating he would find his tent and train the hunters. As he arrived, he saw the hunters bonding with their personal summons, which made him chuckle. One of the hunters asked if he was really going to marry Lady Artemis. Naruto confirmed that the ceremony was in 2 months and that he would train them all in the shinobi arts while Artemis remained in command. He noted that she had gone to Olympus for a while, leaving Zoe in charge during their training. The hunters smiled with excitement about the upcoming ceremony. Zoe informed him that they had mastered the basics and were working with the elements. Naruto suggested that they split into their elemental groups, with those possessing dual or secondary elements forming teams to receive assistance from his clones. He also mentioned that those with wind or lightning elements would be taught something fun to do with their arrows, sparking the hunters' interest. He reassured them that he was working on the other elements and asked them to be patient. Meanwhile, Artemis was in a council meeting, nearing its conclusion when she decided to bring up her upcoming ceremony. She blushed as she announced that Naruto was ready to marry her, which made Hera smile and applaud happily while Aphrodite squealed in excitement. Hera expressed her eagerness to help plan the wedding, while Aphrodite insisted she would not participate in any wedding plans. Artemis sighed, asserting that she would have the final say in everything. Apollo and Hermes chimed in with ideas for a bachelor party until they felt the stern gazes of Hera and Artemis, who firmly stated that nothing of the sort would happen. Poseidon chuckled, suggesting that Naruto deserved some sort of celebration, as many minor gods and nature spirits would want to attend, just as they would for Artemis's bachelorette party. Artemis agreed but insisted that she would keep a close watch on Aphrodite. Zeus interjected, stating that he still believed Naruto was unworthy and suggested they test his strength against someone. Hera defended Naruto, reminding Zeus that he had defeated a primordial before. Artemis smiled, confident in Naruto's abilities, and proposed that he face Ares. Zeus agreed, announcing that the match would take place in 2 weeks at their Colosseum, which piqued everyone's interest. Hera asked Zeus if he was sure about this decision, and he confirmed it. With nothing more to discuss, the council meeting concluded, but Hera and Aphrodite took Artemis away to plan the wedding. Back at the camp, Naruto was demonstrating his streamline and lightning shot techniques to the hunters, sharing his plans for the other elements, which excited them. He even assisted many with the Rasengan. Allison was making great progress with Kubawari and her lava element, while she helped Zoe with her ice style by recalling Haku's techniques. Naruto enjoyed teaching the hunters, although he had to turn down a couple who wanted to learn Sage Mode, explaining they were not ready yet. They understood, but it only fueled their eagerness to learn. After a few hours, Artemis returned, looking worried and exhausted. She gathered everyone around the campfire and revealed that her father had decided to test Naruto's power by having him face Ares in 2 weeks. The announcement made the girls smile, and one hunter exclaimed that Naruto would easily defeat Ares, which many agreed with. Naruto chuckled, finding the prospect of facing a god amusing, and joked that he might need to don his bijou cloak for the fight. However, Artemis mentioned that the male gods were planning a party for him, which surprised Naruto but made him laugh. He remarked that he would definitely keep the ring for that occasion, making Artemis smile happily. She then asked how the training had gone. The hunters explained everything they had learned and demonstrated, leaving her very impressed by their ability to form elemental arrows. She would need to ensure he completed the rest of the elements. A week later, Naruto was training the hunters when Apollo appeared behind him and made him vanish. The hunters understood what that meant and informed Artemis, which made her sigh. Shortly after, Aphrodite arrived to take Artemis to her party, leaving Zoe in charge until her return. Naruto sighed while sitting tied to a chair. He would have replaced himself, but his hands were bound. He saw Apollo wearing sunglasses and sporting a broad smile. Apollo exclaimed that it was time to start the party, pulling a rope that dropped a curtain to reveal a woman approaching him. Naruto blushed and shut his eyes, feeling overwhelmed. He protested, expressing that he couldn't do this as it would betray Artemis, struggling against his bindings. Apollo chuckled, telling him to relax, but was interrupted by a loud thud. Poseidon appeared, having stopped Apollo and freed Naruto from the chair. Naruto thanked Poseidon while rubbing his wrist. Poseidon nodded, suggesting they head to the real party. All around, he could see the muses playing music, with gods and nature spirits mingling. He spotted Dionysus stirring punch with a vine, nodding in his direction, while Hermes chatted with Apollo, tossing ping-pong ball into plastic cups. Zeus watched him from the bar as Naruto walked with Poseidon. Poseidon remarked that this was one of the biggest parties they had hosted, especially since it was the bachelor party for Artemis's fiancée. He introduced Naruto to his son Triton, who was his right-hand man in governing the sea, just like his mother Amphitrite. Triton nodded slightly, glancing at his father. Naruto expressed his desire to leave, admitting he never wanted to come in the first place. Poseidon sighed and dismissed his son, apologizing and assuring Naruto that Triton had inherited his attitude from his mother. Naruto felt waves of jealousy from the satyrs, likely due to his impending marriage to Artemis. He frowned upon seeing a muscular man with shoulder-length blonde hair and electric blue eyes, wearing a tight shirt and jeans. The man introduced himself as Hercules, trying to intimidate Naruto with a firm handshake while making a derogatory comment about Artemis. Naruto responded firmly, warning Hercules to watch his words when speaking about his mother and fiancée. He gripped Hercules' hand tightly, causing him to wince in pain as his eyes glowed with a fierce intensity. The atmosphere shifted, and Hercules paled, fainting under the pressure. Poseidon and several others burst into laughter at the sight of the fainted Demi-God. A voice from behind them remarked on how long they had wanted to see that arrogant god put in his place. Turning around, Naruto saw a man with dark ebony hair and pale skin, dressed in a smoky black suit. Poseidon introduced Naruto to Hades, the god of the underworld, who greeted him warmly. Naruto shook Hades' hand, pleased to meet him. They continued to mingle, sharing drinks and even discussing the respect he had shown to Zeus, which earned him a blessing from Hades to enter the underworld. Hephaestus asked Naruto about his gauntlets, and Naruto shared the techniques he had developed, making Hephaestus happy to see his creations being put to good use. Ares glared at him, but a subtle aura of power kept him at bay, allowing the party to continue without incident. After a while, some of the male gods invited Naruto to a poker table. Dionysus asked if he knew how to play, and Naruto replied that he had played a bit with his grandmother, who was not a goddess. The game began, and after a few hands, Naruto managed to win against them all, prompting groans about his incredible luck. They attempted to get him drunk, unaware of the 9 entities within him that would prevent any alcohol from affecting him. Surrounded by Ares, Poseidon, Apollo, Hades, and Hercules, all of whom were now tipsy, Naruto remained perfectly fine. Dionysus laughed heartily, suggesting that once Naruto was free from his constraints, they should have a drinking contest. Naruto accepted, knowing he could not become addicted to alcohol as he had never felt its effects. The party was quite enjoyable, and he wondered how Artemis was faring at her own gathering. Meanwhile, Artemis's party was much quieter, primarily a dinner with the female goddesses. Hecate, Iris, Tyche, and Nike were all present, making it a gathering of significant deities. They watched the bachelor party, laughing when Naruto crushed Hercules' hand. Seeing the men play poker brought smiles to Artemis and Hera, who were aware of Naruto's extraordinary luck. Nike even mentioned it. They observed Naruto drinking without appearing the slightest bit intoxicated, a fact known only to Artemis and Hera, much to Aphrodite's dismay, who had hoped to intoxicate him and take away his ring. The dinner proceeded peacefully, even as Aphrodite attempted to sneak away to the bachelor party. Hera and Artemis discussed Naruto's elemental shots and gauntlet skills, excited about how he had bested Ares. The evening continued with gossip and conversations on various topics. Artemis enjoyed herself, hoping that Naruto did too. The next day, Naruto returned shortly after Artemis. She updated him on dinner while he shared details about his own. When he heard about the incident with the entertainer, he vowed to get back at Apollo, which made Artemis laugh. He looked down, apologizing for being unable to use the substitution technique because his hands were tied. She smiled at his loyalty and gently rubbed his arm, assuring him it wasn't his fault. It was just her brother's foolishness. He looked at her and smiled before embracing her. She quickly blushed, stammered an excuse, and fled, making him laugh just as Zoe had when she witnessed the whole thing. Naruto shrugged and went off to train while his clones handled the tasks he had assigned them. He needed to perfect a technique he was developing, along with other elemental arrow shots. There was only a week left until his fight with Ares, and the clones should give him the boost he needed to make it usable by then. It was the day of the fight, and he stood next to Artemis, who wore a kind smile. She reminded him not to get arrogant, as Ares was the god of war. Naruto nodded, acknowledging her concern. He had a plan and reminded her that as a shinobi, deception was his greatest tool. Artemis nodded and turned to her hunters, instructing them to stay behind while Iris would ensure they could watch. The hunters expressed their disappointment at not being able to be there in person but understood that Naruto's battles tended to be quite destructive. As they arrived at Olympus, Hera watched as Ares prepared his weapons, waiting for her son and Artemis to appear. Zeus stood up, smiling as Hercules arrived with a grin. Hera questioned Zeus about Hercules' presence, sensing something was amiss. Zeus explained that he wanted to ensure the boy could defend Artemis, stating that if Naruto could survive 5 minutes, he could marry her. He believed no one could defeat his 2 sons, and the absence of Hermes, Apollo, and Hephaestus was due to their betrayal. Hera frowned as her son appeared with Artemis, who looked displeased at the sight of Ares and Hercules. She sighed, realizing that Zeus was up to his usual tricks. Artemis was ready to confront her father, but Naruto calmed her, assuring her he could handle it. He expressed that he wanted to prove his worthiness to her father, though he believed she should be the one to decide who was worthy of her. This made her smile, and she kissed his cheek, encouraging him to defeat Ares so they could marry soon. Naruto noticed the gods had drawn their weapons, so he unsheathed Samahata, which intrigued many. The once blue scales of Samahata had transformed into a dull bronze. As he stroked the weapon, it responded with a low purr. He secured it to his back along with his bow and arrows, activating his gauntlets as he faced Ares and Hercules. He knew they were formidable fighters, but he had faith in his abilities. He would not let these fools come between him and the woman he loved. Zeus nodded to Iris as she established connections with the camps and hunters. He had sent Hera to prepare the Roman camp for Artemis's fiancée and how he would face Ares, as she was his patron. Zeus raised his hand, signaling for the fight to begin. Ares charged at him. Naruto ducked, narrowly avoiding Hercules' swing of his kanabo. He leaped into the air, landing low to evade another strike from Ares. With a swift kick to Ares' chest, he sent the god of war sliding backward while Hercules attempted to strike again. Naruto dodged and drew his bow, summoning his special arrows infused with iron sand. He fired several arrows at the 2 gods, intentionally missing a few times. Hercules used his skin to block the arrows, while Ares deflected those that came too close with his sword. Unbeknownst to them, a fine layer of iron sand enveloped them. Hercules smirked, teasing Naruto about being trained by the little Girl Scout, while Ares joined in with a laugh, suggesting Naruto was getting rusty from spending time with those weaklings. Artemis shouted encouragement for Naruto to defeat them, struggling against the grips of Poseidon and Hera. Naruto warned them not to insult those close to him, stating that he could become ruthless. He drew an arrow and infused it with lightning, catching the 2 gods off guard. He shot it into the ground, declaring lightning current. As multiple bolts of lightning surged from arrow to arrow, focusing on Ares and Hercules. Their eyes widened as Ares raised his sword, realizing it was attracting the lightning. He quickly discarded it, while Hercules used his skin to shield himself from the bolts, but they were still caught in the explosion of lightning. Once the light faded, Ares was seen smoldering slightly while Hercules had singed arms and legs. Naruto frowned, acknowledging the god's impressive reflexes as he transformed his bow into a necklace and drew Samahata. He asked his sword if it was ready, and it responded by flexing its scales. Ares smiled and questioned what kind of sword lacked a blade, pulling out a dagger that resembled a short sword. Hercules eyed the weapon with envy, but Naruto shot him a warning glare as Samahata flared its scales in defiance. Naruto chuckled, explaining that the sword didn't cut but rather shaved, appearing before Ares in a flash of yellow, grateful for the Heretian seal on his arrows. Naruto swung Samehada at Ares, who narrowly dodged, causing Naruto to feel a portion of his energy drain away. He leaped back, bewildered by the sudden loss. Naruto explained that Samehada consumed energy and that Ares had plenty to spare. As he blocked the strikes from both gods, he absorbed small amounts of energy with each encounter. He raised Samehada to deflect Ares's attack while stepping aside, allowing Hercules to break through his guard. Ares then kicked him in the stomach, forcing him to drop Samehada. Hercules grinned as he picked up the sword, remarking that someone like Naruto didn't deserve such a beastly weapon. Naruto laughed, warning Hercules to let it go as Ares charged at him. Hercules was confused, asking why he would do that while gripping the sword with both hands. Naruto smiled and delivered a powerful kick to Ares's head, sending the god of war crashing into the wall. He explained that Samehada was very particular about who wielded it, and as numerous spikes erupted from the hilt, they pierced Hercules' hands, forcing him to drop the sword. Naruto then seized the opportunity to strike Hercules in the stomach with Samehada, sending him flying toward Ares. Samehada grew larger, becoming 3 times its original size, revealing a massive mouth. That blow had drained a significant amount of energy from the gods, just as it had when Hercules held it. The gods looked bewildered as the sword let out a burp. Hercules, alarmed, questioned what was happening with the sword. Naruto frowned, petting Samehada and explaining that it was a sentient, living sword that tended to swell with excess energy. He reassured Samehada that it could rest now as he closed it. He summoned his gauntlets in their basic form. Ares discarded his dagger, which had thinned out, realizing that the sword could also cut metal. Hercules retained his kanabo, but Naruto wasn't concerned. He lunged at Ares, throwing a punch that was caught, but the hand that caught him was knocked down by sheer force. Ares frowned, recognizing the strength he had inherited from his mother as Naruto struck Hercules' kanabo, creating a loud clash. Ares threw a punch, but Naruto swiftly dodged by ducking under it and delivered an uppercut that dislocated Ares' elbow. Ares roared in pain as he kicked Naruto away. Naruto skidded to a stop, smiling as Ares reset his arm. He transformed his gauntlets into the form of the Nemean lion, launching one of its heads at Ares, who managed to dodge it, causing it to bite into the wall. Naruto rolled, sending the lion head flying toward Ares while charging a great fire Rasengan in the lion's mouth. He aimed it directly at Ares' stomach as he flew toward him, announcing his attack. A massive explosion of fire erupted in the sand, but fortunately, the area was protected by a barrier, ensuring that none of the attacks reached the crowd. Artemis and Hera appeared concerned while Poseidon frowned slightly, hoping the boy would be alright. As the smoke cleared, Naruto was revealed shirtless, while Ares lay unconscious, his back ablaze and bleeding a golden hue. Apollo quickly descended to carry Ares away as Naruto turned to face Hercules, who looked somewhat frightened. Naruto changed his gauntlet form to that of a black bull, charging them with lightning while releasing iron sand from the seal on his back. He glanced at Athena, apologizing if his next set of moves reminded her of a spider as he created 6 spider-like appendages from the sand, also charged with lightning. Athena paled slightly, but Artemis calmed her. Hercules glared at Naruto as he charged, only to be met with spikes that shot out to protect Naruto. Naruto aimed his gauntlets at Hercules, wrapping the appendages around him and forming a large spinning ball of electricity among the spikes. He smiled, dedicating the attack to Zoe in a whisper that only Hercules could hear. He shouted the name of his technique, firing it directly at the arrogant god. Hercules attempted to dodge, but his legs were ensnared by iron sand. He tried to shield himself with his kanabo as the attack struck him head-on. Upon impact, the attack exploded in a massive flash of electricity and lightning. When the chaos settled, Hercules lay unconscious, heavily bleeding with severe electrical burns covering him, encased in a dome of iron sand. The dome deconstructed to reveal Naruto, his gauntlets deactivated, panting and covered in. Zeus frowned, declaring Naruto Uzumaki the winner in an annoyed tone. Naruto raised a fist in triumph before fainting, only to be caught by Hera and Artemis. Poseidon chuckled softly, acknowledging the boy's power while feeling a nagging sense that he had not revealed all of it. Hera nodded, noting that he had only used the power of the one-tailed beast that was sand and some jutsus, without tapping into his cloak, sage mode, Mokutan, or even his summoning, smiling proudly as Zeus groaned and blinked away from him and Hercules. The hunters cheered joyfully at Naruto's victory over Ares and Hercules in battle, especially relishing the defeat of the arrogant god who had betrayed Zoe. They were intrigued by his sentient sword, likely eager to see more of it later. They admired his technique with arrows and were amazed by the power of his gauntlets and the Rasengan forms he demonstrated. Zoe felt especially grateful for the damage he inflicted on the arrogant god who had betrayed her. She could read his lips and shed a happy tear. Allison smiled brightly, thrilled that her gauntlets were used in battle. They were eager to train more with Naruto. At the Greek camp, the cabin of Ares was in shock that their father had been defeated by Naruto. They knew he was powerful, but never to this extent. That strange shark sword frightened many, including Tantalus. Dionysus laughed at how Ares and Hercules had been bested. He definitely preferred Naruto over any other hero. Percy was stunned that his idol had been so thoroughly defeated. Naruto seemed to have little trouble handling the two gods. Annabeth lamented that she never got to have him on her team, but she got over it since she had a mission anyway. Dionysus nudged Tantalus, remarking on what a great dinner and show it had been. Tantalus nodded, still trembling slightly from fear, before announcing his plans for the camp. Dionysus was lost in thought, considering how to borrow Naruto to help at the camp, which would surely make things more interesting. At the Roman camp, many members of the Legion were shocked to see a man who was 90% godly blood and the apparent betrothed of Diana, son of Juno, Vesta, Vulcan, and Ceres. He had defeated Mars and Hercules using control over earth, lightning, and fire, along with a strange, sentient sword that could absorb the energy of others. Their leader informed them that Naruto would visit them in time and might even train them if he felt inclined, as he was very protective of his abilities. They were eager to meet the Prince of Rome as they began to call for him. Octavian hoped to impress Naruto to gain the power needed to become praetor, while Jason simply wished to test his skills against him and train together. The entire camp longed to strengthen themselves under the Prince of Rome, as was fitting for Romans. Naruto groaned as he sat up, remembering that he had won, but that was all. He heard a voice congratulating him and looked up to see Artemis smiling at him from a seat beside the bed. He returned her smile, hoping he hadn't worried her or his mother too much. She smiled back, rubbing his hand as she had become more open with him during the weeks he had spent at her camp. The most she had done in her life was give him a kiss on the cheek, which had made her blush a deep red. When he had done that, she had fainted. She nodded, admitting they had been a little worried but knew he would win. They were impressed that he hadn't needed to use his cloak or even his sage mode. Naruto nodded, explaining that he didn't want to use them too much since he still needed to keep things hidden as the shinobi he was. Artemis helped him to his feet, suggesting they return to camp where he could relax while he recovered. A month later, it was the day of the wedding, and Naruto was incredibly nervous. He adjusted his tuxedo jacket for the 100th time. Standing in the aisle of his mother's temple, he wore a dark tuxedo while Poseidon, Hades, and Apollo stood beside him as his groomsmen. He had insisted that Zeus allow Hades to be there, feeling the man didn't deserve to be excluded just because of his domain. On Artemis's side were Zoe, Allison, and Aphrodite as her bridesmaids. Aphrodite had insisted on being involved, leaving Naruto with the choice of either suffering a headache or letting her be the bridesmaid. The audience was filled with nearly all the gods and goddesses, and even Tsunade had managed to attend. As the music began, he turned to see Zeus guiding Artemis down the aisle. She wore an elegant white dress with a light silver veil, while Zeus donned a formal suit with a serious expression. Hera smiled and asked Zeus if he would give this woman to this man. Zeus nodded reluctantly and took his seat. Hera smiled as Artemis approached her place beside Naruto, returning his gaze with a smile. He complimented her, telling her she looked beautiful, which made her blush and smile happily in response. Hera announced that they were gathered to unite these two in the sacred bonds of marriage. They had come to love each other through their commitment, accepting each other's flaws and everything else. They were to exchange vows before exchanging rings. Naruto cleared his throat and pulled out a piece of paper. He expressed that he hadn't had the easiest life, but everything had led him to this moment, for which he was grateful. All the struggles and challenges he faced faded away the moment he realized he loved her and wanted nothing more than to be with her. She had made it all worthwhile, and he could think of nothing he would love more than to spend his eternal life with her. He shared that the time he had spent with her and her hunters had made him realize he truly loved her and saw the hunters as a united family. Many in the audience were moved to tears. Artemis wiped away a tear and spoke of how few men truly respected her. But seeing his life and who he had become made her respect him as an equal and someone to truly love. She had originally feared this feeling, but being with him had greatly eased her fears. She expressed her love for him and her happiness at being with him forever, smiling as he wiped away a tear. Hera then asked for the rings, and Zoe handed Artemis a dazzling silver band that resembled a vine and bore her symbol. As Poseidon presented a silver ring adorned with an olive-green diamond, Hera turned to her son and asked if he, Naruto, would take Artemis as his wife for all eternity and swear loyalty. He agreed immediately, affirming his commitment as he slid the new ring onto Artemis's finger, gently squeezing her hand to reassure her. Hera then addressed Artemis, inquiring if she would take Naruto as her husband for all eternity and pledge her loyalty. With a bright smile, Artemis nodded and accepted the ring Naruto had chosen for her, keeping her original ring in place. By the power vested in me as the goddess of marriage, I now declare you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. Hera exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. The couple leaned in for a kiss, and warmth flowed through Artemis, filling her with genuine happiness. Naruto was truly in love with Artemis, and he felt elated to be with her. As they separated, cheers erupted from the crowd. After the celebration, Naruto was enjoying the festivities. He and Artemis cut their wedding cake and were having a great time. It was now time for the gifts, which surprised Naruto since he hadn't expected any. He wondered why Artemis hadn't received anything. She shook her head, explaining that she had never been fond of gifts and that Naruto had already given her more than anyone else could. He had provided her hunters with ways to protect themselves and their companions through summons, and she smiled brightly while holding his hand. Naruto noticed Zeus approaching with a slight frown. Zeus announced that his gift was permission to roam freely in his realm, and Naruto felt a surge of electric blue energy envelop him before Zeus stepped back. This meant he could fly more freely. Next came Ares, who presented an impressive sword. Naruto thanked him and asked if there were no hard feelings. Ares smiled and shook his head, stating that it had been a fair fight and there were no grudges. Hephaestus gifted Naruto a tool belt that functioned like a sealing scroll, explaining that he had drawn inspiration from Naruto's realm but aimed to make it more practical. He mentioned that Naruto could likely improve it since he wasn't a master of seals, before heading off. Naruto expressed his gratitude as Hephaestus waved goodbye and moved toward the buffet. Aphrodite approached with a satisfied smile, leaning in to catch Naruto's attention. When he was too focused on the tool belt, she stomped her foot to draw him in. She handed him a ticket for a fun time, suggesting it was in case he was too shy to take action. Naruto felt exasperated and, as soon as she left, he burned the ticket in front of Artemis to let her know what had happened. He vowed to himself that he would confront Aphrodite. Apollo and Hermes arrived with smiles, presenting him with a golden pass to drive Apollo's chariot. Naruto chuckled, admitting he had never driven before and could use some practice, which made Apollo grin and fist bump Hermes. Hermes then handed him an envelope for free DLVRY of any item from his catalog, along with the catalog itself. Naruto appreciated the gesture and mentioned he would see if Artemis wanted anything from it. Demeter approached with a smile, offering him a box of cereal that would never empty and could change its contents based on his thoughts. He accepted it with a smile, thanking her for her thoughtfulness. Athena approached with her usual serious expression, though slightly softened. She handed him an ancient-looking book, suggesting he might want to learn more about this realm since it was different from his home. As he accepted the book with a smile, he read the title, Greek Heroes and Their Enemies, and thanked Athena, assuring her it would be useful. He offered to share information about his own realm, though he would have to omit details about sealing arts and chakra. Athena nodded in understanding. Dionysus then approached, holding a light soda in one hand and his wife's hand in the other. He mentioned he could offer to train alongside Chiron, sensing that Naruto could whip the young ones into shape. Naruto appreciated the offer, noting he hadn't trained anyone in a long time besides the hunters and preferred to keep the kids safe during missions. Poseidon approached with a warm smile, presenting a unique trident he had commissioned for Naruto. He explained that with Hera's help, he had the Cyclops craft it, ensuring it would enhance Naruto's water jutsus and allow him to draw water from any atmosphere. Poseidon assured him that if it didn't work, he could ask Artemis to take him to his temple in Atlantis, as she was the only daughter of his brother permitted there due to her connection to the moon. Naruto was in awe of the trident, expressing his gratitude and excitement to use it as he admired its craftsmanship. He was perfectly balanced and felt great in his hands. He sealed it. He expressed his happiness to Naruto while shaking his hand before leaving to reunite with his wife and child. Naruto blushed deeply when he noticed the item in his hand and quickly tucked it away in his pocket. He didn't want Artemis to faint during her own wedding. Hades was the next to arrive, primarily to avoid his bothersome mother-in-law. He smiled at Naruto and handed him a large seed. It was made from a fusion of many precious stones, with visible rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and others embedded within. It was also slightly larger than his fist. He advised Naruto to plant it in his temple or Artemis's and to find a permanent guardian for it, mentioning that it was something unique that required both of his halves to create. He felt confident that Naruto would gain a lot from it. Naruto thanked Hades, expressing how much it meant to him. He promised to find the best guardian for it as Hades nodded and headed towards Persephone, who was in a discussion with Demeter. Naruto was a bit confused about the mention of both halves, but he decided to ask his mother about it later. He then asked Artemis if they would share a temple or if she wanted to keep hers sacred. She shrugged, saying that since he was her husband, her temple was open to him, but they couldn't do anything within it. He nodded and rubbed her back to calm her as she leaned closer. Hestia approached next, her warm smile accompanied by a book in her hand. She informed Naruto that, knowing he didn't have many childhood photos or pictures of his parents, she had made an album with the help of Iris. She handed him the photo album. As he opened it, tears of joy filled his eyes. The album was filled with photographs of his father and mother in her form as Kushina. There were even pictures of his mother clearly pregnant with him, both parents wearing large smiles. He hugged Hestia tightly, thanking her for the meaningful gift. She welcomed him, expressing her happiness that he felt loved. She assured him he was always welcome in her home before she moved on to tend to the festivities. He and Artemis flipped through the album, smiling at all the photos before sealing it away. Finally, his mother approached with a loving smile. She expressed her excitement for Naruto and Artemis's wedding, saying how happy she was that it had finally come true. As Artemis squeezed his hand and smiled at him, his mother continued, mentioning that she was there to ensure their eternal love. She presented him with a golden apple, claiming it was a gift from her garden, a divine apple meant for him. She told him he deserved every bite and asked him to wait until he visited the Roman camp to share it with Artemis, which surprised her. Concerned, Artemis asked if he was sure he wanted her to meet the Romans. Hera assured them both that everything would be fine, lightly tapping Naruto's forehead to impart knowledge about the Romans. He rubbed his forehead, feeling as if 100 clones had dissipated. He remarked on the peculiarities of Roman customs, while Hera confirmed that he was indeed married to both sides of Artemis, as they both loved him equally. She instructed him to visit in a few weeks but warned him not to mention the Greeks under any circumstances, treating it as classified information. He nodded seriously, understanding the gravity of her words. Hera smiled, giving him a gentle pat on the cheek and kissing his forehead before moving on to visit others. Naruto sealed all the gifts in the storage seal on his wrist, thanking everyone once more. The celebration continued with dancing alongside Artemis, his mother, Demeter, Hestia, and nearly all the hunters. He didn't mind as they were all family to him, and he felt an endless supply of energy. As the festivities wound down, Artemis, the hunters, and he made their way to the camp. Artemis led him back to her tent. He reassured her that she didn't have to do anything yet, wanting her to feel comfortable and not to rush anything. She turned to him, concerned, asking if he didn't want to proceed. He approached her, gently caressing her cheek, explaining that he understood her fears and nerves, and they could wait. She nodded, burying her face in his chest, but then shook her head, expressing her readiness and desire. He smiled, kissing the top of her head, willing to do anything for her. With a blush, she declared her love for him, and he happily returned the sentiment. As they entered the tent, she used her divine powers to seal it, while he placed silencing seals around. She gradually turned redder as she snapped her fingers, conjuring a large bed, her attire transforming into a silver nightgown that accentuated her figure beautifully. He changed into just his orange boxers. Taking hesitant steps toward her, he kissed her neck, eliciting a soft gasp as he deepened the kiss. She responded, surprising him by initiating a deeper kiss, exploring with her tongue. After a moment of shared intimacy, they paused, and he asked if she was completely sure about continuing. She smiled and nodded, and he kissed her again, gently lowering her dress as he laid her on the bed, admiring her beauty. He chuckled softly, kissing her legs, making her squeal and shiver as he reached her thighs. He kissed her hand that covered her lower lips, causing her to blush a shade he thought impossible before she moved her hand to cover her face in embarrassment. He looked at her lower lips, which were thin and shiny, framed by a reddish-brown lock of hair that was neatly trimmed. He noticed a drop of juice and smiled slightly before tasting it, eliciting a gasp from her as she blushed and looked at him while he explored further. She let out a soft calling out to him, her voice trembling. He continued to explore, gently caressing her, making her grip the sheets tightly. This was all new to her. She had heard of such experiences but had never engaged in them, having taken her vow of chastity seriously until now. As he continued, she pleaded for him to stop joking, and he nodded, kissing her body as he moved toward her chest. Her nipples were a vibrant pink and hard. He kissed her right NPL, gently skiing on it, which made her while he softly pinched the other. He smiled at her and kissed her deeply as he removed his boxers. She blushed even more as she looked at him, feeling a mix of awe and apprehension at his size. She had heard it could be painful the first time. Sensing her concern, he kissed her softly and took her hand, assuring her he would be as gentle as possible. He explained that he needed to go deep to lessen the pain, and she nodded, squeezing his hand tightly. He kissed her deeply as she parted her legs, slowly placing the tip of himself at her entrance. He watched her closely, wanting to ensure she was ready, and she smiled gently, giving him the go-ahead. Taking a deep breath, he pushed forward, and she gasped, biting her shoulder in response to the initial discomfort. He stroked her hair, reassuring her that he wouldn't move until she was ready. After a few moments, she nodded, indicating he could proceed. He began to move slowly, making her bite her lip and let out soft sounds of pleasure. He rubbed her gently to enhance her experience, and she responded with more eagerness. Gradually, he picked up the pace, still cautious of her comfort. She encouraged him to go faster, wrapping her legs around him, her determination evident in her eyes. As he increased his speed, she began to louder, estimating herself further. He leaned down to kiss her, and she urged him to push harder, wrapping her arms around him as he complied. After a few moments, she expressed that she was nearing her peak, but as he began to withdraw, she stopped him with her legs, looking into his eyes with a serious expression. She expressed her desire for a child, her voice trembling with emotion. He was taken aback but smiled, having always wanted a family. He began to push with all the strength he could muster, and she louder with each move, urging him on. As he continued, she cried out that she was close, and he pushed deeper until he reached his climax. She let out a cry of pleasure, collapsing back onto the bed as she felt warmth envelop her. She weakly raised her arms, wanting to keep him close. He wrapped her in a blanket and lay beside her, feeling content as she smiled at him, kissing him tenderly. He returned the kiss, and she whispered her love for him, while he gently stroked her hair. expressed his feelings in return as she drifted off to sleep in his arms. They settled into bed, both falling asleep in each other's embrace. Naruto was having the best dream until he was awakened by the sound of giggles. He opened one eye to see all the hunters smiling at him. He greeted them with a smile, asking how he could help. One of the hunters, Zoe, smiled and expressed curiosity about his night with Milady. Naruto sighed, indicating it wasn't his place to share, and asked how they had gotten in since she had locked the door. The hunters explained that the lieutenant had helped them bypass the barrier, and he blushed but nodded in acknowledgement. He urged them to leave before she woke up, suggesting they could train once she was awake, causing them to laugh as they exited. He turned back to Artemis and smiled as he lay down beside her. A few minutes later, she stirred and woke up, smiling at him and greeting him with a soft kiss. He returned the kiss and asked how she had slept. She beamed, saying she had slept wonderfully but that they needed to get up. As she sat up with a slight groan, he smiled, and they dressed before heading out to train the hunters and tackle household chores. It was evident she was a bit sore from the previous night, but she wore a happy smile. A week later, Naruto and Artemis, now in her form as Diana, stood before the main gates of the Roman camp. Diana was similar to Artemis but more assertive, even pulling him in for a kiss, surprising him as she seemed unashamed of her affection. They approached the gates, which opened to reveal all the Roman campers bowing before them. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Diana, who sighed and commanded them to stand, expressing her desire to speak with the praetor. A boy with short blonde hair approached, sporting a small scar on his lip and electric blue eyes. He wore a dark purple toga adorned with a lightning symbol. He bowed to them, introducing himself as Jason Grace, son of Jupiter, and welcomed them to New Rome and Camp Jupiter, gesturing toward the grand city behind him. Naruto whistled in admiration, commenting on the size of the camp, when another boy rushed toward him, his expression reminiscent of the intriguing elder Danzo, as if he were plotting something in secret. He had medium-length blonde hair, blue eyes, and wore a white toga with a blue shirt underneath. In his hands he held a dagger and a teddy bear. He raised an eyebrow, curious about the boy before him. The child smiled, introducing himself as Octavian, the augur of Camp Jupiter, expressing his honor in meeting someone who had defeated Mars and Hercules. Naruto sighed, thanking him but questioning the significance of the dagger and the teddy bear. Octavian explained that as a legacy of Apollo he could see visions of the gods through the entrails of animals and sought permission to read a vision of Naruto's past. The hunters around them glared at him, but Naruto reassured them with a kind smile, indicating he had nothing to hide. Octavian opened the teddy bear, revealing an altar. He spoke of Naruto's youth, noting that he had been honored and loved, bringing peace to his realm. The hunters laughed, but Naruto's expression turned cold as he corrected Octavian, revealing that he had been treated like a demon by his villagers. This caused Octavian to frown while Jason smiled at the exchange. Jason offered to show Naruto around the camp, to which Naruto agreed, glancing at Diana. He informed her that he and his hunters would be at his side, wishing to see how things were maintained, before giving her a quick kiss on the cheek and a playful squeeze before departing. Since his first night in bed he had been kind on 4 other occasions, but he quickly pushed those thoughts aside as he turned back to Jason, smiling and urging him to lead the way. Diana smiled as her husband wandered around New Rome. She felt truly happy to be married and even more excited about the prospect of starting a family with him. He was the only man she could envision herself with, and she smiled as memories of how she fell in love began to surface. Zoe chuckled softly, recognizing the dreamy look on her mistress's face. Having watched Naruto's life unfold alongside Diana for many years, she was familiar with that expression. Zoe rolled her eyes and began to guide Diana, knowing she was lost in her thoughts. Years earlier, after Artemis had made a deal with Hera, she sat in her tent, feeling conflicted. She had agreed to allow Hera in her mortal form to have a child in exchange for protection of her hunters from the influence of Aphrodite. Although Hera had added a condition about marrying her son if he were male or gaining a hunter if female, Artemis was still apprehensive about the arrangement. Her father had been pressuring her to marry, despite her vows, alternating between supporting her virginity and demanding grandchildren. This deal seemed like a way to appease him. Zoe, her most loyal hunter, questioned the wisdom of agreeing to potentially be engaged to a man. Artemis acknowledged the pressure from Aphrodite, who had been trying to tempt her hunters. She reassured Zoe that even if it was a man, she could keep him as a fiancé without any obligation to marry. Curious about the man, Zoe suggested they see what he was doing. Artemis snapped her fingers, and an iris message appeared before them, which she would explain to her fellow hunters later. Artemis frowned as she watched a young boy with spiky blonde hair fleeing from a crowd, clearly terrified. The crowd shouted at him, calling him a demon. The boy wore a tattered white shirt and orange shorts, his striking blue eyes reminiscent of a clear ocean. She was startled when she heard someone behind her. It was Hera, expressing her sorrow over her son, Minato, having sealed the 9 tails within him. Artemis was confused, questioning Hera's presence since she thought she was on vacation with her son. Hera explained that her plans had gone awry when a masked man released the 9 tails, resulting in the death of her mortal form and forcing her to return. She lamented that her son should not be hated for containing the demon. Artemis felt a surge of anger at the mortals for their inability to understand and accept what they feared. Hera confirmed that her son was indeed carrying the 9 tails and expressed her hope that he would survive, describing him as a sweet and charming boy. Artemis continued to watch the boy evade the crowd, dedicating time over the years to keep up with Naruto's life. She had witnessed his growth and evolution, and she felt frustration over how his previous mentor had neglected to teach him properly, while his next mentor was a notorious pervert. Grateful that Naruto was not like that, she remembered how he used his transformation technique to deal with perverts, a method she would have scolded him for if not for the historical context of women using their bodies to distract. Her heart ached for the people who had been lost in Naruto's life. She didn't know why, but she was starting to like the hyperactive boy. She truly fell for him when he fought against the so-called god named Pain. He was so selfless towards those close to him, willing to endure anything to save his friend. She frowned as she watched him battle the man in the ruins of their village. Her concern grew when he transformed into his 6-tailed and then 8-tailed forms, unleashing powerful blows against his opponent. He also possessed a natural charisma, drawing enemies to his side. She observed as he convinced the man to revive everything he had destroyed, choosing to forego revenge against the one who had harmed someone dear to him in order to save the lost souls in battle. It was amazing, she thought, as Phoebe and the other hunters nodded in agreement. She had introduced Naruto to the hunters a few years ago, around the time he fought that traitor Sasuke in the Valley of the End. They had been nervous about him until she showed them his life. Some were still apprehensive, but gradually, they began to accept him. One hunter grumbled that he had a long way to go before he deserved her. Artemis nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he was much better than the men of this realm and seemed very sweet. She realized she had spoken aloud and hid behind her hair, causing some of the girls to laugh. The moment she truly recognized her budding feelings for him was during the 4th Shinobi War. A madman had started a war to steal the bijou and rule the realm. Naruto, teaming up with a 9-tailed beast named Kurama, faced off against 2 crazed foes. Her heart broke when Kurama was ripped away from him, and she felt as if her own heart had stopped. Tears began to flow as Zoe embraced her. She had never seen Artemis like this, not even with Orion, though it was understandable given that a vile man had tried to harm some of her hunters. Artemis had come to feel something for the boy as she watched him grow into a man who truly deserved her, but now he was gone. She stood to return to her tent when her hunter gasped in surprise. He was alive! Zoe exclaimed, making her turn around quickly, her face lighting up with happiness. Her fiancé had returned, even stronger than before. She watched in awe as he defeated the rabbit goddess with a flurry of raisin shurikens. It was incredible to witness. Her fiancé had vanquished a primordial god and now possessed all the fragments within him. She thought he definitely deserved her, and everyone nodded in agreement with smiles on their faces. As the memory faded, Zoe urged her to leave, pulling Diana from her stupor. Diana blushed slightly and nodded, agreeing to go as they walked away. Naruto was greatly impressed by New Rome and Camp Jupiter. The Romans were more united than the Greeks, though the Greeks were powerful in their own right. New Rome had a vibrant life. He explored all of New Rome, where a peculiar statue of the god Terminus had tried to make him drop his weapons, unaware that all of his were sealed. He appreciated the familiar feel of it all, the legacies that meant the children of original demigods. He hated to see children die. The whole ghost situation had surprised him, but he left them alone after one shouted at him, which left him speechless, especially after a little wind manipulation for Jason's amusement. He also liked Jason. He was respectful yet knew how to remain calm. Everyone seemed to respect and admire him. He lacked the arrogance or paranoia of his father, which he attributed to his Greek heritage. They arrived at the Colosseum to find the hunters and Diana standing there. With a smile, he remarked that the tour had ended, and he was glad to see that Grace had done a good job maintaining his temple, prompting a bow from Jason. Naruto turned to Diana, expressing his desire to see how good Jason was. A friendly spar would suffice, and he assured them he wouldn't use his Rasengan or gauntlets, just a couple of swords. This elicited surprised looks from everyone and a proud glance from Jason. Jason felt honored to train with Lord Naruto, which caused Naruto to frown, but Diana shot him a look that told him not to correct it. Perhaps it was a Roman thing. Naruto nodded, suggesting they could do it now or after dinner, pulling out a scroll. Jason expressed his preference for now, asking respectfully if it was all right with Lady Diana. She agreed, smiling at Naruto, saying she didn't think he knew the blade within that scroll. Naruto opened the scroll to reveal two katanas with fang-like protrusions on the front and back of the blades, their golden handles wrapped in blue fabric. He took practice swings, channeling lightning through them, and declared that they were the twin blades called Kiba, the fangs of lightning. Testing them against a son of Jupiter would be the best way to see how they performed. Jason admired the swords and took out a coin to toss. When it landed in his hand, it transformed into a long Roman sword made of imperial gold. He remarked that facing off against a son of Jupiter was interesting as he donned his armor. Naruto agreed, eager to test his skills against a real lightning user. He promised not to use Rasengans or many jutsus, but he was fine with using lightning and his beast abilities, charging the swords with chakra and summoning sand around him. They exchanged determined glances before charging at each other. Jason unleashed controlled, powerful cuts. Naruto could tell he was skilled with the sword and well-trained. He hooked the fangs beneath Jason's sword, twisting it away, allowing him to charge at Jason and strike him with the hilt of his sword. As Jason regained his footing, he sent a powerful blast toward Naruto. When the smoke cleared, Naruto stood unharmed, his feet encased in sand. He explained that he grounded himself so the light could pass through him without harm, steam rising from him. He sent the sand away and propelled Jason with a burst of steam. Jason blocked just in time but was pushed back by the force of the blow. As he flew, two clones of Naruto kicked him upward, one sending him higher, while three clones struck him in succession. Uno más golpeó hasta que Jason exclamó, "Ki." Original, y luego las patadas lo derribaron con sufficient fuerza para no romper nada, pero si para hacerlo perder el equilibrio. Naruto lanzó su ataque, Uzumaki Naruto barrage, mientras Jason se estrellaba contra el suelo. Todas las legions miraban asombradas el príncipe de Roma, quien podía clonarse a sí mismo y convertirse en una legión de un solo hombre. También estaban impresionados por como su príder se enfrentaba él. Jason se levantó tembloroso, un rayo recorriendo su cuerpo. Se limpió un poco de sangre de los labios y sonrió a Naruto, desafiándolo a soportar una tormenta mientras los vientos se levantaban y el cielo se oscurecía, con relámpagos cercando el firmamento. Pensó para sí mismo que era como el Kirin de Sasuke, pero más rápido. Cargó contra Naruto, su velocidad aumentada por un rayo mientras atacaba con su nueva fuerza. Naruto lucaba por bloquear todos los ataques, sonriendo mientras un rayo cargaba hacia Jason, golpeando su espada y provocando una explosión masiva que obligó a Diana a proteger a los demás. A medida que el humo se disipaba, Jason apenas se mantenía en pie, usando su espada como apoyo. Naruto, en cambio, estaba envuelto en un tentáculo de un pulpo marino oscuro. Se desenrolló, mostrando a Naruto sonriendo con orgullo. Reconoció que Jason había logrado hacerlo usar la impenetrable piel de Gyuki. Jason parecía confundido, preguntándose qué significaba eso. Naruto explicó que Gyuki era la bestia de 8 colas, uno de los 9 celados dentro de él, y que su piel negaba por completo el rayo, siendo uno de los materiales más difíciles de cortar. Se acercó a Jason, afirmando que había pasado su prueba. Jason, aún confundido, preguntó qué prueba era esa. Naruto lo explicó que Kiba era un conjunto de 7 espadas, de las cuales él se equidaba con 2, dejando 5 para los dignos. Mencionó que Kubawari estaba en posición de Allison, quien sonrió al escuchar su nombre, y que quería ver si el hijo de Júpiter podía igualar a Kiba. Jason, admitido, escuchó a Naruto decir que aunque no era la única espada relámpago que tenía, era la única del conjunto de 7. Preguntó si aceptaba las espadas Kiba para proteger a los más cercanos a él, mientras criaba un clon a su lado. Jason asintió y se inclinó, aceptando y jurando usarlas para proteger a Roma. Naruto asintió y miró a Diana, quien le devolvió la mirada, aunque con una expresión que indicaba que quería preguntar sobre sus otras espadas. Naruto se permitió cruzar ese puente más tarde. Escribió sellos en las muñecas de Jason y selló las cuchillas Ali. Jason parecía confundido, así que Naruto lo explicó que debía limpiar los sellos con su sangre para que las joyas aparecieran y que debía presionar la parte inferior de las empuñaduras contra los sellos para volver a selarlas. Lo aconsejó que las usara bien y que entrenara para dominarlas. Allison, observando a Jason probar las espadas, expresó su preocupación sobre si Naruto confiaba en él con tales armas. Naruto asintió, asegurando que esas no eran las espadas relámpago más poderosas que poseía en las más versátiles. Diana, con el seno fruncido, preguntó si planeaba dar las espadas a algún cazador. Naruto confirmó que si, mencionando que Nuabari y Hiramakurai irían con 2 cazadores, pero que Shibuki era complicado de manejar, así que no estaba seguro. Incluso consideró regalar Kubikura Bocho si encontraba alguien verdaderamente digno. Diana se mostró feliz por la idea y preguntó cuándo planeaba hacerlo. Naruto se rió y le tomó la mano, asegurando que pronto lo haría, solo necesitaba entrenarlos un poco más. Les dio un plazo de una semana o 2. La cena fue agradable y todos se divertieron. Naruto ofreció entrenamiento a algunos campistas, y se sintió cercano a Hazel y Frank. Hazel, con ojos dorados y cabello castaño rizado, emanaba una sensación de poder similar a la de Hades, y Naruto descubrió que su padre era Plutón. Él temía que él lo dijera a otros, pero él lo aseguró que no lo haría, ya que era una chica amable y se ofreció a entrenarla. Frank, un niño chino un poco regordito, tenía pelo negro corto y ojos marrones. Era hijo de Marte, pero no se comportaba como otros hijos de Ares que había conocido. Prefería el arco y la flecha, así que Naruto se ofreció a entrenarlo un poco. Octavian había sido un desafío, y Naruto estuvo tentado de usar Nuabari contra él. El chico estaba decidido a hacer una predicción precisa y trató de afirmar que era el mejor de su clase, aunque había negado Haberdika que sería el último en morir. Después de mencionar a su padre, Naruto lo envolvió en arena, asustándolo. Una semana después, Naruto había tenido una buena semana. El entrenamiento con Hazel y Frank fue genial, y disfrutó entrenar a todos, incluyendo a Jason. Octavian intentó que lo entrenara, pero Naruto se negó cada vez, ya que el chico solo buscaba poder para que la gente lo siguiera. Sin embargo, Naruto se centró principalmente en los cazadores, considerándolos como sus hijas adoptivas. Había logrado que todos dominaran el Rasengan, lo que le lleno de orgullo. Luego, los hizo trabajar en el Heración, lo que sorprendió a Diana, quien no podía creer que les confiara la técnica de su padre. Los cazadores avanzaban lentamente, pero él les aseguró que era completamente normal. Ahora, se encontraba frente a Diana, Zoe y Phoebe, quien era hija de Ares pero odiaba a su padre. Era fuerte y decidida, pero sabía cuándo seguir órdenes, algo que la mayoría de los hijos de Ares no sabían hacer. Diana, confundida, preguntó por qué los había llamado a las tres. Naruto sonrió y les dijo que ellas eran las elegidas para formar parte del grupo de 7. Diana, trusting her husband and knowing he believed in her, prepared to wield Kubikure Bocho. Zoe, agile and skilled with traps, would handle Nuibari, while Phoebe, with her strength, would take on Hiramakari. As he revealed the blades, Kubikure Bocho stood out as a 6-foot butcher knife with a circular opening in its blade, crafted from a mix of bronze, gold, and steel with a 1-foot handle. Nuibari resembled a long, narrow needle, also made of bronze, gold, and steel, featuring a 1-foot-long wire with a tag at the end. Hiramakari was a wide, flat blade with 2 curved notches near its base, made from the same metals and equipped with 2 handles connected by a short cord. Naruto acknowledged that Diana could easily defeat him, but he was eager to see how Zoe and Phoebe would fare against him with their swords. He tossed the blades to the girls. Zoe caught hers effortlessly, while Phoebe struggled a bit, using chakra to enhance her strength. Naruto then instructed them to approach with the intent to strike, drawing his mother's spear. The girls looked to Diana for guidance, who nodded and lifted Kubikure Bocho, smiling kindly at her husband. Zoe charged at Naruto, using Nuibari like a spear, while Phoebe attacked with the larger sword. Naruto blocked Zoe's move and leaped over Phoebe's swing. He noted their lack of skill but recognized their grasp of the basics of swordplay. As he pushed the spear toward Zoe, the wire wrapped around it, pulling it away. Surprised that they had managed to utilize Nuibari's wire, he jumped over a wave of chakra. He was genuinely impressed by how quickly they were picking up the techniques. He dodged their attacks, noting they had the offensive down, but he was curious about their defense. He flashed toward his spear and spun, sending a wind chakra blade toward the girls. Phoebe used Hiramakari to clash against the blade, shattering it, while Zoe lunged at him again. He ducked under her move and kicked the sword into the air, spinning and moving his spear, sending the blade through the opening in Hiramakari. He spun his spear again, driving it into the ground, making Hiramakari immovable due to the gravity seal. He turned to evade Nuibari as it was launched from above. Spotting Zoe manipulating the wire, he smiled and grabbed Nuibari, pulling her toward him and binding her with the threads. Turning to Diana, he praised the girls for their performance, stating they had exceeded his expectations and had passed. He released Hiramakari and freed Zoe, smiling at both of them. He commended their quick understanding of the blades and assured them they would become masters in no time. Diana approached and hugged him, expressing her gratitude for trusting her with Zabuza's sword, kissing his cheek. Naruto smiled and nodded, affirming his trust in her abilities. They stayed a few more days, and just as they were about to leave, his mother appeared. She greeted him warmly and embraced him, telling him that he needed to wait longer before becoming a god, as the fates had warned her of a potential quest where he would be needed. Confused but accepting, he shrugged it off, making her smile. She expressed her gratitude for giving Kiba to Jason, noting how beneficial it would be for him and how it had put him in Jupiter's favor. After a heartfelt farewell, she left. As they departed the camp for the hunter's site, Diana transformed back into her Greek form, feeling relieved to be away from her Roman form, which she found too advanced. This made Naruto chuckle. Despite their NTMT moments, she remained shy about public displays of affection. Leading her hunters and husband to the next camp, she was interrupted by a sacred hawk landing on her shoulder. Placing her hand on the bird's head to read its thoughts, she frowned and nodded. Turning to her hunters, she announced they had a new target. A manticore had been spotted in Maine, a perfect first hunt for her husband to join. Naruto chuckled, agreeing that they could travel faster with her wolves, and excitement filled the group as they began to prepare. He chose to use Komiai's wings for their journey to Maine, eager for the challenge of facing a manticore. As the chapter concluded, it was clear to everyone that Artemis was falling for Naruto. After observing his kindness and greatness throughout her life, she recognized how different he was from the unpleasant men of her world. This realization deepened during the Fourth Shinobi War when she had a moment of vulnerability. The story hinted at Naruto's continued growth and the adventures yet to come, with promises of further developments in the next chapter. They were in Maine, as it appeared to be where their target was located. Naruto asked his wife what they were hunting while they silently leaped from tree to tree, the hunters trailing below. Artemis excitedly replied that they were after a manticore, a beast she hadn't seen in a long time. It was their first hunt together, and with a target like this, she knew it would be enjoyable. Naruto inquired if the manticore was a hybrid of a lion and a scorpion bat, to which she nodded. He remarked that it would be interesting, making her smile. She assured him that with his skills, it would still be an easy hunt. Suddenly, she raised a hand to signal everyone to stop, sensing opposition ahead. Naruto looked forward to see what he presumed was the manticore struggling against a child, with 2 more children beneath it. Artemis ordered him to go and save the demigods so they could finish off the beast. He nodded and activated his gauntlets. He charged directly at the creature, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful axe kick. Focusing his chakra into his foot, he smiled as he executed his move, striking the manticore on the head. The sheer strength he possessed would have been enough to harm the beast, but combined with his chakra, it was devastating. The manticore roared in pain, staggering back, allowing Naruto to rush in and grab the 2 twins. He turned to see Percy looking at him in confusion as the hunters made their entrance. Artemis commanded them to fire at will, and Zoe nodded, releasing a volley of arrows. Naruto frowned as the arrows flew, but the beast swatted them away with a gust of its wings. The manticore shouted that they couldn't interfere, claiming it was against ancient law. Artemis, with a smile, declared that her domain was the hunt, and since the manticore was a beast to be hunted, it fell under her authority. She urged Naruto to finish it off, and he grinned in response. With enthusiasm, he pulled back his fists and transformed his gauntlets into a lion form, which roared as the lion heads opened their mouths. Naruto leaped again as the manticore attempted to strike him with a barrage of needles. He deflected the needles with his gauntlets and retaliated by launching one back at the beast. He taunted the manticore, acknowledging its reputation as the creature everyone was talking about. The gauntlet's fangs sank into the manticore's shoulders, and he warned it not to speak ill of his wife. As he landed, he yanked the gauntlet, causing the manticore to crash down, shaking the ground beneath him. He unleashed a powerful technique, channeling lightning chakra through the chain of the lion gauntlet toward the manticore's head. The creature roared in agony as it tried to escape, but found itself unable to move an inch. It appeared frightened as the lightning intensified. Naruto declared that this would teach the beast a lesson about disrespecting his wife, launching a massive burst of energy through the chain, resulting in a dazzling explosion of golden dust. All that remained was the tip of the scorpion's tail and a few spines, which were caught in the lion's mouth as it coiled back. He frowned as his gauntlets glimmered gold before dimming. A voice echoed in his head, reassuring him that he had deactivated them to upgrade due to his recent death, suggesting he would enjoy this new form. Shrugging, he turned to the group of demigods with a smile, expressing how long it had been since he last saw them. He patted Percy on the back and invited them to talk. A girl with black hair, confused, asked who he was while brandishing her spear. Artemis warned her not to attack her husband, as it would anger many gods considering his lineage. The girl, Talia, was taken aback but stepped back as the hunters glared at her. Naruto introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki, son of Hera, descendant of Hestia, Demeter, and Hephaestus, and also Artemis's husband, causing her to blush slightly. Annabeth reassured Talia that they knew him and that he had helped them once. They decided to head to the camp, with Naruto bringing the twins along. Zoe instructed them to find a free tent and to keep their gifts hidden for the capture the flag game. She acknowledged the task with a slight frown but complied. As they moved, Naruto chuckled at Grover's dreamy expression and Talia's wary glance at the hunters. Artemis took Naruto's hand, leading him away, stating that she needed to explain some things. Once inside their tent, she sat down and shared the troubling news that while he was dealing with the manticore, her father had notified her of another monster reforming, one that was very dangerous. He wanted her to hunt this beast alone. Naruto, excited at the prospect of hunting with his wife, felt a twinge of disappointment when she explained the situation. She expressed her regret, knowing he was skilled in stealth, but her father was strict about hunting solo. Understanding her predicament, he reassured her to be careful, kissing her gently. He acknowledged her strength but preferred she exercise caution given the circumstances. Artemis promised to be careful but insisted he look after the hunters, appointing Zoe as their leader with Naruto as their guardian. Just as she was about to kiss him again, Zoe entered the tent, causing Artemis to jump and exclaim in surprise. Zoe, with a light laugh, apologized for the interruption, finding it amusing how shy Artemis was around Naruto despite their history. She informed them that she had escorted the group to their tent and they were waiting for a call. The twins were being explained everything that was on his mind, and he wondered what the next step would be as he took a seat. He was told to go and inform the others to start packing and to bring the girl, Percy Jackson, which made Zoe furrow her brow slightly. However, Naruto smiled and nodded, prompting Zoe to sigh and agree. He mentioned that he had asked Apollo to take the hunters to the camp and to ensure that nothing happened to them. Naruto chuckled softly in response, reassuring her that everything would be fine, but he questioned whether it was really necessary to speak with the girl. He hoped she wouldn't recruit her, considering the girl had family. Naruto acknowledged that he had considered it but decided against it for now. He understood how much it meant to him since he was the son of Hera's family, so he let it go, knowing that he never questioned anything else about her. He expressed his gratitude with a kiss, stating he would help, although he doubted she needed his assistance in talking to Percy. She smiled and kissed him back, saying she loved him. As he walked around the camp, he assisted wherever he could, summoning clones for the more important tasks. Allison approached him, asking if it was true that they would be returning to Camp Half-Blood. She loved being with the hunters, but the thought of seeing her brothers again felt a bit awkward. Naruto confirmed that Apollo would indeed take them there and reassured her that it wouldn't be so bad. He playfully ruffled her hair, encouraging her to show Kabadawari to everyone and to demonstrate that she had created his gauntlets. This made her cheer up, and she bounced a bit, declaring that she could prove she wasn't the little one in the cabin. He instructed her to seal everything in her tent and to help others if they needed it, just as he spotted Percy and the girl exiting Artemis's tent. He greeted Percy with a smile, asking how he had been. Percy replied that things had been happening, and just then, the girl nervously introduced herself as Bianca D'Angelo, thanking them for saving her and her brother from a monster. She bowed slightly before returning to the tent. Naruto chuckled softly, finding her interesting, and suggested that Percy gather his group so they could be ready to leave. After a few minutes, he stood beside Artemis as she gazed at the horizon, commenting on how vague it was in winter and how it seemed to speed up when he told her it was important. He laughed and took her hand, assuring her that it would arrive soon. He kissed her hand, expressing a desire to join them in hunting, encouraging her not to hesitate to use a marker if necessary. She promised to be careful while watching the sun rise. With a sigh, she exclaimed that everyone should look away until he landed, prompting the hunters to do just that. Apollo arrived with a smile, greeting them warmly. Artemis playfully protested, reminding him that she was not his little sister and that she had helped their mother give birth to him. Naruto chuckled, rubbing her back as Apollo feigned injury and asked what he needed. Artemis requested that Apollo transport her hunters and Percy's group to the camp, explaining that she had something to hunt. Apollo frowned, questioning why she wouldn't take Naruto with her, recalling how much she wanted to hunt with him. She explained that her father forbade it for some reason, stating that he would act as the guard while she was away, but Zoe would still be in charge. Apollo walked away to speak with Percy's group while Artemis turned back to Naruto, asking him to continue training them in secret. She offered her blessing to close the woods to others if needed. Naruto assured her that he was a shinobi and that they all wanted to keep things secret. He inquired if they could use chakra for capture the flag, wondering if it might be a bit excessive. She confirmed they could, but advised him to limit it to what he deemed necessary. She hugged him, expressing her dislike for being away from him, lamenting that they should be on their honeymoon. He reassured her that they could do that later, as he would soon become a god, and there was no need to rush. He encouraged her to focus on finding the monsters so she could return. She professed her love for him, kissing him affectionately, realizing she never thought she would say that or kiss anyone, but it felt right with the man she truly loved. He reciprocated her feelings, declaring his love for her as well. Apollo, with a smile, commented on how strange it was for him to see his sister kissing someone, suggesting they could save that for later. Just then he dodged arrows from Artemis, who was blushing furiously. Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist, kissing her neck, which made her knees feel weak before she cleared her throat and straightened up. He called everyone to gather at the cart, stating that Zoe was in charge, but Naruto would oversee the skills they could use, expecting a great victory. Zoe smiled and nodded, suggesting that if they could defeat them effortlessly without chakra, it would be quite a spectacle with it. As they boarded the bus, Artemis expressed that she really had to go, kissing him one last time. He reminded her to stay safe, admitting he sounded annoying but was genuinely worried. She laughed, kissing his cheek and assuring him that she could handle herself, being a goddess of the hunt and having been on many hunts. He nodded as she dashed into the forest, sighing as he headed to the cart. He resolved to see everyone at the camp, knowing Zeus allowed him to fly, but he preferred to arrive on his own. "I'll see you all at camp," he said, while Zoe frowned slightly but nodded in agreement. "Don't cause any trouble, Percy," she remarked in a teasing tone as she walked away, watching the sun chariot lift off the ground and begin to ascend. Once they were far enough away, she grabbed a marker and quickly made her way to camp. Camp Half-Blood. Naruto smiled as he arrived at the camp, taking in his surroundings. He knew he had arrived before the others. His Hera was an instant teleportation technique, which made it incredibly useful. He headed to the big house to inform Dionysus of his arrival and who else would be coming. He knocked on the door, and Dionysus opened it. I didn't expect you back so soon. Shouldn't you be on your honeymoon?" he asked with a smile. "Well, that was the plan, but apparently Zeus forced her to go on a hunt and said I couldn't join her. The hunters and Percy are returning to camp," Naruto explained, causing Dionysus to frown. "Well, that's great," he said with a sigh. "The cabins for Artemis and Hera are all set up, so don't worry," he added, waving his hand as he stepped inside. "Show them everything." "I really can't be bothered," he said while closing the door. Naruto chuckled softly as he turned to see the chariot crash into the lake, raising an eyebrow. This is going to be interesting," he thought with a smile. Yet, something deep in his mind made him worry about Artemis. End of chapter. Naruto chuckled softly as he made his way to the lake just as the chariot soared from the water to the beach clearing. He wondered what would happen if Apollo had a little trouble driving, feeling a sense of satisfaction as the sun god disembarked from the chariot. "Oh, very funny, brother," Apollo said dryly, a smirk on his face. "I wasn't driving, I let Talia take the wheel," he explained as everyone began to exit the chariot. Naruto noticed that most of them looked shocked, and Percy was hugging the ground. Talia shouted, "Come on, Percy, it wasn't that bad," as she walked away, with Annabeth following her to try and calm her friend. He turned to Zoe and smiled as she returned the gesture. "Are we heading to the cabin to rest? Are you going to use the room that Milady prepared for you, or will you stay in Lady Hera's cabin?" he asked as the hunters gathered around them. "I'll be alternating, but if you ever need me, both cabins are connected through my room in Artemis's cabin. If you need me, just come over and knock on the connecting door," she replied as they nodded. "We can discuss capture the flag later, get some rest." The hunters smiled and headed to their cabin. Naruto sighed as he watched them go. He truly wished he could be with Artemis. Being apart from her felt strange, and he had a terrible feeling about everything. Dream. Naruto watched in horror as he saw his wife chained up. He couldn't make out the surroundings except that it was a forest. He could see her bleeding slightly and looking battered. His anger grew as he saw a large man lift her by her hair. Is there no husband around? Goddess of bad moves, he said before the scene faded, leaving only a pair of golden eyes staring at him. Listen, Kronos, he said, his voice beginning to merge with Kurama's. If you don't let her go, I'll make you vanish. He heard an incorporeal voice laugh before the dream evaporated, and Naruto woke up. Real world. Naruto groaned as someone knocked on his door. He quickly got up and opened it to find Zoe looking very shaken. Lady Artemis, she was captured, Zoe said, tears slowly welling in her eyes. He embraced her and she returned the hug, quietly crying on his chest. Artemis was like a mother and best friend to her, and knowing she had been taken hit her hard. I had the same dream. Talk to Chiron, I'm going to see Zeus, he said as he put on his cloak. Find out what we can do, but don't act rashly, he instructed as she nodded and wiped her eyes before running back to her cabin, closing the door behind her. He quickly opened the compass that Artemis had given him when he first arrived at camp, thinking of silver to see if it could lead him to her. He frowned deeply as the compass needle spun wildly, and the text that usually indicated her location failed to read anything but a jumble of letters he couldn't understand. He was not pleased, and Zeus was about to hear about it. He fumbled for the marker his mother had placed on his forehead, but it was gone. Olympus. Naruto arrived at the temple and was instantly embraced by his mother. Kessen, as much as I love hugs right now, he said in a slightly annoyed tone. She pulled back, frowning. What's wrong? Sochi? She asked, concerned. She noticed his eyes were red with a vertical slit like Kurama's, which only happened when he was angry. Artemis has been captured, and I could have prevented it, he said as he explained his dream, making her narrow her eyes at the fact that her husband had prevented Naruto from joining Artemis. Come with me, I can summon a council meeting, she said, taking her son's hand and leading him away. They arrived at the council chamber, where she conjured a seat for him beside her and stomped her foot, calling the other gods to attention. She saw everyone arrive except Artemis, and they all noticed. I called you all for a good reason, Hera said, looking at her daughter-in-law's empty throne. Artemis has been kidnapped. Immediately, Apollo exploded. What? How could this happen? He shouted as Naruto stood up. She was captured during a hunt that Zeus sent her on, he said, narrowing his eyes at Zeus. A hunt that he ordered her to do alone without me. Apollo glared at Zeus and stomped his foot. Enough. Yes, I sent her to hunt alone because I don't trust this man to go after the HaretaSora. Zeus shouted, glaring back at Naruto. Because of you, my wife is captured by your enemies. If I had been with her, I could have prevented this. Naruto shouted, his mother taking his hand to calm him. Everyone, calm down, she exclaimed, showcasing her power. She then turned to Apollo, asking if he could use his abilities to locate her. The concerned sun god nodded in response. I'll try, he said, his eyes turning green as smoke began to rise. A flash of gold erupted, and Apollo coughed slightly. Are you okay, Apollo? Demeter asked, worry evident in her voice, as this had never happened before. I'm fine, but I can't find her. Something is blocking my vision of her and the future, he replied, looking down in shock. Don't worry, Apollo. The hunters and I will find her, Naruto declared, stepping over to his brother-in-law's console. No, you won't, Zeus interjected, causing everyone to turn and stare at him as if he had two heads. I won't allow you to go after her. The beast will likely find you while you search for her, he said, only to be silenced by a massive wave of energy. You have no right to stop me from searching for my wife. Naruto shouted, his voice merging with the cries of all the bijou. I don't care about an HaretaSora. All I care about is my pregnant wife. Everyone looked at Naruto, feeling sympathy for him, especially Hera. It pained her that he couldn't be there for his beloved and provide the family he so desired. With all his relatives, a family of hunters, and a wife, the news of her pregnancy only deepened her concern for her son, who was now in danger. What? How do you know? Apollo asked, and Naruto sighed, calming down a bit. She told me during our visit to Camp Jupiter. She wanted to keep it a secret until later, but we can't do that now that she's been kidnapped, he explained, turning to Zeus. And you won't let me save my own wife, You won't go. You just want to chase after the beast. Zeus shouted before Naruto struck him hard in the face, enveloping himself in the chakra of his 6 paths while his eyes remained in Kurama's form. You can't stop me from saving my wife, fool, he yelled, feeling his mother restraining and embracing him. Please calm down, Sochi. Apollo will have his oracle on a quest to find her, and you can continue, she said, while Apollo helped to hold him back. He wasn't fighting them, but she could still sense his anger. Please, brother, you're the only one I trust to go. You're still a demigod, so you're eligible, Apollo urged as Naruto removed his cloak. When will it be issued? Naruto asked, his eyes returning to normal. After capture the flag. I can't control where it leads, but I know the mission will be completed, Apollo replied, and Naruto nodded. I swear I'll find her, Apollo. If not, I'll destroy anything in my path, he vowed, causing Apollo to smile. I know, brother. Just return to camp and tell the girls. But don't leave before the mission is over, or who knows what will happen, he advised, and Naruto nodded as Hera embraced him. Just be careful, Sochi, she said, and he nodded, returning the hug before stepping away. How dare that insolent boy hit me? Zeus shouted, only to be silenced by the glares of numerous gods and goddesses. You refuse to let him save his wife. He has every right to strike you if you don't make him bleed, Zeus, Hera said in a chilling tone that frightened the king of Olympus into silence, hoping to avoid his wife's wrath. Camping. Naruto had to focus to calm himself. He wanted nothing more than to search for his wife. He was frustrated that she hadn't used her marker, but he assumed she had been caught off guard and bound before she could activate it. Feeling useless just sitting in camp, he knew he had to wait. Otherwise, it would be dangerous and unpredictable. He headed to Artemis's cabin and knocked on the door, which was opened by an angry-looking Zoe, who calmed down upon seeing him. Lord Naruto, what did the council say? She asked as she entered and closed the door behind him. They said we have to wait for a prophecy that will be given after the capture the flag game, he replied, receiving cries of indignation from the hunters. Silence, he commanded, and they quieted down. I know this isn't what everyone wants. Believe me, I want nothing more than to take all of you to find her. But without a quest, we could alter what happens, and I can't take that risk, not with Artemis's safety at stake, he said seriously, and the hunters nodded in agreement. Then we must quickly defeat the campers so we can get to the mission, Zoe suggested, and everyone agreed. As long as you don't seriously harm the campers, that's fine. Just focus on incapacitating them. Use whatever you need to win, but don't get overconfident, he instructed as he headed back to the door. Where are you going, Lord Naruto? Zoe asked, hoping he would train them. I need to prepare something and train in my more destructive powers, but I'll leave a strengthened clone for all of you to train with as well, he explained, and they nodded. He quickly created a clone before heading into the forest. He sat down to gather nature energy, knowing he needed a boost to execute the plan he had in mind. The durability granted by Sage Mode would be useful. Later that day, Naruto watched as the hunters prepared for capture the flag. He could see how serious everyone was. Especially Phoebe, Zoe, and Allison, who drew their mist blades. He felt a twinge of fear for the campers, but he understood they just wanted to finish quickly so they could embark on their mission. He hated waiting, wanting the game to start so he could take action to save her. Both sides know the rules, he heard Chiron shout as he sat in a tree above the hunters, considering it unfair to join them. The stream is the dividing line. The entire forest is fair game. When the horn sounds, the game begins. Naruto looked at the hunters, urging them to win so they could leave. Win so we can get out of here, he said, and they all nodded, drawing their bows and weapons. Of course, Lord Naruto. We don't plan to lose, Zoe replied, her weapon secured on her back and her bow in hand. Good, he said with a smile as the horn sounded and the hunters dashed forward. Zoe and her hunters navigated through the forest. She used her chakra to move silently until she spotted her target, the son of Zeus. Phoebe was determined to take down the son of Poseidon, as they needed to eliminate the strong hitters while the others focused on capturing the flag. She ran her hands over the seals she had spent months learning from the scrolls Lord Naruto had given her. With a focused expression, She activated her technique, transforming her arrow into black ice. She aimed and released the arrow. Talia was caught off guard when a black arrow struck the ground right next to her foot, causing the earth around her to freeze. The ice spread rapidly, encasing her feet. Annoyed, she attempted to break the ice with her lightning, only to find it ineffective. Ice release, a blend of water and wind. The wind neutralizes your electricity, Zoe explained as she gracefully dropped from a tree. When did you learn to use ice? Talia asked, trying to shatter the ice with her spear, but each piece that broke merely reformed and climbed higher up her legs. This goes against the rules. Prisoners can't be bound, she protested, while Zoe smiled. Who says you're my prisoner? You were simply caught in my attack, Zoe replied, drawing Nuibari before dashing toward the trees, leaving behind the frozen girl who was cursing under her breath. Zoe moved through the forest with elegance, allowing the thread of Nuibari to extend behind her. Once satisfied with its length, she swung it, instantly hearing the cries of numerous campers. She snapped the cord tight enough to keep them suspended and secured it to the ground with chakra before continuing toward the flag. Phoebe smiled as she twirled her large sword, enveloping it in chakra to use as a whip or wave to push the campers away. Hera suited her perfectly. She grinned upon spotting the son of Poseidon trying to sneak through the woods, making as much noise as a bull in a china shop compared to her fellow hunters. She leapt from her tree, lowered her sword, and coated it in chakra once more. Percy's eyes widened as he saw a massive wave of glowing blue water rushing toward him, connected to a large sword wielded by a hunter. He had seen some hunters using strange arrows reminiscent of a comic book character, Green Arrow, with trick arrows that exploded with fire or struck people with lightning. He tried to prevent the water from crashing into him, but it struck hard, sending him flying into a tree. Not the water boy, Phoebe remarked, drawing her sword again and frowning as she noticed him pulling out Anaclumos, narrowing his eyes at her. She didn't like that he possessed Zoe's old sword. That won't be useful against me, she said, swinging her sword to knock him down before landing a solid blow to his chest. Percy felt frustrated as this hunter struck him effortlessly. He sensed something tense within him as water gathered around him, propelling it toward the hunter, only for her to vanish in a cloud of smoke, leaving a log in her place. Substitution technique always works, Phoebe said with a smile as she dashed through hand signs, securing her sword to her back after seeing him summon water. Lightning style, electromagnetic assassination, she shouted, unleashing a wave of electricity toward him. Percy was stunned as the electricity struck him, and since his arm was connected to the water, it felt even worse. He felt his vision beginning to fade as his body collapsed forward. Phoebe smiled as the boy fainted. She wished she could reclaim Anaclumos, but the only way to do so while keeping it away was for the stranger to abandon it willingly or reject it. Her smile widened when she heard the sound of the horn and the centaur shouting, "The hunters win!" She turned to see Allison carrying the flag, with her Kabadawari strapped to her sides. Naruto smiled as Zoe and the other hunters came to congratulate Allison. He had observed the entire battle and felt proud of how quickly they had accomplished their goal without harming anyone, aside from minor burns from fire and electricity. He was impressed by all the hunters, but his thoughts were interrupted when he saw the oracle approaching Zoe. Zoe scanned the area until she spotted him. He smiled and nodded, encouraging her to continue. She bowed to the oracle. "Please, tell me what I must do to save Lady Artemis," she requested as the oracle's mouth emitted green smoke. The image of Artemis appeared, but she had a PRDNT belly that made Zoe's heart sink. 6 will go west toward the chained goddess, 1 will be nearly lost in the land without rain, the doom of Olympus shows the trail, campers and hunters combined prevail, the Titan's curse must withstand 2, and the father of 1 will be crushed by the hand of the child, the oracle proclaimed before collapsing backward. Naruto stepped forward, demanding a council meeting with the cabin leaders immediately. Everyone turned to Dionysus, who nodded in agreement. "I appointed him as co-master for all of you. You heard the man. Council meeting in 5 minutes, he ordered, and everyone nodded. Peter Johnson and Tally Goose, take the oracle back to the attic, he added with a distracted gesture as he walked away. Zoe looked at Naruto with concern in her eyes. Is Lady Artemis permanente? She asked, while all the hunters looked at him in confusion, as the oracle usually recognized the face of the person they were speaking about. Naruto frowned and nodded. Yes, and that's why I'm even more worried about her, he replied, causing the hunters to pale. But don't worry, Zoe is leading the search and I will go too, he assured her as she nodded vigorously. Of course. Lord Naruto is coming, she said, glancing at her fellow hunters. I will inform you of the decisions made in the meeting. Rest, as this was our fastest victory. Lady Artemis will be proud when she hears, she said, and they all nodded, beginning to return to camp. She looked at Naruto, who nodded back with a smile. Don't worry, I won't let anything stand in our way to rescue Artemis, he said as she nodded in agreement. I know, Lord Naruto, she replied while walking toward the great house, and he followed her. Inside the great house, Naruto was seated in his mother's chair while Zoe represented Artemis's cabin. He glanced at the other counselors and frowned at the negative emotions radiating from Talia, the daughter of Zeus. Ignoring her, he stood up. Dionysus had taken charge of the meeting since Chiron was occupied. All right, we're here to discuss who will accompany Zoe, but remember that the hunters and campers combined will prevail, he stated, causing Zoe to scowl but nod in understanding. The last thing she wanted was to jeopardize the quest. Even though she preferred to bring only hunters, she knew that wouldn't work well for them. I'm bringing myself, Lord Naruto, and Allison for the hunters, and for the campers, I can't think of anyone else for Lord Naruto to choose, she said, crossing her arms. She couldn't think of anyone deserving to join them, as she didn't particularly like any of the campers. Naruto chuckled softly as he looked around. His gaze landed on Percy, Annabeth, and Talia. He knew Talia wasn't fond of the hunters, but her powers would be useful. Percy Jackson, Annabeth Chase, and Talia Grace, he announced, making Percy and Annabeth smile while Talia groaned in protest. But you should know this, he continued, capturing everyone's attention. Zoe is in charge, and if you do anything to hinder the mission, I'll bring you back here faster than you can say, oops, he warned, his eyes glowing red for a brief moment, earning nods from everyone before he turned to Zoe and nodded. She felt a bit annoyed by the arrival of the man, but honestly, it could have been worse. We leave first thing in the morning. Don't be late or I'll leave you behind, she shouted as she walked out. Naruto followed her and gave her a reassuring pat on the back. We'll be fine, I have some plans that might help, he said as she nodded. I just worry about Milady, Zoe admitted, her concern evident. We'll bring her back safe and sound. I swear by the river Styx, he declared, a serious expression on his face as thunder rumbled in the distance, sealing his vow. Naruto leaned against the tree with the golden fleece while waiting with Zoe and Allison for the other mission members. Zoe had left Phoebe in charge of the hunters while they were away. She wanted to leave as soon as possible since her wife's safety was at stake. Finally, everyone has arrived, she said, turning to the 3 demigods. Sorry, we don't have any fancy powers to help pack all our things, Talia said, her expression furious as she walked past them toward the truck where Argus was standing. Naruto rolled his eyes as he placed his hand on the golden fleece and instantly entered sage mode. Now, let's go, he said, ignoring the surprised looks from everyone at the sudden change in his eyes and eyelids. Are you using sage mode to find Lady Artemis? Zoe asked as she climbed into the truck and sat beside him. I'm trying, but something is blocking my ability to sense her. However, I do feel something powerful nearby, he replied, squinting. It would be wise to check it out, he added, nodding to Argus. He had encountered his mother's creation of many eyes once or twice and found it fascinating. Since it was his mother's creation, he could communicate with it telepathically. I will take you as far as I can, young master, Argus said in his mind as Naruto nodded and settled into the shotgun seat. He didn't like how hidden she was from him. He couldn't feel any markers from her wedding ring, nor could he sense her energy in sage mode. I may not know where she is, but if we search for the Hephaestus, we might find a trace of her energy before she was taken, which could provide some clues, he suggested as Zoe nodded in agreement. What is an Ophi whatever? Percy asked, looking confused. He had never been good at remembering the names of monsters or, at times, gods and goddesses. It's a beast whose entrails, if sacrificed in a fire, grant the person who sacrificed them the power to destroy Olympus. Lady Artemis was sent to retrieve it alone, but she was captured, Zoe explained, frowning. She didn't like that the beast had re-emerged since the last time it had appeared. They had barely managed to save the entrails. I sense something strong nearby, so that's where we're headed, he said as they piled into the truck. He closed his eyes and concentrated on maintaining his sage mode. So, Naruto, what's up with your new eyes and look? Talia asked, smiling. It's not makeup, young lady. Lord Naruto has harnessed nature itself and wields it as a weapon. It enhances his powers and gives him a broader range of sensory abilities, Zoe explained, rolling her eyes. Wow, don't tell Grover or he'll freak out, Percy said with a grin. Naruto focused on establishing a connection with the bijou. Can you feel her? He asked, trying to mask his concern in his voice, though the bijou could hear it clearly. We're doing our best, Kit. Even with all our energy, we barely have any leeway, Kurama replied, frowning. Everyone could sense Naruto's worry, and the fact that they couldn't be of any help didn't sit well with them. We're doing our best and will continue until we can get even the slightest lead on her, Matatabi added as the others nodded in agreement. Just follow the nearby energy, as it feels powerful and is our only clue, Yuki advised, frowning. The energy felt too immense to be a mere monster, and it was also very dark. Son Goku smiled and encouraged everyone to use their abilities or forms if necessary, expressing excitement about getting into action. Naruto offered a faint smile and nodded, acknowledging the effort but feeling the vehicle slowing down. He vanished from the mental landscape, leaving behind his companions. Kokuo frowned, expressing concern for Naruto, who was genuinely worried about Artemis. The swirling emotions within him were palpable, yet he kept them contained to focus on the rescue mission. Shikaku remarked on the situation, noting that it was surprising Naruto hadn't transformed into Kurama to create a ruckus in his search for her. Saiken frowned, but Kokuo reassured everyone that Naruto was more controlled than that. He always had a plan and would use all his skills to bring her back. They just needed to be there for him. Once Naruto left the mental landscape, he was unaware of their conversation. He and the bijou had set it up to avoid distractions, but if something important needed to be communicated, they could break through the barrier to alert him. He noticed they had stopped and saw them outside the vehicle at a gas station. Zoe leaned against a pillar, explaining that the truck had run out of gas and Argus was refueling it. She inquired if there was any news from their sources, but Naruto shook his head, indicating they were trying but couldn't locate her. In his mind, he heard Argus wishing him luck in finding Lady Artemis, as the many-eyed man bowed slightly before tossing him the keys and disappearing. Annabeth, confused, asked where Argus had gone. Naruto explained that this was as far as Argus could accompany them, and it was now up to them to drive. He stored the keys in his pocket and summoned a clone to handle the truck while they grabbed some food before continuing. Talia was still astonished by the man's abilities. She didn't know much, but he seemed incredibly strong, even if no one had witnessed him in battle. Naruto instructed his clone to find food while he figured out their next destination. Talia left with a frown, and he rolled his eyes slightly as he pulled out his compass. He knew he couldn't help her, but perhaps the closer they got, the more things would resolve themselves. Allison reassured Naruto that they would find Artemis and she would be safe, embracing her distant relative. He smiled back, ruffling her hair and expressing gratitude for her support, though he still worried about Artemis as he rubbed his wedding ring. He observed everyone eating and had a few rice balls he had sealed before his clone dissipated. Once everyone was back in the truck, he took the driver's seat while Allison looked at him with concern. She questioned if he could even drive a car. He confidently replied that he had ridden a motorcycle at crazy speeds and could handle this vehicle as well. With a smile, he started the engine and pressed the accelerator. Allison clung to her seat, terrified as they sped down the road. It was better than his first motorcycle ride, but still frightening. Zoe smiled, complimenting Naruto on his driving skills as they navigated through traffic. Percy, Annabeth, and Allison exchanged confused glances, recalling stories about Zoe's terrible driving, though thankfully, There were no near misses this time. Naruto skidded to a stop when they reached a science center, having followed the energy he sensed. He exited Sage mode, realizing he couldn't maintain it for long due to the low natural energy in this realm. He advised everyone to stay alert, smiling as Percy complained about the unknown dangers ahead. He emphasized that whatever was causing that energy would likely be powerful, instructing them to sweep the area and keep everyone out. He handed a kunai Hiration to Zoe, who nodded in understanding. In a flash, he disappeared, only to be met with a massive roar as a giant lion attacked him. He ducked under the leap and turned to face the enormous lion with a grin, greeting her as Nemean-chan. The lion growled, recalling their last encounter where he had defeated her. Naruto quickly explained that he didn't want to fight. He respected her as a sacred animal to his mother, Hera, and doubted she would want him to harm her. The lion narrowed her eyes, questioning why she would join him after their past. He offered her a choice. He could either defeat her again and force her to reform or allow her to become his sacred animal once he ascended to godhood, ensuring she wouldn't have to worry about being attacked again. He promised that even if she fell in battle, he could revive her instantly. The lion considered his words, expressing her reluctance to be treated as a mere pet. He clarified that she would be a companion, emphasizing her incredible power and the need for assistance since his wife was in trouble. The lion, now known as Areli, agreed to join him, albeit with the condition of being respected. Naruto encouraged Areli to follow him as they sought the source of the energy, and she complied, ready to assist him in their quest. Naruto paused, looking at Areli with a smile as he mentioned that he believed her true name was Atlas. He expressed his gratitude, hugging the massive lion, which sat there, confused. He was eager to find the one responsible for his wife's disappearance. Areli, though puzzled, chose to follow the unusual son of Hera. They soon found themselves facing a burly man in an elegant suit, with stone-gray eyes and chiseled features. Naruto demanded to know where his wife was, his eyes transforming to those of Kurama. He understood that if Atlas had emerged from the sky, someone strong must be beneath it to bear the burden. Atlas, surprised by Naruto's presence, remarked that he was astonished the beast wasn't attacking him, but reassured him that his soldiers were taking care of the situation. Just then, Naruto appeared before him, delivering a powerful blow to the Titan's jaw, sending him sliding backward. Naruto declared that he had a habit of turning old foes into allies, confident that they could handle whatever was thrown at them. He was determined to crush Atlas and throw him back under the sky to save his wife. Atlas felt a twinge of fear. The man's aura reminded him of his brother Kronos, but far more intense. The force of Naruto's strike had shattered his defenses, and a voice in the back of his mind urged him to flee. He struck his hand against the ground, creating an opening to escape, knowing he needed his armor and weapons for a real fight. Naruto growled as he removed his cloak, telling Areli that he needed to return to his group. Areli was impressed by his strength and power, despite her earlier defeat. She asked who his wife was, and he replied that it was Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, moon, childbirth, and maidens, while sadly rubbing his wedding ring. He revealed that she was also P-Arginine, which caused Areli to frown. Areli acknowledged his concern for her and assured him that he would find her. Naruto thanked her, promising not to attack anyone and ensuring his allies would do the same. As they opened the doors, they were met with a peculiar sight: two frozen skeletons, encased in a massive block of ice, another hanging from the ceiling, and yet another struggling in a small pool of cooled lava. Areli followed him as he commented on the interesting view. Zoe, upon seeing the lion of Nemea behind Naruto, warned him of the potential danger. Naruto raised a hand, instructing everyone not to attack, explaining that she was now his sacred animal and companion. This revelation confused everyone, but he reassured them that he had made a deal with Areli, and they needed all the help they could get. Talia questioned if Areli could really communicate with him, to which Naruto explained that lions were sacred to his mother, and with Artemis's blessing he could understand animals. He gently patted Areli's head, though she had to lean down due to her size. He urged everyone to move forward, emphasizing that they had no time for questions. Allison, eyeing the large lion, decided to seal her cloak, knowing it might be unwise to wear it now. She asked Zoe how Lady Artemis would react to this situation, and Zoe chuckled, believing she would be pleased. Naruto reassured Allison that Areli didn't mind her using the cloak as long as it wasn't abused. As they exited the center, Naruto frowned at the sight of a black helicopter that began firing at them. He cursed the mercenaries, while Areli roared and positioned herself in front of the bullets. He instructed everyone to reach the vehicle, stating he could keep up on foot to avoid harming innocents. He called for everyone to get in the car, directing Zoe to drive and place a marker once they reached safety. As he prepared to hold off the mercenaries, Annabeth asked about his plan, and he chuckled, readying himself in his cloak. He intended to slow them down with Areli, ensuring Zoe had a large enough space for her. Zoe rallied the group, urging them to get in the truck as Naruto summoned wooden tendrils to attack the helicopters. He smiled as he sent orbs of truth toward them, causing some to crash, while others managed to escape. As Zoe sped down the road, weaving through traffic, Naruto urged Areli to help him deal with the mercenaries. He recognized them as mercenaries from his extensive reading, noting how ninjas had evolved into more violent and lethal beings with advancing technology. He summoned clones as Areli roared and charged at the mercenaries, ensuring her mouth stayed closed to avoid any lucky shots. They swiftly incapacitated the mercenaries, either defeating them cleanly or rendering them unable to fight. Naruto smiled at Areli, feeling her readiness. He asked if she was prepared to move, stroking her back, which she seemed to appreciate. She inquired how they would reach their target, and he replied with a grin that they would do so by transformation. In a flash of yellow, they vanished. Zoe was relieved that one of the train cars was spacious enough for the new lion they had encountered. Naruto had witnessed his ability to sway others to his side, but he never imagined it would happen with a creature like the Nemean lioness. However, considering it was Naruto, he often achieved the impossible. He set aside the marker, and in a flash of yellow, Naruto and Areli, the lioness, stood before Zoe. Naruto revealed that he had a lead on Artemis, though it was not good news. Zoe frowned, sharing his concern. They decided to gather the rest to discuss their next steps. Naruto asked Areli if she was okay waiting there or if she wanted him to use a transformation jutsu to make her smaller. Areli shook her head, stating she would wait but needed to discuss their partnership. He nodded in agreement. They followed Zoe to a train car filled with luxurious compartments. Naruto shared that he believed he knew where Artemis was, but it wouldn't be easy. The group turned to him, anxious to hear more. He explained that he thought she was at Mount Athres, having met Atlas at the Science Center. It would be more challenging than expected, but at least he had a lead on her location. All he needed was to get there and rescue his wife. In the next chapter, Thalia expressed confusion about their situation. Naruto explained that they couldn't fly with Percy present and had to stay on the path to avoid complications. Zoe suggested they travel west on foot, using any routes they could find. With their destination in mind, planning became easier. Thalia asked about riding the Nemean lioness, but Naruto clarified that Areli was not a mount. She was his ally and sacred companion. Allison mentioned they could leave in the morning when the train reached its final stop. Naruto encouraged everyone to rest, knowing they had a long journey ahead. As he returned to the train car with Areli, he overheard Apollo commenting on how he had never seen a Nemean lioness so tame. Naruto understood the power Areli possessed and appreciated her loyalty. Apollo informed him that Zeus still refused to allow them to fly with Percy, even for Artemis's sake. Naruto sighed but assured Apollo he had plans to reach Mount Athres quickly, even without flying. Areli chimed in, expressing her reluctance to be used as a taxi. Naruto reassured her that he had promised not to treat her that way. Apollo urged him to bring Artemis back safely, as she was his sister. Naruto vowed to do everything in his power to rescue her, determined not to let anything stand in his way. As Naruto contemplated their next steps, Areli asked if they could finalize their contract. He agreed, taking a seat in front of her, feeling a headache coming on from the stress. Meanwhile, Zoe struggled to suppress her urge to confront Thalia. Thalia teased Zoe about Artemis's supposed celibacy, pointing out the hypocrisy of their current situation. Zoe defended Naruto, asserting that he had earned their respect through his remarkable deeds. Thalia sarcastically questioned what made him so impressive, prompting Naruto to enter the train car and share his accomplishments. The others looked at him in shock as he recounted his victories over powerful foes and his efforts to bring peace to war-torn nations. As they settled in for the night, Naruto felt a sense of foreboding in a dream. He saw Artemis struggling under the weight of the sky. He approached her, gently caressing her cheek and pressing his forehead against hers. He vowed to save her and their child, expressing his love. Just then he heard Atlas's voice, taunting Artemis. Naruto turned to face the Titan, ready to defend the ones he loved. Artemis felt a clear sense of foreboding, her silver eyes shining defiantly as she warned that even if they tried to avoid her, she could sense their approach, and they should be afraid. Atlas mocked her, questioning the threat of the goddess. She explained that the last time the goddess had been angry, it resulted in a primordial fading, causing Atlas to pale slightly. He dismissed her words, refusing to believe the truth of her warning. She elaborated that the goddess had sealed the primordial within herself, dividing its essence to prevent it from reforming. When angered, she could harness the primordial's powers, making her even more formidable. As Atlas moved away towards Luke, who was gazing out at the sea, he called back to Artemis, urging her to stay strong for him. He kissed her forehead, feeling the warmth of her skin linger on his lips, even though she was merely a vision. The moment made her look up, her eyes meeting his. She expressed her love for him, promising to wait for his return to save her, her smile fading as the dream began to dissolve. He smiled sadly, gently caressing her cheek before their connection ended. The next morning, Percy grumbled as he exited the train, the morning light signaling it was time to disembark. Annabeth asked if he was all right while helping him up. He replied that he was fine, though he hadn't expected to crouch and climb out of a train, still feeling the fatigue from their encounter with the monster. Thalia inquired about the situation with the lion, which walked alongside Naruto. Percy explained that they had struck a deal. The lion would guard the hunt, assist in combat, and be treated with respect, while he would provide food and ensure her safety. Hera, the lion, nodded in agreement, clearly tired of the endless cycle. Annabeth remarked on the strangeness of the situation, while Allison and Zoe shrugged, having witnessed Naruto do even more unusual things. Zoe suggested they might be close to a town where they could find a vehicle. They arrived at a small village in New Mexico. Naruto instructed them to gather supplies, excluding food, as he could handle that. Areli nudged him playfully, and he rolled his eyes at the massive lioness before summoning a large quantity of raw meat for her. He couldn't help but chuckle as the enormous beast purred with delight. After a few moments, he sensed dark energy approaching, accompanied by a flow of natural energy. He exchanged a glance with Areli, who nodded, quickly finishing her meal before they rushed towards the convenience store. Inside, they found demigods battling a group of skeletons. Zoe and Allison drew their swords, but each time they defeated one, it reformed instantly. Naruto commanded Areli to protect the others, who nodded and leaped into action, positioning herself in front of them. As he performed hand seals, he declared his technique, summoning wooden vines that ensnared the skeletons completely. He then instructed Areli to help keep them immobilized, striking his hands down to cast another technique that thickened the ground around the skeletons into a sticky, suffocating mud, causing them to sink. Thalia, Annabeth, and Percy watched in awe, one of them feeling a twinge of jealousy as they witnessed Naruto's abilities. Percy, confused, asked about the technique, recalling seeing hunters use similar skills during Capture the Flag. Naruto explained that it was a power he possessed, stating that where he came from, abilities like breathing fire or controlling lightning were not uncommon. He could manipulate fire, water, lightning, earth, wind, and other elements like wood in nature. He continued to bind the skeletons with immobilizing seals, hoping they would hold. They needed to move on, and as he stepped into the forest, a massive Erymanthian boar charged at him. He grasped its tusks, holding it steady, knowing that this creature could lead them to a location infused with divine energy. One by one, Zoe and the others climbed aboard, leaving him behind. He instructed them to continue, stating he had another means of transport. Zoe looked confused but nodded, guiding the boar forward with a thread of nuibari and some food he had created. As they dashed ahead, he opened a scroll, realizing he hadn't fully explored its contents. His mother had mentioned adding more as she discovered new things. Areli peered over his shoulder, curious about his plans. Naruto chuckled softly as he found what he needed, smiling as he opened another summoning contract labeled Bulls and Cows. He quickly signed it, just as he had with the contracts for the hawk, lion, and peacock. He knew his mother would include this, as a cow was another of her sacred animals. Performing the necessary hand seals, he shouted the summoning technique, and a massive black bull appeared, adorned in dark green armor that gave it a samurai-like appearance. The bull, with a surprisingly feminine voice, introduced herself as Mushi, the leader of her clan, confirming that she could keep pace with the boar. Acting swiftly, Naruto sealed everything away before carefully mounting her, glancing back at Areli. A smile grew on her face as she playfully challenged the girl, wondering if she could keep up with Areli. In a teasing tone, he responded, claiming he could easily match the pace of anything, while Mushi chuckled softly. The girl then declared they would see, launching herself forward in an impressive burst of speed, leaving a trail of green lightning that seemed to radiate from her armor. Zoe had no trouble holding on as she used chakra to stick to the skin of the boar. She felt a bit worried about leaving Naruto behind until a green ball of light zipped past them, surrounding them briefly before fading away. Confused, Zoe soon spotted Naruto riding atop a massive armored bull that was unleashing bolts of lightning. He greeted her with a smile, pleased to see she hadn't strayed too far. Talia, bewildered, questioned the origin of the bull. Naruto explained that its name was Mushi, a summoning he had acquired, patting the bull affectionately on its back just as Areli burst into the clearing, causing the boar to squeal in fear and sprint faster. However, both Mushi and Areli had no trouble keeping pace. After a few hours, the boar collapsed, either from exhaustion or fear. Naruto wasn't quite sure. He thanked Mushi, promising to call on him if needed, as the bull bowed and vanished. Naruto frowned as he recognized their location, feeling a sense of foreboding about what he had left behind. Allison looked at him with a hint of excitement, asking if they were where she thought they were. She confirmed they were at the god's junkyard, the birthplace of his gauntlets, which glimmered slightly in their shackled form. Areli growled as a limousine approached, and Naruto sensed who was inside even before they stepped out. Ares, the god of war, glared at him, prompting Naruto to question his presence. Ares explained that a certain lady wanted to speak with him and Jackson, but Naruto shook his head, expressing his reluctance to deal with Aphrodite's flirtations and her attempts to get him to remove his ring. As Ares threatened him, Naruto couldn't help but laugh, recalling their last encounter and how Ares had fared. The tension thickened as Ares warned him to comply, but Naruto stood firm, asserting that he would not be intimidated. After some back and forth, Ares reluctantly agreed, but insisted Jackson still had to leave. Naruto rolled his eyes, conceding that if it meant getting out of there sooner, it was fine. Percy thought it might not be so bad. Ares smirked, teasing Naruto about taming the lioness, unaware that Areli would soon retaliate with a swift strike to his face, sending him stumbling back. Ares stood ready to retaliate until he caught the fierce look in Naruto's eyes, which promised pain if he dared to attack. Naruto defended Areli, stating she was his sacred animal, blessed by Artemis and his mother. Ares dismissed it, watching them from the side of the limousine. Time passed before Ares finally let Percy go, a relief for Naruto, who preferred to avoid further confrontation with the god of war. As he helped Percy up, who had been unceremoniously tossed from the limousine, Percy described the encounter as strange, mentioning that the lady had instructed them to pass through the junkyard without taking anything. Naruto nodded, explaining that Hephaestus had a blessing to safeguard his junk, and only he and Allison could take items, though he suspected their time had run out since they left. He instructed everyone to line up, wanting the journey to be straightforward, fearing that the guard system might pose a serious threat. Areli, curious, asked what lay within the junkyard as they passed under the sign. Naruto warned her about Talos, or at least an early version of him, expressing uncertainty about their ability to handle it if it awakened. He emphasized the need for her to focus on saving the children if anything went wrong. Areli agreed, hoping nothing would happen, and Naruto shared her sentiment, tightening his grip as he gazed at the enormous Talos, swearing he saw its eyes flicker for a brief moment. Overall, he felt uneasy about this part of their journey. As they rushed through the junkyard, Naruto cursed inwardly, realizing he had been right all along. Talos was chasing them, and he had no idea why it had activated, suspecting that Kronos was somehow involved. He shouted for Areli to protect the children and get them out of there, turning to strike the ground with his hands, summoning a wooden dragon. Areli nodded, pushing the children to safety. Naruto needed help, and Allison shouted as the enormous lion growled, pushing her forward. Zoe, drawing her bow, fired ice arrows to aid their retreat while insisting that Lord Naruto could handle himself. Percy, Annabeth, and Talia glanced back with concern as they ran through the junkyard. Naruto faced the giant, his gauntlets coming to life as he raised a hand to block the giant's punch, his eyes now glowing gold. He unleashed a powerful roar, channeling the lion's strength, and sent one of its heads crashing into Talos' arm, causing the automaton to stagger. Naruto dashed between its legs, pulling it down and causing its arm to tear free. He watched as the automaton stood shakily, emitting a screech reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. Focusing his energy, he prepared a Rasengan at the mouth of the lion's head just as a bolt of lightning struck the giant robot. Turning, he saw Talia standing there, her spear crackling with electricity. He urged Talia to leave, but she ignored him, charging at the automaton. Talos noticed her and raised his fist to strike, but Naruto quickly blocked the blow, holding it back with all his strength. He told her to go, explaining that if he hadn't intervened, she would have been in grave danger. Her fear was palpable as she stood frozen, inches away from the giant fist. Seeing her paralyzed with fear, he stomped his foot, and a tendril of wood pulled her back to safety, where she could feel Areli and the others. Naruto addressed Kronos, knowing he was controlling Talos, and declared that once he found his wife, he would ensure Atlas would never recover from his actions. He aimed the lion's mouth at the robot's chest, unleashing a powerful attack that sent a fiery explosion erupting from the automaton. After deactivating his gauntlets, he returned to his group, expressing his frustration at Talia's reckless decision to help. Talia, looking down, admitted she wanted to assist. Naruto sighed, ruffling her hair and explaining that the enormous robot could easily crush them all with a single stomp, and its armor was only vulnerable to high heat or lava. He reassured her that they had overcome worse challenges and urged her to relax. He instructed Allison to start a fire, needing to make an offering to Hephaestus for destroying the automaton. The hunter nodded, conjuring a fireball on the ground with a smile. Naruto presented the charred arm of Talos, transformed into a piece of knightly armor, as an apology for the destruction. A familiar voice interrupted, and Naruto turned to see Hephaestus sitting on a fallen tree. The god of the forge acknowledged that he knew the automaton was under control, allowing Naruto and his group to take what they needed. He encouraged them to gather supplies but requested to speak with Naruto privately. As the group dispersed, Allison smiled at her father, who returned the gesture from beneath his bushy beard. Hephaestus expressed curiosity about Areli, noting how unusual it was for a beast to be at peace with demigods. Naruto explained his pact with Areli, ensuring her safety and revealing her gentle nature despite her imposing appearance. Hephaestus chuckled before his expression turned serious. He expressed concern for Artemis, stating that he feared she might be in danger. Naruto nodded, sitting down to discuss the situation. He revealed that Artemis's PRGNCY complicated matters, as they hadn't planned for it amidst the chaos with the Titan. He noted that she had always wanted a child. The god of the forge reassured him that many wonderful things happened by chance and that Artemis was likely using her divine powers to protect the baby. Naruto expressed his urgency to find her, feeling terrible with each moment she remained in danger. Naruto ran swiftly to keep pace with the call he had sent to the children. Areli kept up effortlessly as they approached the mountain, sensing his wife's energy growing stronger, though it felt tense and weak, as if she were struggling against something. Zoe, dismounting from her hawk, confirmed that she could feel it too, warning him of the danger ahead. Naruto pressed on toward the entrance of the garden leading to the Titan's throne room, where Artemis was located. Zoe shouted a warning about Layden, but Naruto faced the 100-headed dragon without fear. He addressed Layden, the guardian of his mother's tree, asserting that he and his group needed to pass. "There's no way Lady Hera can bear a child," Layden hissed with anger. Naruto Uzumaki, claiming to be the son of Hera, declared that he didn't need an apple because he already possessed one. He explained that his group needed safe passage to rescue his wife from the burden of the sky. Layden, taken aback, was about to attack the boy until the symbol of his patron appeared above Naruto's head, confirming his claim. Layden apologized, bowing his head, and Naruto reassured him that it was fine, instructing him to let them pass. The group, feeling anxious, moved past Layden. As Aurelie walked by, Layden looked at her with curiosity, noting her alliance with a demigod. Aurelie chuckled softly, remarking that it was better than fighting them and that Naruto was a good boy who she planned to help become a great god. She jumped behind him, keeping an eye on the Hesperides, who seemed to be watching Zoe intently. Aurelie let out a grunt as the Hesperides moved away, and Zoe smiled at her before running after Naruto. Naruto dashed through the garden, his group closely following. He halted upon seeing Artemis beneath the sky, appearing defeated and struggling under its weight. "So, you finally arrived," a voice said as Naruto turned to see Atlas and Luke standing behind the remnants of a throne. "Yes, and now you will face the consequences," Naruto shouted, clenching his fist as his shackles glimmered. He called forth the Manticore Jump, transforming his shackles into the form of a manticore. The right gauntlet gleamed silver, featuring a large spike protruding from its palm, with smaller ones extending from his fingertips. His forearm was covered in what appeared to be bronze fur, but in reality, it was a multitude of needles clustered together. The left gauntlet was entirely bronze, with what looked like a scorpion stinger jutting from the palm, and a large bronze chain wrapped around his forearm and the back of the gauntlet. Zoe and Allison provide cover fire from a distance. "Everyone else, engage with Luke," he commanded, his eyes turning red with slit pupils, his voice merging with Kurama's. Percy, Annabeth, Talia, and Aurelie, who had been watching Naruto, nodded and moved toward Luke while Naruto faced Atlas. Atlas grinned, cracking his knuckles. "I'm the Titan of Strength. Using your fists is a foolish choice," he shouted, charging at Naruto and throwing his spear. Naruto remained still, raising his right hand as the spear approached. He swiftly halted Atlas's advance and delivered a powerful punch to the Titan's jaw, causing him to stagger back a step before blocking Atlas's retaliatory strike with his forearm. Atlas smiled as the hunter's arrows bounced off him, only to feel a sharp pain as many thin needles pierced his fist, preventing him from making contact. Just as he was about to retreat, he felt something wrap around him. Naruto grinned as the chain he had sent out coiled around Atlas's legs. Without hesitation, he summoned an Odama Rasengan in his hand and hurled it at the Titan's face. "Naruto," a voice sounded, freezing him in place. He turned to see something that filled him with both rage and disgust. Artemis was in worse shape than he had imagined, her body battered and her eyes turned silver, as if she were broken. Originally, he wanted to bring Atlas down or defeat him, but now all he cared about was tending to his clearly distressed wife. Ignoring the ongoing battle, he crouched down to caress her cheek while lifting the weight of the sky off her. "Let me go, Artemis. I can handle this," he said as she fell to the ground. He noticed tears in her eyes as she approached him, murmuring softly against his chest while he bore the immense weight of the sky. For any ordinary man, it would have been unbearable, but with the combined strength of Tsunade and Bijou energy, it was not as difficult as he had anticipated. "Zoe, Allison, focus all your efforts on Atlas. Something is wrong with Artemis," he shouted, and the girls nodded in response. Zoe narrowed her eyes at her father as she drew Nuibari, while Allison readied Kabadawari. "I don't know what you are, Lady Artemis, but you will return under the sky," Zoe yelled, infusing her affinity for ice into her sword as she charged at her father. Allison frowned at her adoptive brother, who was still holding the sky. She gripped Kabadawari tightly, the hammer dripping with lava. She had a bad feeling about what had happened to Lady Artemis, but she needed to focus on the fight. "Zoe! Jump!" she called out as the huntress leapt into the air while Allison swung her hammer, sending a wave of lava toward Atlas, causing him to sink slightly into it, screaming in pain as the lava burned him. Zoe then moved her sword into his shoulder, freezing it before she kicked him away, landing safely away from the lava. Atlas roared in pain as he began to glow. "I will not be defeated by two insignificant girls," he bellowed, unleashing his divine aura. Zoe and Allison immediately turned away, only to be struck by Atlas, sending them skidding back until they crashed into the pillars, knocked unconscious by the force of his aura. Naruto cursed as he held the sky, unable to move while Artemis continued to act strangely. He knew that the clones wouldn't be able to support the weight, even if he reinforced them, and he couldn't use his hands to seal it. Naruto had been observing the fight with Luke and was impressed by the boy's skills, but something about him seemed to enhance his powers. "In it, Allison and Zoe are in trouble," he muttered as he felt Percy push him. "Go save them, I can help," Percy urged, and Naruto smiled at the boy. Normally, Naruto wouldn't allow anyone to put themselves in danger like that, but something in Percy's eyes told him he could trust him to buy the time he needed. Naruto nodded, crouching down to Percy's level, still bearing the weight of the sky. "Less than 5 minutes, can you hold on that long?" Percy appeared a bit nervous but nodded. Naruto understood that time was of the essence. He slowly placed the weight on Percy's shoulders while quickly gathering Artemis and moving away from the sky with her in tow. He summoned a clone as he positioned her beside him, just before she whispered something in his ear that chilled him to the bone. For words echoed in his mind, "I lost the baby." The child she had been carrying for the past 3 months was gone. The weight of the sky had been too stressful for her and exhausting for her body. As the goddess of childbirth, the loss of her own child hit her hard. He gently kissed her forehead and left her with the clone, telling her to wait. "Atlas," he shouted as he donned the Six Paths cloak, fully aware that this was an act of vengeance, but he didn't care. "Your life is forfeit," he declared before appearing before the radiant titan, whose thick, divine blood and the bijou shielded him from the full force of the aura. Atlas had no time to react as a black orb shot through his shoulder, piercing him effortlessly. Before he could even cry out, he was impaled by a barrage of black rods. All he could do was stare into the cold red eyes of his attacker, who was surrounded by a golden flame. "Don't think I'll let you die. You'll remain like this, unable to die, bleeding out or even healing," he said, placing a hand on the Titan's forehead and glancing at Percy before they both vanished in a cloud of smoke, leaving Atlas, still missing an arm and embedded with numerous black rods. Naruto looked at Luke while Talia pushed him toward the edge, but he was unfazed. He approached the still catatonic Artemis and lifted her as Zoe and Allison began to stir. Zoe was in shock at the sight of Naruto in his most powerful form and the state of her father. She asked what had happened as he carried Artemis toward her. "Call for the chariot. We need to get to Olympus urgently." "She needs to see my mother," he said in a serious tone, causing Zoe to shiver slightly at his cold demeanor. She knew that whatever was happening was serious. Covering her mouth with her hands, she let out a sharp whistle as she glowed silver. Areli cautiously approached Naruto, looking at him with concern. "Will she be okay?" she asked, and Naruto frowned. "I don't know," he replied wearily, stroking Artemis's head as the chariot descended. "Zoe, you drive, everyone else follows me," he instructed, while Areli shrank down to the size of a kitten without being asked, knowing he wasn't in the mood for a rough ride. She remained silent in the chariot, holding Artemis, who was quietly crying. The moment they landed in Olympus, he rushed off with Areli on his shoulder. "Mom, I need you," he shouted as he entered the throne room. The moment his eyes met his mother's, he felt a surge of urgency. His mother looked at him and Artemis, and he instantly understood what had happened. He felt a surge of panic as he rushed from his throne. He asked in a defeated tone if she could help, and although she frowned, she nodded in agreement. She assured him that she would do her best, but it would take some time as he placed Artemis into his mother's arms. Artemis was reverting to her child form, now resembling an 8-year-old. Zeus, filled with anger, demanded to know what had happened to his daughter. Naruto turned to face the god with fierce determination, causing Zeus to tremble. He accused Zeus of being responsible, claiming that if he had gone hunting with her, she wouldn't have lost the baby. His voice resonated with the power of the bijou, and tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Apollo, feeling a wave of boredom wash over him, lost his usual spark as he watched his sister. He shakily descended from his throne. Zeus asked Apollo if he could help, and the sun god, wearing an unusually serious expression, left the throne room with Hera. Zeus shouted about an important meeting, but Poseidon interrupted him with a powerful punch to the jaw, sending him flying from his throne. Poseidon exclaimed that Zeus should care about his daughter, who had just suffered rather than the meeting. He declared that the meeting was over and instructed Dionysus to take the demigods home, except for the hunters. Meanwhile, Zoe collapsed to the ground in shock as Allison tried to assist her. Talia appeared worried about something and insisted that she needed to stay and talk to Zoe while Poseidon watched. Naruto simply shook his head. He thought that if others wanted to stay, they could, but he had to do everything he could for his wife. He glanced at Zeus before leaving. Zoe was devastated, and she knew her mistress was too. She sat in the garden outside the temple of Apollo, her expression somber. She had not been allowed to enter because Apollo and Lady Hera needed to focus on helping Artemis, but she wanted to be as close to Lady Artemis as possible. Zoe also had to send Allison back to the hunters at camp to inform them of what had happened. They needed to know so they could try to help in any way possible. She felt uncertain as she thought about joining the hunters, believing it might aid Artemis. Since Naruto was the lieutenant, he could swear her in. Zoe furrowed her brow slightly, knowing it was true that the hunters belonged to Artemis, and the more hunters there were, the stronger she would be. Naruto had a say in whether she gained chakra, but he placed a hand on the dark-haired girl's forehead, indicating his support. Meanwhile, Naruto sat beside Artemis's bed, holding her hand and kissing her knuckles gently. He whispered a plea for her to be okay, but she remained silent and unresponsive. Areli lay in the bed next to Artemis, trying to comfort the clearly injured goddess. She expressed her love for Artemis, acknowledging the devastation she was experiencing, and reassured her that she would always be there, no matter how long it took for her to recover. Naruto stood beside his mother, holding a golden apple, staring at it intently before bringing it closer to his mouth. Just then, he heard her clear her throat. She expressed concern about his decision, warning him that becoming a god could lead to disastrous consequences. He shook his head, overwhelmed by emotion. He felt responsible for the loss of their child, believing that if he were a god, things might have turned out differently. Hera frowned as she embraced her son, tears streaming down her face, and he mirrored her sorrow. She urged him not to blame himself and to direct his anger toward Atlas instead, but he couldn't accept that. He raised the apple to his lips again, only to be stopped by the gentle voice of his wife, who cautioned him against such a choice in this moment of grief. She encouraged him to wait for a happier occasion to embrace divinity, all while tenderly caring for Areli, who remained unaware of the turmoil surrounding them. Naruto's heart ached as he watched her defeated expression. He knelt beside her, taking her hand, but she silenced him with a finger on his lips, asking him to do this for her. He nodded, sealing the apple and expressing his desire to return home. As Apollo entered, he asked if Naruto was truly ready to leave. His sister insisted she wanted to stay with her hunters, despite his frown. He agreed, promising to visit her daily, and she sighed in acceptance, ready to go. With Areli perched on his shoulder, he gently placed her in a wheelchair, not wanting her to feel embarrassed. Hera kissed Naruto's cheek, assuring him she would look after him. As they exited the temple, Zoe rushed toward them, but upon seeing Naruto's expression, she understood that Artemis was not in the mood for conversation. She exchanged glances with Talia, who had changed into her hunting attire. They decided to return to camp, wanting to relax after the recent events. Naruto knew it would take time for Artemis to heal. The fact that she had spoken and shown signs of life was a positive indication, but he understood they were still far from recovery. Taking a deep breath, he led everyone back to the camp, hoping for a peaceful return to Artemis's cabin without any rush. Days passed, and Naruto felt grateful for the hunters who had been a tremendous help to Artemis, ensuring that no one approached the cabin and that she had everything she needed. He had stayed by her side almost constantly since the end of the quest, only stepping away once to confront Zeus about the paranoia that had led to Artemis's capture and the loss of their child. However, his focus remained solely on her well-being. Areli had returned to her larger form, startling many campers as she stood guard outside the cabin. This seemed to catch Artemis's attention as well. In her weak voice, she asked if he had tamed a monster. He explained that he had met Areli at the Smithsonian and formed a partnership with her, not taming but teaming up. For a fleeting moment, he thought he saw a spark of interest in her eyes, but it quickly faded. He reassured Artemis that she could take her time to heal, promising to remain by her side no matter how long it took. She questioned why he wasn't angry, tears streaming down her face as she lamented the loss of their child. He embraced her tightly, affirming that he could never be angry with her. He reminded her of her strength during her captivity and how long she had endured. Despite her grief over their daughter, he assured her that they would get through this together, though not today or tomorrow. He promised they would heal in time, and as she wept, he held her close, vowing that they would never forget their child. "We never forget, but we cannot let death stop us from living," he said as she nodded in agreement. "Death happens, and we remember those we lost, but we continue living for them," he added while she sobbed softly and nodded. Artemis acknowledged his words and sighed, expressing her desire to be alone for a while. He nodded and kissed her forehead, assuring her, "I won't be far." "I love you, Artemis," she replied. "I love you too," he said, looking down at the floor of her room. As he left the room, he sighed upon seeing the hunters gathered around the door. He addressed them, reminding them, "Girls, what did I say about giving her space?" They frowned and complained in response. Zoe, unable to sleep since their return, asked, "How is she?" He replied, "Recovering slowly, but it's progress," and they nodded in understanding. "I have to go, I'll leave a clone," he said as Allison approached him. "Where are you going?" she inquired, and he sighed. "To fix something that's been bothering me," he replied, recalling events from nearly 2 weeks ago. Flashback. They had returned to the camp almost 3 hours earlier, and the hunters were busy trying to make Artemis's experience less difficult. From preparing her meals to the younger hunters drawing cards, they were doing their best. She still wasn't responding, but she gently patted the heads of the younger hunters as they handed her cards. At that moment, she pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling the frantic tug of a marker at Olympus. She knew it was her mother, and the urgency of the call indicated it was important. Areli noticed and lifted his head from his paws, asking, "Are you being called?" He nodded in response. "Yes, take care of Artemis." "I'll leave a clone, but I still don't like being away from her," he said, and Areli nodded in understanding. "If anyone tries to enter, I will stop them," he said seriously, knowing how much Artemis meant to his companion. "Thank you," he said, patting Areli's back before moving away. Olympus. Naruto frowned as he arrived at his mother's side, taking in the curious sight before him. The space was filled to the brim with lesser gods and goddesses, dryads, nymphs, and even all the major gods, including Dionysus, much to his surprise. Hestia and Hades were also present. "I heard about your lost nephew," Hades said, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "It always pains me to see the soul of a child, especially a relative. I made sure they took her to Elysium with great care," he said, and Naruto squeezed his hand in gratitude. "Thank you," he choked out as Hades stepped back and Hera stepped forward. "Why did you call me mother?" he asked, a hint of sarcasm in his tone, as he was not in the mood to be away from Artemis. "I apologize for calling you if it weren't important," she said, rubbing his shoulders. "I called to discuss Zeus," she continued, and he looked at her, his expression darkening at the mention of the man who had caused so much trouble. "If it's not to tell me I can kill him, then I don't want to hear it," he replied, digging his nails into his palms. She frowned but glanced at Hecate, who nodded with a serious expression. "In a way it is," she said, holding his gaze. We have a way to remove Zeus from power and ensure he stays that way. This latest bout of paranoia has resulted in the loss of an unborn demigod who would have been a goddess, as Artemis would have made her so, along with her daughter, Hecate explained as she stepped forward. There is an ancient ritual, but it requires someone of Hera's lineage who is also a demigod. Zeus is unaware, and I only learned of this through some interesting sources, she added as he nodded and handed her the ancient tome. Who provided you with this information? He asked, 3 flashes appearing behind him. We did, 3 voices spoke in unison as he turned to see the fates, nearly dropping the book. Zeus has gone too far with his rule, they continued, still in harmony. The death of a pure and innocent life due to his foolishness is a grave crime that cannot be forgiven. Honestly, I'm surprised you didn't kill him on the spot in the throne room, Apollo remarked, still maintaining a serious demeanor. I was focused on Artemis first, which is why I let Atlas go lightly for now and why Zeus has only received 1 blow from Poseidon so far. She came first at that moment, he explained, and Apollo nodded, a small smile breaking through. Does this mean you will perform the ritual? Hecate asked as he nodded. When can it be done? He inquired, returning the tome to the goddess of magic. We need to set everything up and prepare the matrix. All we need is your blood to write the circle and the matrices, and we should finish in a week, 2 weeks at most. Then we can activate it, she said, and he nodded. Take what you need, but be quick. I need to return to Artemis, he urged as Ares approached, handing him a brilliant blue sword. It was made of dazzling gold and radiated a powerful aura. This is what we need to cut you to take your blood. It is Zeus's hidden sword, the blade of Olympus. We kept it secret until fate provided it for this purpose, he said seriously, without his glasses, revealing the fire that had dimmed in his eyes. From everyone's perspective, the death of his child and Artemis's condition had affected them all deeply. Do it, he said, rolling up his sleeve. And a flashback. Due to his almost instantaneous blood regeneration, they were able to take all the blood they needed in one go instead of making multiple trips, as the amount required was equivalent to that of a human. They informed him they would call once Zeus was in place, and all he had to do was stab the blade that had been used to extract his blood, which he kept sealed on his wrist in the matrix. They told him to come once he felt his marker flash 5 times in succession, which was now. They were told that the moment he arrived, he would stab the ground with his sword, binding Zeus and allowing him to be taken away. Drawing his sword, he steeled his nerves as he moved forward. Zeus remained in a foul mood since his brother had attacked him, and the demigod had dared to accuse him of the death of his niece or nephew. The meeting was progressing well until the golden chains burst from his throne, and he saw his wife drive one of their son's 3-pronged knives into the ground. It was safe to say he was furious. Naruto arrived in an instant, stabbing the sword into the ground as a massive, glowing golden circle appeared across the throne room floor. Hands made of threads grasped Zeus, breaking the golden chains. The sword began to disintegrate, but Naruto didn't care. He had fulfilled his purpose. He stepped forward as the hands held him, responding to his will since his blood had summoned them. Zeus shouted in anger, demanding to know what Naruto was doing and how he dared to do this. Naruto, donning his 6 paths cloak, struck a chakra rod into the god's chest, expressing his outrage over the chaos Zeus had caused. He stabbed another rod into Zeus's thigh, lamenting that Zeus's paranoia had cost him his daughter. Another rod pierced Zeus's bicep, followed by one that struck his throat. Zeus struggled against the thread hands, his eyes blazing with fury, but he could not speak. Naruto declared that it was futile. These were the threads of fate themselves, and they had helped him set this up. The loss of an innocent soul due to the reckless mistakes of a king did not grant Zeus the right to rule. As the threads tore at Zeus's arm, they transformed into ropes. Naruto continued, stating that Zeus would not become anything, that the blood on his hands had caught up with him. He leaned down toward the fallen, bleeding god and shared that Hades and the fates had assured him Zeus would suffer in Tartarus, never to be reformed, never to be free, and never to escape the pain. As he spoke, his torso slowly transformed into threads. He shouted that this was for his daughter as he stabbed Zeus in the eye with a chakra rod, leaving it there for a moment as Zeus bled before bursting into threads. He watched as all the threads were absorbed by the ground, leaving behind one strong thread that glowed with electric blue. He did not know why it was there until it suddenly wrapped around his arm, burning him. The voice of fate echoed in his mind, declaring that the lineage of kings was now his, but it could not be activated until he became a god, and it would transform him when the time came. He was instructed to choose a replacement until that moment arrived. Naruto nodded, clenching his fists, feeling a bit frustrated that he could not torture Zeus further, but he trusted that Tartarus would do that for him. He fell to his knees as he sensed the others returning. Turning to his mother, he smiled weakly as she came to help him up. He felt no pain, only exhaustion. He hadn't slept in 2 weeks and had avenged his daughter. He informed her that she was in charge of Olympus until he apparently became a god, showing her the thread around his arm and explaining the situation. She responded with a gentle smile, stroking his head with a sad expression. He agreed, then fainted in her arms. Hera smiled as she turned to Hades, asking if it was almost finished. Hades nodded, confirming that they needed to wait another 6 months, but after that, the deal would be done. Hera thanked him as he bid her farewell. He dismissed her gratitude, stating he would do whatever he could to help. She mentioned needing to take Naruto back to camp, and after that, they could discuss the changes that were about to happen, which the entire council acknowledged as she departed. Naruto awoke with a groan, finding himself in Artemis's cabin, specifically in the seat where she often watched over him. He looked around to see Artemis gazing at him, noting that his mother had left and asking where he had been. He smiled, saying he was just correcting some mistakes. A comfortable silence followed until Artemis looked at him again, asking how he moved on. She had never lost someone so close and was a bit afraid of what to do. He smiled gently, reassuring her that it was important to remember those lost fondly but not let that stop one from living. He shared that he had to do the same with his godfather and dear friend, Niji, who had lost their lives, one fighting evil and the other protecting him. Artemis squeezed his hand, suggesting they create a grave, which he agreed would help. He offered to use his wood release to create a beautiful cherry blossom tree as a marker, and she nodded, pulling his arm as she slid onto her bed. Naruto smiled, sitting beside her and allowing her to rest her head on his lap. She expressed her desire to try again, sounding a bit worried. He assured her that after the war, perhaps then he would be a god, gently stroking her reddish-brown hair, making her smile softly. She expressed her wish for that as she fell asleep, finally resting for the first time in nearly 2 weeks. There was no time to lower her and confront Zeus. Instead, the plan was to return with Atlas later. In that moment, the focus was solely on causing some pain and bringing him back under the sky, away from there. Zeus was enduring torment in the depths of Tartarus, while Hera reigned as the queen of Olympus, with Naruto destined to be king when the time came. Atlas would face his own trials in a future scene. The schemes of Hades and Hera would be unveiled in later chapters. Artemis was showing signs of recovery, though it would be a slow journey. This was just the beginning. The idea of the ritual of nothingness had come to mind, and it had proven to be quite effective. This dual-chapter release was a unique event, and it should not be assumed that more would follow on demand. The hope was that everyone enjoyed the story. Until next time, the call to appreciate and provide feedback remained. Naruto the Demi-Deidad. Chapter 14. Naruto smiled as he watched Artemis train with her bow once again. It had been 2 months since the ritual, and Artemis was slowly returning to her usual self. There were still moments when she experienced nightmares, and he had to wake her to prevent her from crying out, which would lead to her sobbing in his arms for a while before she fell back asleep. Occasionally she would have bouts of sadness, but he or Areli were always there for her. Strangely enough, Areli had become a sort of therapy for Artemis. The lion rarely left her side, even going so far as to sleep at the foot of her bed. However, if he teased her, she would chase him around the camp for hours. This had happened a few times until he decided to stop, as it seemed to make Artemis smile when she was in pursuit. Artemis had decided she didn't want to be in the woods at the moment, so everyone was currently staying in her temple on Olympus. Both her mother and Apollo were pleased, as it allowed them to be there for her more easily. Apollo visited every day to check on her and talk. Artemis acted as if she disliked him, but Naruto could sense her happiness when he was around. He was very serious, didn't flirt with anyone, and was being a very attentive brother. Her mother was also very helpful, providing Artemis with someone to talk to while taking her to the island of Delos so she could be with her own mother. Leto was a kind Titaness with facial features that Artemis had clearly inherited, along with her silver eyes and golden hair, which Apollo had also clearly gotten from her. It was always pleasant to talk with her, and it was interesting to see the rivalry between her and Artemis's mother. They seemed to become friends shortly after Hera apologized and explained the situation. Leto even freed herself to allow her to stay in Artemis's temple. Naruto smiled as he set down a cup of tea for Artemis. He had made her favorite. She looked at him and smiled gently as she put down her bow. She thanked him and apologized for losing track of time for a moment, expressing how good it felt to be back with her bow. As she sat beside him and took a sip of tea, he rubbed her back, understanding exactly how she felt. It was good to see her returning to herself. She acknowledged that everything had helped her a lot, though she still felt pain. However, she was getting there. He reassured her that the important thing was that she was slowly recovering at her own pace. After finishing her tea, she stood up, mentioning that it was almost time for the annual girls' night. She said it with a hint of reluctance, as her mother-in-law, and the hunters were insisting she go, claiming it was good to be around others and not sulking in her temple. He encouraged her to have fun and gently kissed her cheek, making her smile. She asked if she would take a rally with her, and she nodded, stating that since it was girls' night, he had to come along. As she hugged him and walked toward the temple, Kurama commented that she was recovering very well, and Naruto agreed with a smile as she entered. He knew she would take Zoe with her, as she always did, leaving him in charge of watching over the hunters to ensure they didn't cause too much trouble on Olympus. With the goddesses, Artemis frowned slightly as she, Zoe, and Areli entered Hera's temple. Even as her mother-in-law, it always felt strange to step into Hera's temple, which radiated an aura of royalty and seriousness, despite the numerous goddesses laughing and conversing within. Leto expressed her relief that Artemis hadn't messed up the temple again like last time, and Artemis apologized, explaining that she hadn't felt up to it previously. Leto smiled and petted Areli, who was one of the few allowed in besides her, Zoe, and occasionally Naruto. Leto emphasized that all that mattered was that Artemis felt better this week. Artemis hoped that this time Aphrodite wouldn't talk about men, as the only mortal man she accepted and didn't dislike was her husband. Zoe shared her hope as well, suggesting that if Aphrodite did, she would criticize Areli with her. Leto chuckled as she led them into the main hall, where the other goddesses greeted them with smiles. Hera welcomed Artemis with a warm embrace, and Artemis returned the gesture. She explained that Naruto had encouraged her to come, and honestly, it felt nice to be out of her temple. Hera congratulated her and reassured her that Naruto could handle the girls, so she shouldn't worry. As they sat down, Areli curled up and sat in Artemis's lap while the goddesses and nymphs began to chat, or gossip as Artemis liked to call it, about the week on Olympus. Artemis sighed but allowed a small smile to grow as the company lifted her spirits a little. With Naruto, he smiled as he and the hunters trained a bit, helping Talia with her hand-to-hand combat. He encouraged her to learn to fight without weapons and powers in case she lost her weapon or her powers didn't work against an opponent. As he blocked a punch from her, she grumbled that if he weren't using his ninja powers, it would be more even. He assured her he was only using his hand-to-hand skills as he continued to dodge her attacks. He ducked under a punch, breaking her guard and pushing her back with a palm strike to her stomach. Afterward, he dusted off his hands, stating that it was enough for today. She was making progress, but she needed to rely less on her tools and refine her skills. Talia frowned but nodded, acknowledging that while he wasn't a bad fighter, the camp wasn't the best place to learn this, as monsters typically didn't engage in hand-to-hand combat. However, sometimes a good strike could disorient them long enough to finish them off. With his sword in hand, he spoke while she looked at him, trying to make sense of his words. She nodded as she stood up, understanding but playfully commenting on his tough training style. He smiled back, assuring her that he wasn't as harsh as his own master, who had once thrown him off a giant cliff to unlock his powers. She looked shocked at the revelation, and he chuckled, confirming that it was true. He had to summon a frog in time to avoid a messy situation. Gently, he patted her head before shifting the topic. He had a small mission for the girls, and a smile spread across his face. Artemis was enjoying the girls' night when some goddesses began to complain about their unfaithful husbands. The conversation soon turned to Hera, and Amphitrite, with a teasing smile, asked who Hera had her eyes on now that she was the most eligible bachelorette on Olympus. Hera blushed slightly as all eyes turned toward her. Hestia jokingly wondered if Naruto would become overprotective and scare off any suitors, causing Hera's blush to deepen. Artemis added that Naruto could indeed be intimidating when necessary, especially with the bijou at his command. Hera playfully urged the goddesses to stop, expressing her reluctance to be with someone who had been with Minato, the only man who had ever betrayed her. The mention of her father made Artemis frown, as she had never liked discussing him since his abduction. She recalled how Naruto could have saved her during that hunt if he had been with her instead of being forced to go alone. Aphrodite chimed in, reminding everyone that Minato had died sealing the 9 tails within Naruto. She shivered at the thought of being married to a ghost. Hera reassured them that she didn't need a husband since Naruto was destined to be king, and Artemis would take on the role of queen. The room fell silent in surprise. Artemis quickly denied any claim to royalty, insisting that Hera could keep that title, as she preferred not to be burdened with such responsibilities. Aphrodite was incredulous, lamenting the missed opportunity to be with a powerful demigod. In a playful exchange, Artemis tossed a piece of ambrosia at her, warning her not to dream about her husband. Aphrodite, undeterred, teased that Artemis would regret that challenge. Hestia, sensing the brewing chaos, frowned while sipping her tea, while Demeter remarked that it would certainly be interesting. Suddenly, Aphrodite shouted, "Food fight!" and the goddesses began throwing food around the room. Hera chuckled as she used her wind chakra to create an invisible shield around herself while food flew everywhere. She smiled, watching Artemis genuinely enjoy the food fight. Hera laughed quietly as she saw Aurelie grab some food that would have hit Zoe and eat it. She remarked on how lively the scene was, and Demeter agreed, noting that it was better than seeing Zoe sad. Just then, an explosion echoed in the distance, and Hera imagined what it could be, considering her son was alone with the hunters. Meanwhile, Naruto smiled as he surveyed the colorful splatter from the paint bomb he had set up at Hercules' temple. Even as a minor god, Hercules had a small temple near the others, and Naruto had been waiting for the perfect moment to get back at Zoe. Now that they had been in Olympus for a while, he decided to take the risk. He praised the hunters for their perfect execution, noting they had maximized the range of each paint bomb. They confirmed they had doubled the bombs inside to ensure a good outcome. Naruto demonstrated how only water enhanced with chakra could wash away the vibrant neon pink paint, which also glowed in the dark. As they prepared to leave, he mentioned that Artemis would be back soon from her meeting, and they stealthily exited the minor god's temple. At Artemis' temple, she smiled as she cleaned food from her hair, entering with Zoe and Aurelie to find the hunters gathered in the living room, laughing over a photo album. Curious, she asked what was happening, and as they showed her the album, she burst into laughter. She couldn't believe the photos of Hercules' temple. Naruto joined them from the kitchen, explaining that while it might not seem like much revenge for Zoe, he had defeated Hercules in combat before their marriage, and it felt satisfying. Zoe hugged him tightly, thanking him for the gesture, and he returned the embrace with a smile. He then inquired about the girls' night, noticing how lively everyone seemed. Artemis beamed, saying she had a great time and playfully added that they had a little food fight. He laughed as he lifted her, causing her to squeal in delight. They agreed it was time to clean up before things got too messy, and she leaned against him, resting her head on his chest as the hunters watched their goddess return to her usual self. Later, as they relaxed in the hot springs Naruto had created for them, Artemis leaned against him, holding his hand beneath the water. She mentioned that she had thought of a name for something, her expression serious as she gazed at the water. He furrowed his brow, gently stroking her hand, curious about what she had in mind. Part of her therapy involved thinking of a name for her lost child to help give it an image and substance. As she tightened her grip on his hand, she asked what the name was. He replied that it was Corinna, which meant maiden, as tears began to gather in the corners of her eyes. Naruto embraced her tightly, and she returned the hug, feeling comforted. She expressed that it was a beautiful name and that she would start with the tree and flowers the next day, kissing his forehead in gratitude. He assured her that he loved her and would always be there for her, gently caressing her cheek as she closed her eyes and smiled. Naruto could see her slowly recovering from her traumatic event and returning to her normal state, though he knew she would always carry the memory with her and grow from it. The next day, Naruto rubbed Artemis's back as they stood in the clearing, asking if it looked good. She nodded and requested if he could turn it into a cypress tree with some amaranth flowers around it, believing that since they were her sacred tree and flower, she could make them thrive forever. Naruto smiled and agreed, feeling it would be very appropriate as she and the hunters stepped back. He performed a technique, striking the ground with his hands. Artemis watched as a large cypress tree grew from the earth, surrounded by a circle of red amaranth flowers. She smiled, resting her hand on the trunk, where the name Corinna was engraved in ancient Greek, along with the image of a girl covered in a shroud appearing beneath it. She expressed her approval, gently rubbing the back of the tree. Artemis smiled sadly as she traced the image of the girl, letting small tears fall from her eyes, saying it was perfect for her. She then asked for a moment alone, and he nodded in understanding. He told her to take her time, mentioning that his mother was calling him and he needed to see her, assuring her it wouldn't take long. He quietly expressed his love for her, and she smiled in response. He encouraged the girls to go inside and relax while he was away, and they nodded, glancing back at Artemis as she cried. At the temple of Hera, Naruto smiled at his mother as he entered. She expressed her relief at seeing him, wondering how Artemis was doing. He explained that they had created a tree as a marker for Corinna and that Artemis was coping in a healthy way. Hera was surprised to learn that Artemis had thought of a name for their child. Naruto then changed the subject, asking why she had called him there. Hera informed him that Kronos was becoming more active, sending Luke to lead his army through the labyrinth to attack the camp. She suggested he send clones into the labyrinth to help while he stayed with Artemis. Naruto frowned at the thought of more problems arising. He decided to send 9 clones, each taking control of a bijou to maintain their strength. As he called them forth, he asked if they were willing to help. Kurama, from one of the clones, agreed, eager to stretch their legs a bit. The clone transformed, its hair and eyes turning dark red, becoming taller and more imposing. Yuki commented on the advantage of borrowing a clone's body, noting they could maintain stability as long as they avoided fatal injuries. Matatabi, in her female clone form with long blue hair and heterochromic eyes, expressed confidence in handling the labyrinth's challenges, knowing Shikaku would enjoy playing with some monsters. Naruto reminded them not to harm any humans unless they were on Kronos' side, and as the clones began to change, Hera waved her hand to dismiss them. Naruto frowned as he stroked his chin, realizing the war was escalating faster than he anticipated. Hera reassured him that it was nothing they or the heroes couldn't handle. He expressed his need to return to Artemis, confirming that Apollo would still be coming that day. Hera nodded and embraced her son, praising him for being such a caring husband. He smiled and returned the embrace, affirming that he would always be there for her. As he broke the hug, he mentioned that she might need him soon. Hera encouraged him to go, assuring him they would join him later. As Naruto left with a smile, he felt a sense of purpose. This chapter focused mainly on Naruto and Artemis, with hints of the action in the labyrinth to come. The name Corinna was chosen as a step toward Artemis's healing. The selection of a cypress tree and its sacred flowers held deeper meaning for her than a cherry blossom would. Plans for Hera were in motion, ensuring her character would develop further. More action was on the horizon, but it was clear that Artemis's journey took precedence. Naruto smiled gently while holding Artemis's hand. They had been talking with Apollo, Leto, and Hera for the past few hours. He could see that he was helping Artemis a great deal, as she was slowly opening up and becoming more like her former self. Hera leaned slightly toward Artemis and asked if she could quickly ask her something before they finished. Artemis nodded, her eyes widening as Hera continued. She expressed her desire to name this new era of Olympus in honor of Corinna, acknowledging that it was because of her that Olympus had changed and grown for the better. Artemis shuddered a little at the mention of Corinna, but then embraced Hera tightly, expressing her joy at the idea. "I would love that. May my daughter be honored as long as this era lasts," Artemis said, tears welling in her eyes as she held Hera. Leto remarked that Artemis was recovering at a very good pace. Although she still had moments of sadness, they were all there to support her. Hera then mentioned that she needed to call a meeting regarding this and wanted both of them to be there, especially as they quickly left with Apollo and Leto following closely behind. In the labyrinth, Saiken found the situation strange as she shaped her clone to her preferences. The clone had long, greenish-white hair and light green eyes. She modeled her figure after Tsunade but with a much smaller bust. Kokuo reassured her that Naru would be safe while they were away from him, as her clone's hair turned white with bronze tips and her eyes shifted to a bronzed hue. She chose a figure similar to Artemis, just a bit taller. Chome commented that he was referring to having a body, even if it was human, as his clone transformed into a woman with a darker skin tone than Naruto's but lighter than Gyuki's. Her long, bluish-black hair matched the color of her shell, and her slender figure had decent curves, with bright yellow eyes tinged with amber. Kurama stated that Naruto would be fine, as he would only stay in Olympus and could still use their power since they were still present, controlling their clones. Shikaku exclaimed how enormous the place was, his sandy-colored, messy hair and colored markings giving him a wild appearance. His four-pointed star eyes had dark shadows around them, and he smiled widely, showing off his pronounced fangs. Son Goku warned them to be cautious, as the labyrinth was vast and endless. His form grew, sporting spiky red hair and orange eyes, with a muscular build that was slightly less than Gyuki's. Isabu, with his light blue messy hair covering one eye, complained about wanting to finish quickly as he walked through the labyrinth, his pale skin contrasting with the surroundings. Gyuki encouraged everyone to relax, explaining that this body transformation could be beneficial, granting them more freedom of movement. He resembled a mix of Killer Bee and I, with dark brown hair and light brown eyes. Kurama reminded them that Hera had tasked them with finding Kronos' lair and causing a bit of chaos, adding that they might encounter some of the monsters Naruto had been fighting. Shikaku chuckled at the thought of causing havoc. Matatabi asked Shikaku if he could guide them, to which he eagerly agreed, mentioning that he had sand to lead them to people, prompting a mix of excitement and concern among the others. Meanwhile, Percy groaned as he finally found a way to defeat Antaeus, preventing him from touching the ground to stop his healing. He shouted that he had killed him and demanded to be let go, but Luke only chuckled. He reminded Percy that his oath was with Antaeus, not him or his army, and commanded his forces to attack. Suddenly, the sand around them rose and enveloped all the monsters. A dark voice echoed, revealing 9 figures emerging from the sand. One of them, with almost greenish-white hair, remarked that they had found the quest sooner than expected. Another man with dark skin, crackling with electricity, rushed toward the monsters. Percy watched in shock and awe as the 9 individuals decimated Luke's army, causing fear to grip him. One of the newcomers suggested that Luke should let Percy go and continue his quest while they dealt with the monsters. Annabeth shouted, pleading for Luke's life, but the figure with long red hair and slit-like red eyes dismissed her concerns, stating that Luke was a traitor who had tried to harm them. Percy, confused, asked who they were, while Annabeth took his hand, urging him to leave immediately. They nodded in agreement and ran, with Rachel leading the way. In the Olympic Council chamber, Naruto frowned as he stood before the assembly. He questioned why everyone wanted to leave Olympus defenseless while they went to fight Typhon. Months had passed since the harrowing experience in the labyrinth, and he had been focusing on Artemis, still worried about telling her about the stone. He decided to wait until after the war to share that information. His mother reassured him that Olympus would not be unprotected, as demigods would come to defend it since Manhattan was the battlefield of the prophecy. However, Naruto remained unconvinced, expressing his doubts about the children's ability to handle the harsh realities of war, a sentiment echoed by Ares. They just needed to have faith in their children, Ares said in a rare moment of seriousness. Athena sighed, expressing the urgency of not allowing Typhon to reach Olympus, or he would destroy it. Naruto agreed to fight against Typhon while leaving Olympus to the demigods, but he promised to return if he sensed they were losing, which made his mother and wife smile. Dionysus, with a surprising tone of concern, asked if Naruto would be able to handle it, considering Typhon was a giant. Naruto smiled confidently, stating that he had fought against something larger and emerged victorious. Dionysus smiled back, and Hera beamed with pride for her son. Since Zeus's fall, he had been visiting lesser gods to win them over and maintain balance in the council. He even offered Hades and Hestia a back seat once the war was over, which she wholeheartedly agreed to. He was a natural and kind ruler, and the entire council recognized that he would eventually lead them, even Ares, whom he had bested several times. Hera reminded everyone that they needed to be ready before departing, as they had only a day left. After the gods nodded in agreement and moved away, she turned to her son and wife. She gently rubbed Naruto's cheek, asking if he would be all right fighting Typhon since he was just a demigod. He reassured her that despite being a demigod, he could easily fight Typhon, especially if he used Kurama's full form. Hera nodded, but she urged him to be careful, reminding him that they would fight the next day. As she walked away, Artemis asked Naruto if he would be all right for the battle. She frowned slightly as she caressed his cheek. He expressed his desire for the war to end, stating that once it was over he just wanted to sit with her and go hunting again. He held her close, gently stroking her back, and she assured him that it would end soon. She then asked if the hunters would stay in Olympus to help protect it. Naruto confirmed that they would, as they wouldn't be much help against Typhon. He told her to go and inform the others while he needed to prepare some things in Olympus. With a smile, he mentioned that he would set up sealing matrices as a last resort. She urged him not to take too long, and he promised he would be back in 10 minutes at most. As she walked away, he summoned 20 clones, and they quickly got to work. The next day, Naruto stood beside Artemis's silver chariot as he watched the other gods mount their chariots, fully armored for battle. The only ones missing were Hades, Demeter, Hestia, and Poseidon. Hades and Demeter had left the day before, apparently having a plan in the underworld to help, while Poseidon was protecting his temple in Atlantis. Hestia, being non-combative, was understood to be better suited at home. Artemis noticed Naruto's lack of armor and asked him about it. He stammered that he would fight in a way that wouldn't require it, which made her smile and chuckle softly. She approached him, swaying her hips slightly, enjoying the reaction she elicited from her husband. He complimented her on how powerful and beautiful she looked in her armor. She appreciated his words but reminded him they needed to focus. Naruto reassured her that he didn't need armor since he would use Kurama's form to fight. She smiled in agreement. Suddenly, Hera announced that Typhon was getting too close for comfort, and they needed to leave immediately. The demigods were already in Manhattan, holding back her father's army, knowing they couldn't intervene while focusing on Typhon. Hera climbed into the chariot behind her wife, and Artemis nodded, ready to take to the skies. As they approached the colossal giant that seemed to be made of a storm, Naruto remarked on its enormous size, and Artemis agreed. He silently formed a Bijudama in his hand, ready to strike. With a shout, he unleashed the energy blast at Typhon, causing the giant to stagger back. Athena called for a charge, and Naruto kissed his wife's cheek before leaping from the chariot. He mentally communicated with Kurama, asking if they were ready for this. Kurama chuckled, acknowledging that it had been a while since they had fought together. Naruto was excited and urged Kurama to unleash their full power. As he transformed, his body was enveloped in red fur, growing larger until he resembled a full-fledged nine-tails. Artemis watched in awe as he grew to nearly half Typhon's height, a sight reminiscent of the beast that had once attacked Konoha, but now he was on their side. With a powerful shout, Naruto unleashed a full-sized Bijudama at the giant, sending it reeling. He encouraged his allies to strike while Typhon was down, launching himself at the giant as the gods channeled their energy for an attack. Typhon's dark voice echoed in Naruto's mind, challenging him. Kurama responded, stating they were fighting because Typhon threatened their lands. The giant roared defiantly, and Naruto braced himself against the force of Typhon's wind. In their mental link, Naruto urged Kurama to explain everything so they could keep everyone safe. Kurama agreed, but warned him to stop if he said so. Naruto nodded and struck the ground with his hands, preparing for the next move. Naruto shouted as massive wooden vines grew from the ground to wrap around the giant and push him back. He grimaced when he saw Dionysus crash into a mountain and Hephaestus hit the ground, creating a new lake. Typhon was easy to fight since all he could do was throw punches. The only downside was that he could take many hits without getting hurt. Kurama noted that Naruto was not listening and urged him to finish off the giant. Naruto frowned and jumped back, declaring that everyone should stay back as he prepared to end the battle. He lifted a hand, forming a Bijidama. Hera recognized the attack immediately and shouted for everyone to retreat, warning that it would destroy the giant. Naruto unleashed the massive sphere, launching it at Typhon while the wooden tendrils tossed the giant into the air. The gods watched in shock as the orb collided with Typhon, exploding and creating a massive dome of powerful black energy that surrounded the giant, obscuring him from view. Naruto felt gusts of gray wind swirling around his arms as he emerged from Kurama's form. A melodic voice resonated in his mind, introducing itself as Chaos, the creator of the world, and offering him a proposal. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as he listened intently to the creator of his world. Artemis smiled as she landed and rushed to embrace her husband, who appeared stunned. She asked if he was all right, and he nodded slowly, indicating that something devastating had just occurred. Concerned, she squeezed his arm until he rolled up his sleeve to reveal the symbol of chaos on his arm. All the gods and goddesses recognized the symbol, which represented the origin of the world. While chaos could be perceived as either male or female, it was often seen as feminine. The primordial was indifferent to the world's actions, but anyone who swore by her name or attempted to draw her symbol for any reason other than worship faced dire consequences. Artemis expressed her worry, questioning why he bore the mark, noting that others who had tried to draw it had burst into flames. Naruto explained that Chaos had made him an offer. He would become her champion and, in return, he would become a primordial. Artemis's eyes widened in shock as she processed his words. His mother arrived in her chariot, praising him for his incredible feat. However, Naruto informed her that they could not return to Olympus due to a barrier that had risen, indicating that the prophecy was in motion and they could not interfere. Hera frowned, noting that their father was attacking too quickly, having started the fight with Typhon and striking Olympus as well. Naruto felt the Titan's energy on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Percy groaned as he fell backward to avoid a strike from Kronos wielding his scythe. Without the curse of Achilles, he would have perished many times over. Kronos, from Luke's body, declared himself a Titan Lord, insisting that the gods had no hope of defeating Typhon. Percy managed to trap a massive nine-tailed fox launching a large orb with 4 swords around it, striking Typhon and causing Kronos to feel his power dissipate. Kronos was in disbelief as he sensed Typhon's presence fading, but he shouted defiantly that he could still win. Percy's eyes widened as the ground began to glow, and golden chains erupted from it, wrapping around Kronos, who struggled to break free. Naruto's voice echoed in Percy's mind, advising him to find the shining link and stab through it. Acting swiftly, Percy located the link beneath Kronos's left arm and moved his weapon into it. Surprised that it had worked, Percy heard Luke's voice thanking him for saving him from the curse as the chains loosened. Luke urged Percy to stay safe and improve things before his body began to dissipate into dust. Percy hoped for a blast to end the war, but all he heard was Annabeth's cry, which he quickly rushed to comfort. He felt the gods' distortion around him, but his priority was ensuring Annabeth was all right. After the war, Naruto stood beside his wife's throne, holding her hand. She was still in shock from his declaration on the battlefield, but he could sense her immense happiness. She was likely relieved at the prospect of always being together, as her greatest fear had been that he would get hurt or die in battle. As rewards were being finalized, Naruto felt that both he and Percy were now on equal footing with the gods in the council and with their children. He addressed the demigods, assuring them that they would be there soon but needed to discuss something important with the council. The demigods looked confused, but Dionysus led them to the banquet hall. Both Dionysus and Hephaestus had recovered after the battle, claiming they felt a warm energy healing them. Something felt off, Hera thought as she watched him laugh and release his wife's hand. He explained that nothing significant had happened right after he defeated Typhon. It turned out that Chaos had contacted him. In a flashback, Chaos introduced himself as the creator of the world and presented Naruto with a proposal. Naruto listened intently, his eyes widening in surprise as Chaos acknowledged his immense powers, including the ability to challenge fate and tame the wild, despite being a demigod. Chaos paused time to allow Naruto to absorb the information. Naruto expressed his desire to remain a demigod until the war concluded, promising his wife that he would uphold his commitment. Chaos admired Naruto's loyalty and kindness, stating that his power did not corrupt him. This was why Chaos wanted him as a champion and one of the primordials. He assured Naruto that he would not be bound by the Olympic rules and could still govern. Chaos suggested that Naruto consider the offer, which made him ponder deeply. As long as he could be with his wife and family, he agreed, feeling a warmth in his arm. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal the mark of Chaos, resembling a universe filled with planets and stars. Chaos expressed his eagerness to work with Naruto and mentioned that their agreement would be finalized once he explained everything to the Olympian athletes. All Naruto had to do was invoke his name, and Chaos would handle the rest. The gods and goddesses looked on in shock. Hera asked if he would truly become a primordial. Naruto reassured them that he would still be with them, but he believed that his wife wanted him to maintain balance, as she might not be able to do so herself. Hades found the idea of witnessing the birth of a primordial intriguing, while Hera gazed at her son with admiration. Naruto stated that it would ultimately be Artemis's decision. He approached her throne and kissed her hand, making her smile. She urged him to accept the offer, not wanting to worry about losing him. He professed his love for her, and her smile widened in response. As he moved to the center of the room, he called upon Chaos, and dark mist began to swirl around him, resembling a starry night sky. A voice echoed, declaring Naruto Uzumaki as the primordial of destiny, energy, nature, and balance, and the king of Olympus. As the mist dissipated, Naruto stood transformed. His hair had shifted from blonde to a golden hue with bronze streaks, and his eyes deepened to a darker blue, with more pronounced silver flecks. He held a shakujo and wore a tunic reminiscent of Hera and Artemis, the only two who had seen such attire when Naruto met the sage. 9 magatamas adorned his left arm, while his right hand gripped the shakujo. Artemis rushed to embrace him tightly, expressing her promise to never let him go and her joy at being able to keep that promise. Hera, regaining her composure, reminded them not to keep the demigods waiting. Naruto agreed, carrying his wife in his arms as they moved forward. Hera smiled, feeling hopeful that things in Olympus were about to change for the better. The war progressed swiftly, as Kronos realized he needed to strike quickly, eliminating distractions and launching a direct invasion. Silena was revealed to be a traitor but would be forgiven. Percy defeated Luke, which made sense to Naruto, even though Percy ultimately lost his life instead of Kronos. Typhon, while strong enough to endure powerful blows, was not much of a fighter. Naruto managed to dispel him, catching Chaos's attention, who then made a deal with him. Artemis felt happiness knowing that her beloved husband could now be with her forever, free from the worries of mortality. The matter of the stone would be discussed later, after the celebration. Naruto sensed that there might be 2 or 3 more chapters to this story before it concluded, but like Son of the Queen, a sequel would follow. Naruto smiled as he danced with Artemis, enjoying a slow song played by the muses. He asked her with a grin if she was truly a primordial, to which he nodded while gently caressing her cheek. He expressed his joy in finally being able to keep his promise to always be by her side, leaning in to share a soft kiss that made her beam with happiness. Artemis confessed her deep love for Naruto, feeling tears well up in her eyes, which he tenderly wiped away. He reciprocated her feelings, sharing how heart-wrenching it was to see her sad and broken. She held his hand against her face, and then she mentioned needing to tell him something important after the party, leaving him curious but reassured that it would be good news. Throughout the celebration, Naruto danced with many guests, from the hunters, especially Allison and Zoe, to family members like his mother, grandmother Hestia, and Demeter. He watched with a smile as Artemis danced with her hunters, while Hades gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Hades inquired if Naruto had spoken to Artemis about the stone yet, to which Naruto sighed, admitting he hadn't. He planned to wait until after the festivities, wanting her to enjoy the moment before surprising her. Hades nodded in understanding, teasing him lightly about his royal title, which Naruto found uncomfortable. He never saw himself as superior to anyone, even as a primordial. Persephone joined them, smiling as she linked her arm with Hades, and reassured Naruto that he was still the same person, regardless of his new status. Kurama echoed her sentiment, affirming that Naruto would never become corrupt, which was why Chaos had chosen him. Naruto appreciated their support, feeling grateful as he approached his wife, wrapping his arms around her from behind. She jumped in surprise, exclaiming that he had scared her, and he playfully apologized, finding her reaction adorable. As they enjoyed the party, Naruto asked if everyone was having a good time. Artemis and the hunters nodded, though she mentioned feeling a bit tired and suggested they leave soon. He agreed, saying they could depart whenever she wished, as they had other matters to attend to. After some more time, Artemis decided it was time to go. As they walked back to the temple with the hunters trailing behind, she asked what he needed to discuss. Naruto indicated it was something private, suggesting they wait until they returned home. He also mentioned needing to fulfill a promise he had made a long time ago, which piqued her interest. Upon entering the temple, they found Areli resting on the steps, having chosen to relax there during the party. She greeted Naruto, noting he seemed much stronger than before. He chuckled, promising to fill her in later or let Artemis explain, as he had something important to do. As he prepared to address the bijou, he felt a sense of excitement. They had been sealed from one host to another for years, and now, with Naruto as a primordial, they could finally be free from that fate. He assured them they would be completely liberated and hoped they would visit him from time to time. Naruto thought about how he would label everyone, knowing that all they needed to do was send him a bit of chakra to distort Hiraishin to their location. His clones were finishing the matrix, which featured a small circle in the center with 9 lines branching out, forming 9 massive spirals that resembled the Uzumaki whirlpool. This matrix was something Tsunade had slipped into the scrolls she gave him. She had likely searched for a safe way to release them, knowing he would find a way. Originally designed for a single bijou, he believed it would work for 9 if he adjusted it. Yuki mentioned that they would leave him some of their chakra, acknowledging that he had full control over it as the source of energy. Naruto considered their offer, realizing he could either accept it or let them remain whole. He cut his thumb carefully, ensuring no blood dripped. Kurama chuckled, asking if he was ready. They were all eager, ready to begin. Artemis watched in awe as she and Areli observed the scene unfold. The atmosphere shifted as 9 massive energies appeared around Naruto, who sat at the center of a colossal seal. The energies fell to the ground with a thunderous sound, taking shape around him. Artemis recognized the figures and felt a mix of excitement and disbelief. Naruto introduced Kurama as his companion, who expressed joy at being free. Shika, another bijou, playfully bounced around, but Kurama reminded him to be cautious of those nearby. Naruto reassured Kurama that everyone was fine as Artemis and the hunters approached with curiosity. Zoe marveled at the powerful beasts, while Artemis inquired if they would stay or create a summoning realm for them. Naruto chuckled, explaining that they were free to do as they pleased, but a summoning contract would simplify things. Son Goku playfully suggested that Naruto's wife could come up with a better plan, teasing Naruto, who pouted in response. Artemis winked at him, promising to help prepare the summoning contract and establish her temple as the realm. After a few hours, the summoning contract was set, and some bijou decided to explore the world. Isabu went to relax in the Atlantic Ocean, while Gyuki headed to the Pacific. Shikaku was excited to visit the Sahara Desert, and Son Goku wanted to see the Amazon rainforest. Kokuo ventured to the African plains, and Chomei aimed to explore the skies, hoping to help reduce pollution with his abilities. Saiken looked forward to visiting the realm of slugs, eager to meet them after hearing about Tsunade. Only Matatabi and Kurama chose to stay behind. Matatabi declared she would never leave Naruto, while Kurama rested on Naruto's head. As they settled, several hunters were drawn to the adorable Bijou, trying to interact with them. Naruto asked Matatabi, Kurama, and Areli to look after the hunters while he spoke with Artemis privately. The two Bijou nodded, growing to match Areli's size. Matatabi suggested they could play with the hunters, adding that some training would be fun. Kurama agreed, encouraging Naruto to take his time. As Naruto led Artemis outside to the Karina tree, he sensed her curiosity. He paused, preparing to share something important. He explained that before the war began, Hades had given them a unique opportunity to say goodbye, but it was a rare chance. He revealed that on the first anniversary of Karina's passing, they could visit her in Elysium to bid farewell. Tears welled in Artemis's eyes as she processed the weight of his words. By then, she will know everything about us, as one of Hades' daughters is telling her all about us and how much we love her, he said as she fell to her knees, sobbing. Do you want me to say goodbye to my little girl? I don't want to. I want her here, she cried between sobs as he embraced her. Artemis, I know it will be hard to say goodbye, but you need this, he said while rubbing her back. You have to let go if we are ever going to move forward and try again for a child. He squeezed her shoulders and looked into her eyes as he wiped her tears. I'm not saying we should forget her, but we can't let her death stop us from living, he said as she buried her face in his chest, sniffing. If we do this, I want to take pictures and give her a gift, Artemis said, feeling her shirt dampen from her tears. Of course, we can spoil her one last time, he said, silently crying with his wife. He was supposed to be strong for her, but it felt impossible. His whole life, he had always wanted a family, a loving wife and adorable children, and the loss of their unborn child, Karina, hurt him deeply, even though he remained strong for his wife, who was shattered far more than he was. Will we be able to hold her? Artemis asked, looking up with a frown as she wiped her tears. I think so, Naruto replied, smiling gently. I'm sorry I couldn't stay strong for you. I'm supposed to be the shoulder to cry on, he said as she lightly tapped her chest. We are mourning our lost child, there's nothing wrong with that, he said as she kissed him softly on the cheek. I love you, Artemis, he said as he embraced her. I love you too, Naruto, she said with a small smile as she leaned against him. Time passed, and both Artemis and Naruto were filled with nerves, though primarily it was Artemis. Several months had passed since the end of the Second Titan War, and the time for a significant event had finally arrived. Naruto hadn't heard from Chaos, but he thought she was waiting for the right moment to contact him. Being a primordial was surprisingly easy. Most of his domains didn't require much attention, except for nature and balance, as fate was mainly overseen by the fates themselves, and energy was a constant. Moreover, being a king wasn't as difficult as he had thought, especially since his mother was helping him with everything. Yet none of that was the reason for his nervousness. The reason was that today marked the first anniversary of Karina's death, and Artemis was anxious about everything because she wanted it to be perfect. My lady, for the last time, Lord Naruto has everything on the checklist in his wrist seal. We've gone over it more than 17 times, Zoe said, calming her mistress while Matatabi sat on her head. Over the months, the Bijou had come and gone. The only one who remained constantly with them was Matatabi, and only 2 people had signed the summoning contract. Kurama and the others wanted Naruto and Artemis to sign the contract for now until they felt more comfortable with the world enough to allow the other hunters to sign it. Are you sure? Everything? Even the gifts from our mothers? She asked as he nodded and opened them for a moment to show he had them before sealing them again. My dear, we have everything. The stone is going to break soon, so we need to leave shortly, he said, squeezing her hand and revealing that the glowing stone was cracking all over. All right, Artemis said nervously, squeezing her husband's hand. Zoe, take care of the hunters. Kurama said he would return later from his travels, And Matatabi will behave, he said as Zoe and Matatabi waved goodbye with smiles while he laughed and broke the stone as they departed. I hope this helps heal Lady Artemis, Zoe said with a frown as Matatabi nodded. Naruto is a boy who can heal any wound and help everyone. I know he will help her. By the time they return, Artemis will be a new woman, said the two-tailed cat as it jumped off Zoe's head. Come on, we need to have everything ready for the party once they return, Zoe said, nodding. Good luck, Lady Artemis, Zoe thought as she followed the blue cat back to the temple. Artemis blinked as she looked around. Elysium, or at least this part of it, reminded her exactly of Delos, where she was raised as a child, except it had a ghostly glow when she saw a large wooden cabin not far from them. She grew nervous as she squeezed her husband's hand tightly before he returned a gentle squeeze. No matter what happens there, remember that even when we say goodbye, she will be with us forever, he said as she nodded and approached the cabin nervously before knocking. She heard someone running toward the door before it swung open, and she felt something collide with her. Mom. End of the chapter. Corinna was so excited that her parents were coming that she could hardly sleep. As she nuzzled against Artemis's stomach, Artemis hugged her tightly. She expressed her regret for not being able to care for her daughter, gently stroking Corinna's head. Corinna, with a bright smile, reassured her mother that Carrie had told her everything. Artemis felt a wave of concern as other women exited the cabin. One woman stood out with her long black hair and bright purple eyes that seemed to glow as she walked. Dressed in a long, modest black gown with long sleeves that covered her pale skin, she introduced herself as Macaria, the goddess of blessed death. Macaria confirmed that she and Persephone had taken care of Corinna, sharing stories about her parents and how much they loved her. Grateful, Artemis felt a surge of emotion as Corinna jumped into her arms, causing tears to flow. Naruto, holding Corinna's hand, expressed their happiness to finally meet her. Macaria assured them that they had a full day together in Elysium, where neither would tire. She promised to return in an hour to remind them. Artemis, feeling the weight of time, lamented that one day was too short and that she didn't want to say goodbye. Naruto gently reminded her that they had to part eventually, and Corinna chimed in, encouraging her mother not to be sad. Corinna innocently recounted how Carrie had told her about her mother's excitement and how her father had stood up to those responsible for her passing, helping Artemis regain her strength. This innocent perspective nearly brought Artemis to tears again, but she lifted her daughter in a warm embrace, wishing things had been different. Corinna playfully scolded her mother to stop being sad, and Artemis blushed with embarrassment. Naruto reassured them that it wasn't Artemis's fault. It was the doing of Kronos, Atlas, and Zeus, who had all faced consequences for their actions. Corinna beamed, proud of her father for standing up to them, and then eagerly suggested they play. As they made their way to the cabin, Artemis asked Corinna if she had met anyone else besides Macaria and Persephone. Corinna excitedly shared that she had met many nice people, including her grandfather, which surprised Artemis until she remembered that her father was a demigod, free from the Shinigami's grasp. Corinna explained that her grandfather had taken care of her when Carrie or Persephone couldn't. Sitting on Artemis's lap, she shared stories about how her grandfather had met Hera and how proud he was of Naruto. Artemis, noticing Corinna's likely hunger, decided to prepare some ramen, knowing it would be a hit with her daughter. Corinna's eyes sparkled at the mention of ramen, recalling how Carrie and Persephone had never let her have any. Naruto smiled and clapped as 3 large bowls of ramen appeared before them. Artemis felt a pang in her heart, wishing things had been different, that Corinna should have been raised by them. But when Corinna gently touched her cheek, she reminded her father not to cry. With a sad frown, she wiped away his tears and encouraged him to be strong. Artemis smiled, asking how Corinna had become so wise. She proudly declared that her mother had told her. As they shared a warm embrace, they continued their family meal. As the day progressed, Naruto noticed how much Corinna's presence was helping Artemis. Her eyes regained their former brightness, and her smile became genuine as they spent more time together. Naruto sat beside Corinna, who was busy coloring pictures for each hunter after Artemis had told her about them. He informed her that he and Artemis wanted to give her something special. Karina's excitement grew as she asked if it was a present. Naruto explained that it was a gift from his godfather Jiraiya, something that had belonged to his father. He revealed a small green wallet shaped like a frog, containing years of gifts from him and Artemis, sealed to be opened only by her. Karina's eyes sparkled with wonder as she hugged both parents tightly, thanking them with kisses on their cheeks, which brought tears to their eyes once more. Artemis made sure to include a bow and arrow, knowing it was in Karina's blood. Karina joyfully exclaimed her love for the gift, bouncing with excitement until a sudden voice interrupted. Macaria informed them that only 1 hour remained. Artemis quickly stood, feeling the rush of time. She protested that a day had gone by too fast, but Macaria explained that 23 hours had passed, and they had made the most of their time together. Naruto placed a comforting hand on Artemis's back, reminding her to accept the situation. Macaria nodded and vanished, leaving them with the bittersweet knowledge that their time was limited. They had played with her, talked to her little ears, and told her they loved her almost every minute they had been there, he said with a smile at Karina as she resumed drawing with Gamachan in her lap. He continued, acknowledging that his father was taking care of her, along with 2 goddesses, as she buried her face in his chest. She quietly expressed her reluctance to leave. He spoke in a sad tone, admitting he was struggling just as much as they were, but they should not let this tragedy halt their lives. Karina smiled at them, and he doubted she would want that for them. He asked Karina if there was anything she wanted to ask or do before they had to leave, noting that she stopped blushing and frowned in thought before gasping and smiling brightly. She eagerly asked her mother how she fell in love with her father, causing Artemis to blush while Naruto raised an eyebrow. He teased that he had heard from Zoe how she fell for him while watching, but not how she fell in love with him. Artemis sighed as she settled onto the sofa, allowing Karina to sit on her lap while Naruto sat beside them. She began to share her story, recalling how she had initially disliked men because most of them were vile. But then there was her father. Every action he took contradicted her beliefs about how men behaved. His kindness was contagious. The more she watched him, the less cold she felt. The moment that truly changed everything for her was how he defended his beliefs and his natural goodness. He refused to abandon his friends and fought fiercely to protect those around him. Naruto smiled as he kissed Artemis's hand, making her blush and causing Karina to giggle. She explained that she fell in love with him for who he was, as he never hid anything about himself. She quickly realized she loved him after recognizing that authenticity. Karina then turned to her father, asking how he fell in love with her mother. Naruto found himself the center of attention as Artemis smiled at him with a spark in her eyes that he hadn't seen in a long time. It was the same spark he had when he found his prey, and it made him chuckle. He began to recount that it could be said it was love at first sight. When he arrived at the camp, he was new and the cabin of his mother was closed, so Artemis offered him a place to stay in her cabin since he was going to marry her. When she appeared behind him, he was startled and turned around, feeling an instant connection. Karina, with stars in her eyes, asked what he felt. He replied that it was love. The moment he saw her, he couldn't stop thinking about how beautiful she was. He jokingly suggested that she could ask the bijou about it. The more he learned about her, the more he loved her, and the second he saw her in her wedding dress, he knew he wanted to spend all eternity with her. As he caressed Artemis's cheek, Karina laughed and smiled. Artemis's face was flushed as she smiled and kissed her husband, not caring that their child was watching. She declared her love for Naruto, who reciprocated with a warm embrace for Karina. Together, they expressed their love for her, and she returned their hug with a bright smile. Karina declared her love for her parents, but soon after, Macaria entered the room with a somber tone, announcing it was time to go. Artemis kissed Karina on the forehead, assuring her that they would always love her and never forget her. Naruto added that he had some letters for her to read later, reminding her that they would always cherish her even if they had more children in the future. Karina, wiping her tears, expressed her desire for more siblings. Macaria gently insisted it was time to leave, and both parents nodded in agreement. They reiterated their love for Karina, urging her to remember it always. As Artemis waved goodbye, she was too choked up to speak, clutching the drawings Corinna had made while Corinna waved Gamachan goodbye. With tears streaming down her face, Corinna shouted that she loved them too just before they disappeared. Macaria comforted the little girl, who nodded in acknowledgement of her parents' love. Naruto held Artemis as she cried on his chest. He reminded her of her own words, encouraging her not to let this stop her from living. She acknowledged the truth in his words but lamented how beautiful and perfect Corinna was. He agreed, suggesting they should inform the hunters of their return. As they walked back, Naruto felt a sudden pain from his mark, causing him to wince. Concerned, Artemis asked if something was wrong, but he shook his head, explaining that he believed Chaos needed him. Go talk to the hunters, this shouldn't take long. He nodded and gently kissed her, and she asked if he was sure. I really can't keep the creator of everything waiting, he said as she nodded and stepped back before he vanished in a flash of darkness. Artemis stood momentarily speechless, clutching her daughter's drawings close to her chest as she returned to the temple, hoping her husband was not in any trouble. Domain of Chaos. Naruto looked around as he arrived in a place he could only describe as space. Stars surrounded him, along with planets not too far away. What was strange was that he felt like he was standing on a solid floor. He tested it by jumping lightly but stopped when he heard a familiar giggle. You are in my castle, Naruto. Keep walking forward and you will find me, Chaos said, frowning slightly. He obeyed, unsure of where to go. As he walked, he noticed the floor changing to elegant black tiles. The stars were still visible, but the ground, walls, and an archway became clear. Sorry about that, no. That was my observation room, and it's difficult to navigate unless you can see everything, Chaos explained as he looked up and saw her. Her long black hair flowed down to her feet, adorned with small white dots that he thought were stars, some of which twinkled and shot across the space. Her skin was a soft shade of ebony, and her figure radiated an aura of beauty. In his mind, Artemis still appeared more beautiful, but he wouldn't dare say that to the creator, unsure of how she might.